Ah, there's Sheasel! Sheasel from 45! Mate, what a theme song, what an entrance. She's out. Ah! They've done it again. They've done it again. Carlton FC have fumbled it again. A bunch of absolute plotters. Plotters. I don't even know what the scoreboard was in the end. All I know is that we've done it again. I'm not even gonna lose it tonight. Who even gives a shit? Do you actually care? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. If you want to see the circus, Silver Circus, the jesters, if you want to join, let me know. Like, the link's in the chat if you want to join. We're doing this for an hour and a half tonight. Then we're going to go spend it with family because they don't deserve any more of our time. So, bro, if you wanted to see a comedy act today, the comedy festival was well put on show. I'll tell you that for free. 24 jesters. Could have been court jesters. Harry Mackay out there again, like the Godfrey's wacko man like that with the air going through him. Mate. Patrick Cripps, where were you, blood? You're on the floor still, brother. You're still on the floor. Sammy Walsh, where were you, brother? Another one. They all said to me, oh, you got too hard on him. Oh, you're just an insecure little man. And shut up, bre. I know what a good performance is when I see one. And I tell you what, mate. When the leaders had to stand up, when they got going, when they got tough, they got going, mate. Simple. Simple as that. Simple as that. No, we're not gonna punch the monitors tonight. Why am I gonna go angry over these people? Over what? Come on. What for? It's Easter. It's Easter weekend. Mate, these blokes they're an abomination. Just, if there's a bomb, blow it up. Make sure there's nobody inside Icon Park, but just blow the whole thing up because it's done. It's all over. You're lucky to be 1-3. Super duper Mikael Voss. But tonight I'm not even going to pin it on super duper Mikael Voss. They've lost him. I know the coach is gone. I'm looking at the leaders tonight and those two in the midfield where they could have got it done. Absolutely pathetic you were. The two of you, Batman and Robin, more like two frauds that they should be in the remand center after a fucking performance like that. But anyway, Cristiano Cudanari, thank you for the $3 or $2.99. Logan Street has never seen a darker time in his history. I agree. Ben Zero, gifted 5. Thank you very much. Thank you. Show the love. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Oh, 30 years. 30 years of this. 96 to 86. 24 points up. I'm going to go insane. I'm clinically insane. I'm going to do it to myself. Why the hell do we go? Why the hell do we go? But anyway, let's get some people in here. If you want to join, let's join. Zach, we'll bring in Nick. Hopefully Nick can hear us today, but I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't care. I don't care. I don't feel pain. I don't feel it. It's just laughable.
I'm happy. I'm actually happy. The quicker this guy goes, the better. The quicker this guy goes, the better. I don't care. I don't care if that's bad to root against your own team. I don't care. The quicker this guy goes, the better. And it's interesting because when we lost to Sydney, I saw a lot of people saying, what were a lot of people saying about our next 3 games after Sydney, those first 4?
We'll win them all.
Yeah. We'll be 3-1. Doesn't matter, right?
We'll be 3-1.
We'll be 3-1. We're 1-3, and we really should be 0-4. We really should be 0-4. This is disgusting. This is disgusting, man. Like, bro.
Here's my take. Here's my take. We've 2 in a row now we've lost, and I've looked at the draw. Well, I can't see us winning the next 8. So Mars, you might as well put on emergency channel there. Maybe some WWF just to watch because it's going to be the same thing for the next 8 weeks.
Live pack opening.
Here we go.
Live pack opening. You pack something big. Come on. Come on. What are we looking for? No good. Still no good. Rubbish like Carlton. I thought it'd be it. That was rubbish like Carlton. Oh my God. I don't even know. But give me your thoughts. Sorry, Nick. Sorry.
You know what
Sorry.
gets me? No. You know what gets me, right? We are the biggest cucks in the whole league. We're just cucks because when you play footy, the objective is okay. You're not going to have it your way all the time, but you can't have the whole game being played in someone else's fucking game style and not stand up. How is that even allowed to happen? Like, okay, they got the whole game was North Melbourne, the whole start to finish. It was under their game style. I don't care if we had a good spell or a decent spell in that third quarter. The whole game was under their game style. How the fuck is that allowed to happen? How the fuck is that allowed to happen? It was a little bit different. It was actually somehow, which I don't know if it's a credit to them, probably not. It was somehow different for the last few weeks, and we've managed to keep it in their hands the whole time. If North Melbourne wanted to, they could have done what they did a whole lot earlier and put us away a whole lot earlier. Because when it was frantic, when it was helter skelter, no one stood up, and then when they started to stand up again, no one stood up. And it sums itself up when you had that last clearance. LDU is right there. North Melbourne have got a good midfield, and Cripper just hands it right to him.
Look at him.
He had more fight.
That's how Patrick Cripps looked out there in the quarter, in the last quarter, the third quarter. Look at him. Look at him.
He had more fight than Cripper.
Let me read some super chats and then we'll get to Nick. Sorry. Rocco Grasso, $14.99. No need. I'd have more faith in Nick Stevens installing a pool properly for me than Carlton winning a fucking game. Lone Wolf and another one, $5. CR7. When the pressure is highest, the lights are the brightest. Only strong will survive today. Shown we had none. Bunch of weak-minded losers. Let's geek out. 67. Is that actually for a 6-7? 6-7. Fuck it. Oh, they had 6-7 up on the board as well. At North Melbourne, they were memeing because Voss can go and get fucked the spud. You know what? I'm not even going to pin it on Vossy tonight. And I know people are going to go at me, but I swear to God, the two leaders there, vice captain and captain, were fucking horrendous. They should be ashamed of themselves.
If I see anyone hang it on the umps, hang it on Lewis Young, hang it on name any whipping boy, name one. Oldie Hollands. If I see anyone blame it on any of those things like that, you're a fucking loser, bro. You're an actual fucking loser.
No, not today.
You're
not
a fucking
today.
loser.
Cripps, mate, our midfield is woeful. It's got to be. I'm telling you right now, it's the worst Carlton midfield I've ever seen in my life.
I don't care. I don't care if we've got shit players. I don't care if we've got players that wouldn't get a game. I don't care. Leaders. Enough's enough. No more whipping boys. You have to look at the leaders, and they were just fucking nowhere. Bro, even I don't know if anyone will categorize best and fairest winner George Hewitt as a leader. Honestly, that's the worst game he's played for the club. That's the worst game he's played for the club. That was disgusting. The spotlight won't be on him fully because you had players that were more high profile than him that did nothing. But bro, George Hewitt, that was fucking disgusting. That was one of the worst games I've ever seen from George Hewitt. The amount of times under zero pressure, he just chucked it on the left boot and hoped, and it would land in Luke Parker's arms or Luke McDonald's arms or something like that. Absolutely disgraceful. And do you know what else got me too? We actually tried to go quick, but we didn't know what to do. The only thing in their heads was the word quick, and they just kept trying to mark it. Oh, quick handball. Mark it, quick handball. They don't know anything. They don't know. All they heard was quick. And they tried to go quick. They have no skills to go quick.
No clue. And yes, all the super chats, all revenue made from this stream today, from today's game day and emergency meeting, will go towards a Good Friday appeal. So when we get finalized with that number, we'll put it all in there and we'll show you a receipt just to know we're not frauds, just like the Carlton Football Club. And I'm going to give a question for Nick because, I look at the leaders and I know it answers itself. But you go back through the years. I'd even go back, what about 15 years ago, 10 years ago, where, your leaders, like Chris Judd in this game, would have taken it by the scruff of the neck after halftime and said, not a chance. Not a chance you guys are coming back. Even when Trembath kicked that goal to get it back, mate, not a chance. Not a fucking chance in how they're winning this match. Not from being 24 up.
I'll go one further. I saw something at three-quarter time when I saw their coach, Clarkson, put it on McKercher. Is it
Oh,
McKercher?
McKercher, yep.
Yeah,
yep.
actually hit him on the chest with his fist, like to say, "Come on, it's on you." He only had 3 touches that quarter in the third quarter, and not only that, look who stood up for them. You want to talk about a leader in that last 10 minutes? It was Parker.
How many marks did he take?
Don't even go there.
Oh, yeah,
Don't even go there with him.
Should be navy blue, but that's okay. We're too good. We're too good to have Luke Parker. We're fine. Our list is complete. We don't need Luke Parker, is what they said.
Yeah. It's a mess. It's
you know what else too?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't go, but I'm not sure if any of you guys know. So I didn't go, but I was on the 7 broadcast as they were coming back up the ramp from halftime. I don't know if anyone knows about it. Xander Maguire interviewed Cripps, and he basically mentioned how do you stop the fourth quarter? How do you stop the second half fade out? Etc. And Cripps goes, "I can say whatever, but it's about us going out and doing it."
And what did he do?
The same fucking thing.
He didn't do anything.
Or nothing.
Again. Their midfield's got speed. Ours doesn't.
I hate when they say that, and I guarantee I haven't watched the presser either, but they're going to say it's about doing. It's about doing. What we do, what we produce is disgusting. You can't do this. You can't do this. You can't play football like this. That was one of the worst games of football, especially that first half I ever saw. I don't think they were much chopped, to be honest. But you could just tell. You could just tell we weren't killing him. We weren't putting him away. We weren't killing the game. And he just knew. And again, you can just know the narrative is going to come down on why is Lewis Young playing? Why is Ollie Hollands playing? Why is, I don't know, so-and-so playing? Why is Frankie Evans playing? It's not down to them. I don't care. It's not down to them.
One of our best players.
If you blame them, you're a loser.
One of our best players today he hadn't played in nearly 600 days. Human. Come off a ruptured patella, and he's looked nearly one of our best.
That's the only positive. Newman.
And do you know what else too? We were not good. And this isn't, we again, it's not a situation of we were good and then we were not good. We were just not good the whole way. And as soon as the other team stepped up, then you saw what happened. We were not good that whole game. I don't care. Even that quarter, even that decent third quarter, we were not good. That was horrible. That was the most laborious, hard-working football to get the ball from one end to the other. And on the rare occasions that it did work, we scored goals. We were not good in that first half. And it always happens with Michael Voss that he relies on talent. He relies on talent. We've beaten North Melbourne God knows how many times just with sheer talent. We're not relying on talent anymore. We're relying on how bad the other team can be and when they decide to show up. And as soon as they showed up, again, and they left it late later than Melbourne.
How bad was that game to watch? That was one of the worst games of football I've ever watched.
Frustrating.
Skills in the bin.
Oh my
God.
Just the footy IQ of just having spatial awareness from no one had spatial awareness. No one.
Let me read out this before you go, Nick. Sorry. Now I'll cut you off again. Oz Yates, $2.99. This feels like the 0-4 start we had in 2025.
Pretty much
again.
It pretty much is.
Spaduchis, $2.99. Stay happy, boys. Hope Easter weekend is better. Thank God it's on the Thursday. The Friday, and then we got the rest of the 3 days to not worry about this shit. Rocco Moro again, $10. Don't think Cripps do, mate. It's just it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
You know who else I want to look at as well? The three incomings: Haywood, Ainsworth, Florent. Haywood, especially, I think was the worst out of the 3 today. He was.
Kicks he give away?
I genuinely don't remember him doing anything besides make mistakes today. Every time I saw him on the screen, he was making a mistake. What is he doing?
Something's not right with him. He's better than that. He's better than that.
He is better than that. This isn't a situation where this is what he is. Blah blah blah. No. He's better than that. And I'm not taking he's Carltonized as an excuse. No. If you come into this team, you fucking perform.
Look at our ruckman. Look at our ruckman. He's on a fine angle and decides, you know what, I'm going to drop punt this through, and he kicks it. Our forwards can't do that.
No. Harry Mackay again missing. You could tell. Did anyone have any faith when he went to snap it in that first quarter? Because I knew he was going to miss.
Nah,
not a chance.
And Kemp again. Kemp. We spoke about this Dylan and I's election blues. What are we really gaining from Kemp at the moment?
He was our best forward, but he kicked 3 goals that you couldn't recreate in your life ever again. Well, 2 of them. You
No.
couldn't. The goals that we kick, right? The goals that we kick.
Laborious.
There was only one good goal. There was one good build-up goal. We switched it, went to the other end, and then Taylor Byrne hit Mackay. The one before he kicked the one just on the siren, after the siren, right? I thought, fuck, all right, that's the best style of play. But other than that, mate, the goals that we kick are rubbish.
Oh,
They're just very
it's about how you get there too.
It's very luck-based.
It's very luck-based. It's
fumbly,
very, we'll
jumbly.
kick it to a contest and hope someone gives away a pushing free kick and then go again and gain territory. It's laborious. That's the word. It's laborious. And I was actually very surprised that we actually scored our highest score of the season, I think.
That was a clusterfuck of absolute rubbish. Nick Capsalis, thank you for the $5 going towards a Good Friday bill as well. We're lucky North were bad. Otherwise, we'd be talking a 50-point loss. Sackville spilled the board. Just before we get a tush in, who am I gonna pinpoint? I mean, because we could pinpoint a lot of players.
I thought Elijah in the third quarter was good, but then he went missing in the last.
Yeah, so the two Hollands brothers were good, and then after that, see you later. Adam Chera, what you see is what you get. Not good enough. Simple.
No speed. No speed there.
It's mid. He's the literal definition of the word mid.
All right,
He's the definition of the word mid.
Let me get only Carlton in.
This will be good.
Here he is with the Mabruk in the back. How are ya?
Sack boss. Sack him now, cuz. Bro, how is he? He's not a football coach. He's not. Bro, I sat there and watched that ginger.
No C word. No C word. No C word.
Sorry.
No demonetization. We've got to make some money.
Sorry. I'll donate $10 after this. I watched that ginger C word stand there on the bench. He stood there on the bench with his arms crossed the entire third quarter. How the fuck do you blow a 21-point lead halfway through the fourth quarter? Not against the quality side, by the way. Not against like a Sydney, a Brisbane, you know. Even a Melbourne that have like star midfielders or like Cozzy Pickett or Max Gone. We lost to Harry Sheasel, cuz. Harry Sheasel.
Sheasel the Cheasel, man. When they pulled out the BOAK song, I was losing it. I was going.
Happy Hanukkah.
I love it. Bro, there's no point in getting angry. I'm telling you right now, you're going to have a heart attack. You're going to need a defibrillator. Just laugh at them because they're a comedy show.
They're a joke.
It's hilarious because you knew what was going to happen. You just fucking knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
You knew. Come on, go through here.
You knew it was gonna happen, brother. It was gonna happen. The apple crumble, the blueberry pie, it was just splattered everywhere, mate. They're actual 24 jesters, and the jester up top, mate. He is the best. I need to watch his press conference. I need to watch it. Is it out yet? I'll have a search.
There's always next week.
Yes.
That's what he said. Spot on, Nick. That's what he said last week. He said we've just got to do it next week. Did the same thing.
Next week against Adelaide. Well, we could be winning the flag and we would have won against Adelaide. You know what cooks me, bro? That was our only winnable game in the next 8 weeks.
There you go. Spot on.
That was our only winnable game in the next 8 weeks. We might go 1-10. And if that guy still has a job after we go 1-10, I don't know. I want to say something dumb, but he'll probably keep his job because this club is a social experiment. Social experiment.
I will be very surprised if they sack him this week or next week. The game for me is the Collingwood game. That's the game.
Yeah.
That's the game. I will be very mate. The players keep coming out and saying he's the man. I know what else are they going to say, but he's the man. He's the man. Sam Walsh came out midweek like a court jester that he is right now, right, and bumming out. He'd be lucky to get in WWE catering. Genuinely, he'd be lucky.
He'd be stuck at the back.
He'd be lucky. What's with the hair? Shave the hair. Shave the hair off now. It's run its course. Shave your hair, brother. Patrick Phipps maybe going the twos for a couple of weeks.
On Walsh, I think this is the phrase here with Walsh. Like, what's the actual point of Sam Walsh? Like, genuine question. What's the point? Why do we have Sam Walsh? For what? To do what? He was shocking again. He's supposed to be a leader now. What are you?
He's a vice captain.
What are you leading? What you're telling me? If you're a young player, if you're a Matt Carroll, if you're a Byrne, if you're a I don't know, if you're a any young player, right? For example, you're supposed to listen to him because when he gets frantic too. So I don't understand.
Sam Walsh is exactly where we are as a football club, bro, because he's supposed to be a leader. he gets the ball and bombs it long. That's every single player on our list.
Did you see the time when he took the advantage? He just skied it.
Yep.
He took advantage from a free kick, which means you've probably got something to go to. You think, nope, just skied it.
Yep. Yeah, he did that early in the first quarter, I think it was. Yeah, you're right.
There's a couple of racist comments in there. Let's refrain from the racism.
Like
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We don't need to fucking be doing that. I mean, like, far out. You can go at it, but let's not get personal, mate. We're all lovers of Carlton, and but
Are we?
mate, Ella, let's relax with the
Lovers?
races. Just footy, mate. We're just going to be strictly on footy here. So Ella, let's progress. Don't worry, I got you back there on that one. Apparently, yeah, no good. Come on, let's keep it fucking civil, brother. It's Easter weekend.
What happened?
Even if you want it. No, don't worry.
You know
don't
who I
need to
thought
say
was
it. It's
also
already
a victim of our friend? Not a victim, he was frantic too. I
I've
thought
handled it.
Wiedering before his unfortunate injury. He got injured very, hopefully wishing the best for him. But, mate, he was frantic. He was frantic, and it was interesting because every time we marked the ball in the back line, we'd take the kick straight away without knowing why. Like, it's like they were taking the kick for the sake of taking the kick. Obviously, I don't want it to stand still, get called play on, and then bomb it. But again, it's the lack of IQ. It's the lack of thinking. It's just see kick, take it. And they were letting us have the kick for a while. But then it gets to a point where we're switching from one end of the ground to the other end of the ground and going no further forward than we initially were. Again, right into their hands, and it's something the coaches couldn't see.
Panic football, that's what it is. Panic
100%.
football.
And it's
Wiedering
panic. They find something and they don't panic.
And no Wiedering next week. They'll probably bring Haynes in. The guy's going to get hit with a baptism of fire here in Adelaide. Oh, my goodness. God knows what's going to happen.
Let's bring in some fireworks because it's going to be a short and sharp one tonight because I want you people to go and enjoy your Friday and your weekend.
Oh, my God.
Here we go. Big Schnappalina. How are you, brother?
Oh, my God.
I've lost my mind. I've lost it.
Oh, my God. No.
How are you, Snapper?
No.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Snappers ran.
I don't need to say nothing because what I've said in 2.5 years, you can stick that up your fucking asses to everyone who said I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about at this football club. I fucking know everything at this football club. I know what goes on in that football club, and I fucking said it from day one. He cannot coach, and everyone said, you got no fucking idea. Go follow another football club. Whatever. Where are we now? We're one win out of, how many games? 3 or 4?
4.
One win that we shouldn't have won.
Correct.
Thank God Tom Lynch didn't have his kick boots on that night. You got Margaret from Sunbury, the old hag, and her
no personal. You can't go personal.
No, because people get personal with me on radio.
I know, but be the bigger man.
Breathe.
Bigger man.
And her old supporters that ring up this year saying that leave them alone.
Leaving them.
Fuck this, mate. Leave them alone. Leave this alone. Now, I tipped North Melbourne. I said 3 weeks ago we'd lose to Melbourne and to North Melbourne, and I had people having a go at me because of it. Come and kiss my ass, mate, and apologise because I was fucking right about it. Anyways, I'm happy. I'm happy because I wanted us to lose because it wakes up people now. He can't coach. Cripps in the ruck. So, so we take
Sometimes we were so unorganised that we actually had no Carlton ruck. We had no Carlton ruck because we were so unorganised.
Brody Kemp was in the ruck as well. For a centre bounce, Brody Kemp was in the ruck.
Hang on. We take our midfielder out, put him in the ruck. Okay. Kemp is sitting on the bench, not the back line. Harry Mackay, being a spastic, could have been in the ruck, but, who gives a shit, right, Vossi? McGovern can play defence, should have put him in defence. We've all of a sudden, we've got, what's his name? Frank the Tank Evans, and we've got, who's the other guy, the little short guy?
Taylor Byrne.
Yeah, playing centre half back all of a sudden.
Ainsworth was very high off the ground as well.
Will Hayward, with 3 minutes to go on the boundary line, have a shot. He was trying to centre it into a place where North Melbourne had a man already. You are a spastic. You are up here. You're fucking not there as a footballer. And you know what's worse is that you got the coach sitting there smirking, trying to deflect today because of what today is about. You know what today is about, Vossi? And I know what it is. You know what it is today? It's about today that our king was cruising. Okay, and you're just sitting there going, oh, it's a great day, the royal children. You know what, mate? You know what? How about we talk about your fucking coaching and how you're going to get the ass on Tuesday morning and you're going to be out of a fucking job. And no one in the media,
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
No one in the media put it on Voss and said, how do you feel sitting here as a coach? Are you worried about your coaching? No one said it. I would have asked him, do you feel you're still going to be the coach here next week? I would have put it to him.
No,
mate,
but he's not going to be out of a job. He's not going to be out of a job. We know that.
Apparently he's gone.
Who says that?
He's gone. Apparently there's rumors everywhere now that he's gone.
I would be shocked if they sack him right now. I would be shocked.
If he's still the coach come Collingwood in 2 weeks' time, no one should be going. I'm not going to that game because I've got coaching. No one should go to that game from the members and let the section be empty and let Graham Wright and fucking Presley, that dickhead up in Sydney, let them realise that this club is taking no shit anymore. Enough is enough with mediocre.
You know what?
Fucking hiring people because they're good, because they're so-called good people. No, you know what? We need to
can't be using the C word. We've got a thing. We've got to monetize this for the kids tonight.
Yeah.
For the kids.
Look at what.
Come on.
Look at what's his name? Alistair Clarkson did to McKercher. Fucking V-lined him at the break, hit him in the chest, and ripped into him. What did McKercher do in the last quarter? Killed us.
How much space did he have all day, by the way?
You don't see Voss doing that. Oh, no. Voss, you won't see him doing that because, hey, this club is all about Carlton respect, all about this fucking rainbow bullshit. That's what it's about.
Oh, you know how it is.
Rainbow and respect, and you can't be
you know how it is. You know how it is.
You know what?
Let's just.
Thank God I won't be at a game for at least another 4 or 5 weeks. Thank God. And I hope until he is gone, I hope
it's time to go. Snapper. I mean, I'm all for it, but we can't be having that. This is money. We gotta
today of all days.
We gotta keep it monetized for the kids, brother. I don't get it.
Not tonight of all nights.
Far out. Now you're gonna go.
Mars, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm at the parking garage.
I've got
it's
time to go. All right. Here we go. I think we have. There we go. But before we get going, give me one sec. Enzo Valentino, thank you very much. $7.99. This is for the Children's Hospital that helps kids, not for the Carlton Football Club that act and play like kids. 100%. We've got a couple more. Mick Marcucci with a $14.99. Thank you very much. Garbage as always. Vosh, square pegs, round holes. FC. Players playing out of position constantly ruins their development and continuity. Fuck off now. Yep, I know. Super sticker by Oz Yates. I appreciate it as well. Yeah, look, let's refrain from using the C word. I know everyone's emotions are like we're high, trust me. But you know what? Let's laugh at the players tonight. Let's
100% because they're a joke.
Let's not be laughed at. Let's laugh at them because they are the silver circus. They are the court jesters today. They are everything that is wrong with the Carlton Football Club in 2026, and they try to absolve all criticism from each other. But hey, let's let Andy land. How are you?
How are you, boys? How you going?
Good.
Thanks. You know what?
How much fun was that? That was fun today.
Oh, I loved it. It was so fun to watch.
Loved
Good
it.
on it, man.
Loved it.
Standard.
Yeah, that's why I loved it. So tomorrow, is it happening? Because it needs to happen tomorrow.
Oh, you reckon he's gone? I don't think he'll
be
gone.
Actually, so on this, we're a club that cares a lot about the optics of how we would look. So now what I want to happen is him to be gone yesterday. But what I think is going to happen is they're so worried about the optics of sacking him, I guess, in humiliation. Like they're worried about being humiliated. So I reckon he's gone end of season a mutual split, which is wrong. But they're so worried about optics. That's why they've kept him another year, just for the optics and to look good in a way to not be embarrassed.
I agree. I agree with you. So,
but I hate it. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. Though,
So the club and supporters have to look stupid for another 20 weeks then.
Correct. So we'll be looking stupid instead of them.
So
you can't
as long as he's coaching, I won't be watching another Carlton game as long as he's in charge. I think if it's 1 week, 2 weeks, 8 weeks, 40 weeks, 60 weeks, and I've said this for a long time. He's not the only reason, but my God, with 10 minutes to go, I called it. 10 minutes to go, they want to hold the ball up. They had no intention of scoring with 10 minutes to go.
Save the game. Remember what he said in wait up. I'll be back.
It's incredible. Like, what did we kick 86 points? Like that will. I said it 2 weeks ago in my club corner. That's not going to win you most games. It just won't, right? So, as a coach or as a supporter, you've got to say, let's try and hit 100. Let's try. Okay, we might make a mistake here and there. They'll make mistakes all day, right? But, when Harry Mackay kicked that goal at 3/4 time and put us 22 points up, they celebrated like they won 3 premierships in a row.
Oh, my God. I said exactly the same thing.
Enough of that, Carlton. I'm sick of it. You need to put your head down. You've got another 30 minutes to go to work and get the result, right? And the best thing that could have happened today was they lose, okay? Because a win only puts a bit more wallpaper over the cracks. That's it. This at least intensifies it a little bit more. That's all I want to say. I've got nothing else to say.
Because you probably said it last week, didn't you?
I've been saying it for 19 months. I've been saying it for so long. My head went red today when I was doing my club corner. I get these fits of rage, right? Because it's just, if that was a business, you would sack the CEO, right? Even though football is a business in a certain, aspect, right? But if you're losing money in the business, you fix the problem. Carlton don't want to fix the problem. I don't know what it is. Like you said, optics.
They can't. They just physically don't have it.
They can. They have a meeting at midnight tonight.
Remember what Michael Voss said? If it's for 5 minutes, it's 5. If it's for 15, it's 15. About defending. Oh, I love that line.
What about when he said that
I want to ask Andy a question, and I know what he's probably going to say, but where were the vice captain and captain in that last quarter when the game was in the balance on the line? Where were they to be counted?
Mars, turn around and take that Patrick Cripps jumper down.
It's not Patrick Cripps. That's Peter Dean, brother. That's Peter Dean.
Patrick that's all right. Good, because you took it down the other day. Exactly. Okay, now get a hammer next week, not this week, because this donkey is a donkey, Patrick Cripps. 6 touches in the first half. And mind you, we're in front at half time with 6 touches. That shows you how important he is to Carlton going forward. For 18 months, I've been saying this. He wins Brownlows and plays for himself, and that's it. He couldn't give us stuff about Carlton. Everyone says, he puts Carlton on his shoulders. Really? How many premierships have we won with him being there? 0. How many have we got to win with him being there? 0. That's it. I've had enough of this guy. I've had enough of Mackay. I've had enough of Wiedering. I've had enough of the leaders. I've had enough of Walsh. 8 years of this rubbish with Walsh. Oh, my God.
I'll be back because I can't see Paul, but I'm bringing in Paul right now. Can you see me? Handle the proceedings?
I can see
me. Seconds,
yeah, I can see you. I can see you.
How are you, Paul?
How am I? You really want to know?
Please.
It was a dead set disaster. But you know what the worst thing is? You can see it coming from when it got to within single figures, and we just don't know how to win a game by playing in our front half. Like we don't know how to win a game by pinning the opposition back and actually winning the game. We don't know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, it's not being trained. It's not being taught. It's not being instilled.
Of course not.
Clearly. And I'm of the opinion to a point that there are certain talented players on the list that alleviate the horrific coaching and the horrific structure and the horrific fundamentals that have been put in place by this head coach. That's part of the reason that gets us ahead. But then when you need your structures and players to deal with pressure, they just don't know how to because it's not been trained into them. And the issue I've got moving forward as well is that there is no accountability from this head coach, because the first thing he did, in my estimation, I think it is absolutely disgraceful to front up and deflect by using Good Friday without getting stuck into the result first.
As a front.
That is
Well,
how
I
dare you?
I haven't
How-
seen
how-
yet.
no,
I've
no,
got
no,
it
no,
ready.
no.
He's got to run
How-
out of things now.
How dare you deflect from the football with that? I know it's part of the day, but you knew exactly what he was going to do and knew exactly what he was going to use in order to disarm the room and absolve himself from the incompetent nature with which he has led this team to this particular point over his 5-year tenure. It is an absolute embarrassment and a disgrace that he has led us to this point. But I blame the people that put him in there. And most of those people are gone. Paddy Kinnersley needs to be removed from the board immediately. Greg Williams needs to stand down because he was part of the hiring process as well. Anybody who hired that man should not be involved at the football club anymore, because we all got when it first got announced, I got the knot in my stomach and I thought, okay, yeah, all right, it's Vossi. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But it does not matter. If you were a great leader as a player, it does not correlate or translate to being a head coach. It can help. But you need to be far more nuanced when you're managing 45 men. You need to be far more nuanced. And I don't think he knows what he is as a coach. I don't think he knows what his demeanor or his approach is characteristically or personality-wise as a coach. And you see it out on the field. We don't know what we are as a club. And we just have this incredible innate ability to make the unbelievable believable. People will say that result today, oh, it's unbelievable what's happened. No.
It's very believable.
It's a pattern.
Unbelievable would have been us going 23 points clear and winning by 50. That's unbelievable. That's the outlier. The outlier is us performing strongly, consistently. This is the rule. What you're seeing is the rule. And we've been bailed out for years by Charlie Curnow.
Correct.
We've been bailed out for years because great players supersede shit tactics, right? And Charlie Curnow bailed us out of absolute dog crap for years, right?
Yep.
As soon as he's left the team, if Charlie was playing today, we'd have won.
He would have won the game. That's exactly what I said at the game.
Right?
I said that exactly at the game.
We'd have won that game.
Yep.
This head coach is that incompetent. He made Charlie Curnow upset. How do you make Charlie Curnow upset?
How do you make your best player upset? It's disgusting,
How
isn't
do
it?
you make Charlie Curnow upset? The bloke is a jester. How do you make the jester upset? There are players in dressing rooms. Let me go on. There are players in dressing rooms, right? There are players in business. There are people in families that may be considered toxic. They're negative. They're pessimistic, right? You have to be able to deal with those relationships and egos. Not everybody's going to be rainbows and roses in the dressing room. Not everybody is going to agree with the tactics that you implement or the way in which you communicate. You have to be a good enough manager to be able to put your ego aside and deal with those egos. We picked an incompetent coach over good footballers. We picked an incompetent coach over good footballers. That's what we've done. People will laugh at Charlie Curnow. Oh, he's only kicked 5 goals in 3 rounds. You wait till Sydney start hitting their straps. You wait.
It's true.
You wait. Would you rather Curnow in this team or would you rather him out?
Come on.
No,
That's a dumb question.
But Paul, I've got a question for you, right? It's one thing
in.
getting rid of Charlie Curnow, right? But replacing him with Will Hayward and a couple of draft picks.
And I'll tell you what that tells me, Andy. I'll tell you what
Degraders.
that tells me. We were not prepared for it.
We
were not properly
Well, considering
prepared
how
for
late
it.
the deal got done.
If you're telling me, right, if you're competing, right, you think you're in the mold of competing, this 5-year strategic plan, premierships by 2027, you're supposed to be bringing in players that are going to give you effectively the same output that Charlie Curnow does every single year.
Or if not better, you strive to get better, right?
Exactly. We were not prepared. We were not prepared.
That's poor management, isn't it?
We got two serviceable players in a draft pick, and I'm going to say it now, and people are going to give me pelters, and they are going to come for me, right?
No,
he's a good,
whatever you're going to say is
solid
right.
player. He is a good, solid player, right? But he will not be the man that we think he is. Jagger Smith, if you do not know how to handle pressure, right? And I know he's only played 3 or 4 games. I get that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mechanics with which and how he kicks the ball, right?
Yep.
He could not hit a 15 to 20 meter pass under no pressure today. He looks busy. He looks busy as a footballer. He looks agile as a footballer, but he does not have the speed or burst to outpace those gun players.
No.
And this is what my fear was coming into this season. It's all good and well to look fast and agile and zippy at Carlton training against our midfielders. Now, players who have a similar skill set to you in the opposition, are you that much better than them that you're going to provide us with an edge? And it's not worked. Right?
But Paul,
It's
they
not
just signed
worked.
him for 3 years, right? After 3 games.
And
Sorry, 2 games. 2 games.
I think he's going to be a good player for us, right? I think
Yeah.
he's going to be a good player, right? But when you're giving up pick 3, is he Nick Dacos? Is he Ashcroft? Is
Not
he
even close.
McKercher? Is he Wardlaw? Is he that type of profile of player that we're looking at?
No.
Is he that type of player?
No, he's not a player that changes your club. He's a good player.
No.
He's going to be serviceable, like you said, but he's not going to be a Nick Dacos that comes in and changes the fortunes of the club.
And
or
that's the
Ashcroft, like you've
difference. And
mentioned.
do not absolve it because it's pick 3 or because he's young.
No, it's irrelevant.
We've seen young players come in and have immediate impact and win games straight away.
But then special ones.
What about Cody Walker next year?
Well, he may be the best player we've got. As far as I'm concerned at the moment, Mark Pittenet's our best player.
I agree.
Mitch McGovern's our best forward.
That's bad. Yeah. Well, we know that. But to get Cody Walker next year, we're going to have to give the world for it, right? So
really. We're going to finish last
We're going to have
anyway.
the first pick.
We're going to finish last.
We're going to have the second pick.
Second pick. So we're gonna have to trade up. So we're gonna get pick 2. We're gonna have to go.
Well, if Essendon finish last, they're going to take
Last.
Berwick, whatever his name
Oh,
is.
really?
Buick.
Buick. Okay.
Isn't he the year
That's
later?
all right.
Or he
Yeah, I
might
thought
be
he
the
was
year
a year
later. I don't know.
later.
He might be the year later.
I thought Cody Walker and Cochran were the top.
Cochran.
two.
Sorry, yes, you're right. It's Cochran. Yeah, sorry, you're right. It's
Cochran, yeah,
Cochran.
Port
Sorry,
Adelaide,
you're right.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Cochran.
That's all right. But mate, my problem is with Voss, especially, and it's not even everything you said's right, Paul. 100,000%. I agree with everything you said, but there's no selection integrity.
Correct.
Right?
Well, sorry. Me and Dylan on Selection Blues did a ranking of all of our players. It has never been easier than before to actually get into this Carlton team based off VFL form. It is so easy to get in this team. I'm not saying there's people that don't deserve to be in this team, which there definitely are, but it's so easy to get in this team because you haven't really got players that are kicking the door down, and you haven't got players in the AFL who are playing to hold their spot either. And you've got guys that are not really, in terms of talent, up there. You've got guys, a lot of guys very clumped in kind of that C to B territory, majority in C. Again, what are you really gaining by playing player A over player B? You're not really gaining anything.
No.
Breaking news. Mark Robinson, slobbing the Hob 99, $2.
Gerald
I
Son.
just heard the news. Inside source, Master Foods. Voss is gone.
Right,
Thanks for
Thank
that.
you for the $2. All proceeds go to the Good Friday appeal as well. Guys, make sure if you're super chatting and all the ad revenue, I don't know if we'll get ad revenue tonight because there's too many seed bombs on here.
Who cares about ad revenue? Don't worry about ad revenue.
No, but it's
mate.
going to the kids tonight. And
get it in then.
Yeah.
Get it in. Donate.
Exactly.
fucking hell, this
Donate.
guy, he cares
Donate,
about ad
donate.
revenue. I'm caring for kids here, brother. Far out, don't
Absolutely.
shoot
Get it
me.
in.
I'm
Get
just
it
a
in.
messenger.
Donate as much as you can. Hey, I've got to go have pasta marinara.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very
Have a
much.
good
I'll
Easter,
see
mate.
you very soon. See you,
All right.
Paul. I'll speak to you in the weekend.
Come on,
Chuck.
Blues. Come
Tune
on.
the
We're
oil.
gonna-
It's time to go.
Get off my screen. Thank you,
Yeah.
Paul, for joining.
Good
Always a pleasure to have him in
Hey,
the
hey,
house.
boys, I got a question. This time last year we had 100,000 members. I think we're down to about 86,000.
Oh, no, we're
Is that right?
nowhere. I think
Well, we're not
apparently
gaining any
12
further. Yeah.
we're 12,000
Yeah.
behind.
I'm just saying that's a good thing. It's starting to show that the people are not
People, not responding to Voss.
exactly
So-
right.
That's my argument too, right? They have to pay him out $1 million. So what? You're losing ticket sales, revenue, memberships, merchandise. You're losing more than $1 million. So
But
don't give me
again,
that
I
rubbish,
just-
Carlton. Yeah, the
You
optics.
look
I
at the
agree with
decision
you.
to keep him in. Like, you look at the decision to actually keep him in.
Yep.
If it was to do right by Vossi, if it was for the thing of not sacking another coach, etc., it's you've got to look at what are we actually going to develop these players with? What are you going to give these players? Yeah, go.
Well, no, I was just going to say. Well, that's the thing. You're right, because at the end of the year, we still need to make a decision. He's only signed up.
You can't stand still. In
right?
footy, there's no standing still. If you're
No, that's
standing
what I
still,
mean.
you're going backwards.
So if we don't make a decision, so we either need to make a decision tomorrow to sign him for another 2 years, which would be wrong, or we sack him tomorrow, because you've got to make a decision this year. The longer you wait, the worse it's going to be for the club and the players and the development of the kids, right?
100%.
And we've got about 15 out of contract players this year, and I wouldn't probably keep half of them, but they're going to start looking like Connick looked and Silvani looked and Curnow looked. They're going to look at the future. You know, that's what's frustrating. It's like, make a decision. And I get the optics to a point, but my God, you are pissing off a lot of people, Carlton.
100%.
The way you're treating this, you know. But
Rock Mortar with $2. Kicking goals is optional for this rabble.
It's optional.
That's important there from Dylan. We tried to survive. North tried to win. That's spot on. How
that's a common theme.
With how many minutes on the clock did we try to survive and
10,
start the
10
slow,
minutes.
the slow process?
I saw it at 10. They had a kick out from full back, and it was 10 minutes exactly on the clock. That's playing time. So it would have been 13, 14 minutes. So can't we do something in that 12, 13 minutes? Like,
well, there's no next level. There's no next level.
No,
there's no next level.
Never has been.
And that's drummed in by the coaches.
It was identical to last week. It was identical last week. We got out to 20 points under pressure, and then they came and overran us. We got out to 21 points in this last quarter as well. They overran us again.
Yeah.
So where's the lessons? Where's the lessons?
No, there is no lessons. Look, last week it was Pickett that set them alight, but this week it was North's hard work. It wasn't one player. It was their hard work in one quarter of football.
Get it around.
Gritty.
Gritty.
I'm going to let's react, because we've got 10 minutes of this rubbish, right?
Like, we got 10 out of him.
Yeah, we got 10. So we're all gonna watch this together.
I've seen half of it. I can't. I don't know if I can do it again, Mars.
Yeah, I think
stick around, Andy. Stick around.
I need a bucket.
I think you can. Here we go. Let the court jester ensue with his spew. Here we go. I can't wait for this. I can't wait. Look at he.
Nice hat.
Just before you start, though.
Wait up. Is that good volume, or can we go higher?
A little bit up.
All right, give me 1 sec. Sorry, people in the chat. Let's go here. Sorry.
Just before you start, though, to acknowledge the day itself. We're, as a football club, incredibly privileged to be a part of this day. There's throughout this week so many special moments.
You are one piece of work.
Everything's about the
He doesn't deserve to wear that hat too. Take it off. Take it off, brother. Oh, here we go.
For a week, you sort of get to forget about yourselves for a little bit, and you sort of all your energy channels into other people. And through those interactions, what we hope that we achieve out of this is to clearly raise, much needed funds to support families and support people who are going through their own battles. So to be involved in that is, something as a football club that we are extremely privileged to be able to be a part of. And every one of those interactions bring great joy to us. The smile.
Paul's right on it so far. He has just absolved himself of criticism right now.
Yep.
Because we're already, a minute and a half in? Yeah, so.
This is pathetic.
How many arms does he want to put in it? How many arms? 30 arms in something he's talking about. He's not even talking about the game yet. This Muppet.
This is pathetic. 10% of his interview has already gone to the and look, great cause. As I said,
great cause, 100%.
But he is. It's just cowardly.
You won't hear Clarkson say this.
Is reward in itself, and I've said this before, but it's amazing the amount of times that you think you're putting a smile on their.
I'll tell you what, you're not putting smiles on anyone's faces, mate.
You also congratulate North Melbourne Football Club because they put on the
Their celebration. We'll just roll over there.
We get to share in that. But from day dot that we've been a part of this, it's always been done extremely well. And the fact that we sit on the other side of the ledger this time, we can't forget that that's
with a
This
smile on
bloke
his face.
sounds like fucking Albanese, bro.
Yeah,
He
he's
sounds
a
like
politician,
Albanese,
yeah.
this bloke.
Yeah, he's a politician. Gives you nothing.
Bro, he takes the piss, doesn't he? He's
Yep.
taking the P1 now. He's taking the
100%
P1.
we playing this,
100%.
and the scoreboard's the scoreboard. But what we
Is it?
also
Oh.
want to be ensuring that we're doing is making our club proud, both on the field and in.
You fucking didn't, I'll tell you that.
He's
You
an
made us look like
embarrassment.
a fucking comedy act again.
Again.
two-
Yep.
We're 20% into his presser and he still hasn't touched on the game.
Our community.
That's why it was 10 minutes.
You know, certainly that fits in the community side of things.
Smile, Michael. Smile.
From a community standpoint.
Well, he's getting paid either way, Mars, isn't he? Let's be honest.
True, true.
To be able to lift people.
You didn't lift anybody.
So disappointed to be sitting here, the loser. But the biggest scoreboard to me here is hopefully the help and support that we can obviously give others. So.
Oh,
my God.
Fuck me. Oh, fucking.
You know, Craig McRae, right? He says this sort of stuff. He's fantastic at it, right? Because he's genuine. But when this, when
because his
blokes
team shows up, Andy.
yeah, exactly. But he's genuine because he
When it
doesn't.
means something. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have to
You're right,
worry
you're spot
about
on.
his team because you're right. They do the right thing. They
Yeah.
play to how he has them playing, and then
They
he can
actually
say
get
things
the
like
job
this. And
done
he's genuine.
first.
100%. Even when they lose, but he knows. Okay, we'll just beat him by the better team. This Muppet,
Correct.
coming from him, this is embarrassing.
I'll tell you, he could win a BAFTA award. I'm gonna hit on this line. I'm gonna go
Not
and
even.
I'm gonna make a BAFTA award. I'm gonna go to like Ascot Vale Sports, right, and get an award.
No, don't
best
waste
press
any more money on this
conferences.
Muppet. No, don't waste any money. on
I
this Muppet.
promise to you, I'll hand it to him at a training. I don't care. I don't
Hey,
care.
did you hear Brendan Bolton's press conferences back in the day? My God.
Green shoots, brother? You can
Oh,
never
exactly.
forget the green shoots.
And they've grown
Exactly.
into a bunch of weak leaders, those green shoots.
Let's
Oh,
let's
yeah.
hear
Oh,
what
yes.
the first one is. Well said, Vossi. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Let's add one into here if he's ready, because we're going for another however long this is, and then we're all going to go spend our nice evenings with our
Correct.
family.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste any more time on
Gonna go have some fish and chips. Yes,
Let's watch
Rocco.
together.
the main man.
Last term and how things flip around. Well, the game didn't start out exactly how we wanted the game to look. You know, there's some obvious things that we want to take off from North Melbourne, and you know, they're just able to generate far too much time in possession. Owning the ball, and their high backs were doing some damage early.
Fuck, you
But
reckon?
we were able to sort of hold our own through that period of time through somewhat different means. And then coming in at half time, obviously the challenge was laid bare for us to be able to step it up a gear. We certainly did that. You know, where our tackle rate was low, mainly because
Didn't we have like 5 tackles in the second quarter?
Yeah,
Probably.
six.
Probably led by the captain.
I think we had under 20 in the first half.
Six.
Yeah, we
Hey,
had
can I
11 at
ask
the
you-
half.
There you
Before you
go.
continue, why doesn't he have the captain next to him for once?
Yeah.
Just to show some support, Crips.
No, because
Yeah,
the captain's going to go in the
club,
rooms and say to back us in and to trust
Nah.
Yeah,
us.
of course he
He's
is.
gonna-
That doesn't
he's
work
gonna-
though.
He's gonna do like a captivity thing, like one of those, those terroristic type of plots again. When they go
Oh,
in
so lock
and
up
they,
on the
and they
board.
front, yeah, they're gonna board him up in the
course,
in the
that's
orange
right, yeah.
drawers.
I know. Sorry, Mars. I thought I
Sorry.
was being logical, but no.
No, well, it is logical.
From that point on, I felt like that looked like probably from court time, to be fair. It looked like more of a game, our game.
Did it,
But we have to
Vossi?
manage minutes and we have to manage moments.
That's our game.
There's the one. The moments we got to manage our moments. You're lucky they didn't manage their moments at quarter time. You would have been 4 goals
They would
down.
have smashed us. They hit the post twice, 10 meters out, or missed from 10 meters out.
and we didn't. So they got ascendancy around the ball. It was good bounce. They got some good drive from and some territory, and that had us pegged back a little bit. So hard one, really hard one to take because 6-7 minutes out from the
6-7. He dropped the 6-7. He dropped the 6-7. He actually dropped the 6-7. Actual mid. Oh, what? He's actually a jester. This bloke. He's a jester.
Obviously, really, really good position in the game.
Oh, you reckon?
I didn't suspect it was that way today. But understand.
God, I'd love to know what the question was there.
In the last few weeks.
He asked, "Is it mental today?" Like the reporter asked, "Is it mental? Is it
No,
mental?"
of course not.
It's mental.
But when you look at
Because they had your thing in today, didn't they? The psychiatrists.
How engaged they are and the detail in their roles. Their intensity around contest, ability to have composure in the game when it was needed. And I thought for large parts of the game, there's a lot of gains to acknowledge in that area. But we also can't, walk past the fact that you're not finishing the game. So our ability to ice that game, was from a really strong position and we weren't able to do it. So we just got to own that and go to work on it.
That's another buzz line for him. He loves that one. We got to own that.
You got to own it.
Who's instilled
They
that
haven't
in
owned it
his
yet
brain?
because they haven't changed anything.
We've got a couple. Well, I've got a couple of super chats here. Do I have a couple? Yes, I do. Sorry, before we go on. Peter V, $10. Thank you very much. Happy Easter for all. This is for the children only, not the 24 court jesters, nor Mikael Voss, Vanessa. Blues 1998. Thank you for the $2. We might not be wooden spooners because Essendon exists, and mate, we can hold
That's
each
true.
other's hands. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we're only a game above them, so that won't last too long.
Here we go.
How much do you think losing Jacob Wiedering played a part in the turnaround?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, he's obviously one of our most important players, isn't he? So, having that stability of a leader like that through those particular times. But
leader.
Yeah, I think we'd be sort of taking it away from, other opportunities that we could have probably got that right. It did stress our system a little bit because we had to shuffle a few magnets.
You shuffle magnets all the time, mate.
Still in the main. You look at
bad.
Still the last 4 or 5 minutes, we still had plenty of opportunities to be able to get that job done. We had the pressure on and, obviously last moment we had to make that play. That's not something to play safe on. And it didn't work, but that wasn't where the game was won and lost. It was.
I hope they ask him about his 2 leaders. I hope they do.
They won't.
Never.
Talked about asking the game. Did you go into your shell too much? Was it too defensive in that last?
No, not there.
Great question.
Oh, you liar. Listen to
And
this
an even
liar.
better answer.
No, we didn't. No, with 10 minutes to go, you weren't kicking it backwards in the back half. Okay, Voss.
Thank
Okay,
you.
mate. Oh, you politician, mate. You're a liar just like them. He's a disgrace.
He's lying through his teeth. Look at
Oh,
him.
my God.
How they stepped it up. Here we go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They sort of around the ball, they stepped up a bit. It wasn't like we didn't have opportunity. So I guess if we were starved of opportunity, I'd be sitting here in some level of agreement with you, but I didn't feel like that's the way that it played out.
No.
If anything, some moments of composure would have helped us.
There's no problem then, basically.
Sitting out of the game or
So it's just a bit of composure and we're
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And we'll win.
We're 4-0. We're 4-0.
Yeah. A bit of composure. That's what it comes
That's all we're saying. It's not like we're just totally inept tactically.
No. Third quarter against Sydney was just a bit of composure. Not
A bit of
they wouldn't
composure.
have kicked 12 goals if we had 12 composure.
and just be able to find when those points and moments are when the crowd,
Moments.
Quantum.
finish the game. So,
Don't worry about the crowd, brother. Worry about what's on the field and worry about your captain pulling him in and going, hey, go win me the game.
lots of games.
Never happened.
The scoreboard says we lost. So, there's clear level of improvement we need to make.
Improvement.
I wanted to say,
Where's
actually,
the improvement?
I want to see him say the new word of qualm. We need to qualm their danger. We need to quantify. We have to quantify how we qualm them. Here we go.
I think in this instance, in this game, I mean, you can't put a sort of, blanket over the whole. Not on this one. There's one out of those. One out of the 4 games we've been able to finish, and we've put ourselves in position.
You didn't finish it, mate.
Mate, the opposition finished it for you.
You kicked 1 goal in the second half, you goose, against
Baby.
Richmond. 1 goal in the second half. How did you finish it?
And also that we didn't put ourselves in any position. North Melbourne put themselves in their own position.
How's
He waited for them.
how's he still there?
How does he have a job, this bloke?
So that's the positive.
Oh, yeah.
There's a positive. There's a positive.
Walk away extremely disappointed.
He's got the Taylor Swift friendship bracelets on. Have a look. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's got the friendship bracelets on. Fuck. This one has
I thought it was a CM Punk bracelet.
Oh my God.
What do you think's on it, Mars? Do you think it's got Cripper and
Nah, it's
and
got Quantify.
Mackay?
It's got Quantify. And it's got Qualm and Magic Moments.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
At least he's not filthy this week.
Good perspective, though.
True.
Perspective.
Gains that were made, but then really go after, where are those parts of the game that sort of we're letting ourselves down in, and like I said, we're coming in 5-6 minutes, little patches, and we're gonna have to be better than that.
How do you feel?
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're alerting because when you put your body on the line and you're invested in something, coming off short break, guys were really quickly switched into this game. We understood the significance of the game from just what the actual game meant to people. And I thought our players really embraced that, mate.
What does this game mean to you? Tell me in the chat what this game meant to you. Tell me. Other than just 4 points. That's it. That's all it means. It's not a grand final or anything.
Exactly.
What are we celebrating?
But they celebrate like they win grand finals. Every time they kick a goal, they celebrate like they've won the premiership. Spare me, Carlton. Seriously.
Ownership completely of the previous week game. No one shirked the conversation. There were some pretty tough ones had. Looked in the eye, went for it. But, it's not enough. So you still got to earn it. And we didn't earn it.
Jad's favourite, the intangibles.
I know they're slightly different ones. Are you concerned you might lose him for a period of time now? Are you concerned this could have an impact on second?
No, completely different instances. Completely different instances.
A lot in the second half over the past couple of years. Why do you feel
I don't think it's hard to put. I think the most important part of this day is to make it a part about this day.
Here we go.
Can we just stay?
All the conversations should be about that and the difference you can make in people's lives. Sure, people have that conversation, they can go for it. But what we'll do is,
Nah, I'm done. I'm fucking done. Nah,
the only happiness we'll get is when this guy gets sacked. That's the happiness you'll put in people's lives,
done.
Michael.
I can't put people through that anymore. That is just full of shit. I'm sorry.
It feels like this with Carlton respects. I'd get it. The first 5 minutes talk about Carlton respects. All of a sudden, it's the day. It's the day. All of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's just deflection. He's trying to deflect, and then may have the media go easy on him. Fuck off, yes.
But I don't understand, right? Michael Voss from preseason, say number 2, let's say second preseason in the club, to preseason number 3, nothing changed. From preseason number 3 to preseason number 4, nothing changed. Why were people thinking that from preseason number 4 to now we're just past preseason number 5 that something was going to change? It's stagnated. It's just stagnant. Enough.
Before I get to Jad and Rocco's thoughts, I just want to read out 3 super chats. Mitch 25, thank you for the $7.99. Going straight to the Royal Children's Hospital or Good Friday appeal. Own it, quantify moments. He puts more effort into these press conferences than he does with a game plan. Get the spray paint ready. #SackBoss. We got Lone Wolf Ant. Listening to this is torture, mate. My ears are bleeding. Being purple and green, $20. Thank you very much. A donation for the Friday appeal from a non-Blues fan. It was great to see young Augie. Is it Augie? Fuck, get that right, Mark. Ring the bell before the game and be announced as cancer-free. Well done.
Yeah, spot
Enjoy
on.
Gerard Reed in Acres, folks. Mate, we're enjoying them live and free. I've got one.
It's time to go!
Thank you very much, Andy from the Ankle Sore. Much love guest every week. We'll get him on the show as well on the Tuesday night. Let's go to Jad.
Firstly, hello.
How you going?
How are y'all feeling?
We are cursed. That's what we are, mate. We're cursed. We are cursed. I'm starting to believe it. We need Dan Housen down there.
We need the human monies in this club.
Human money.
So, I don't talk about the coach because we all know.
I'm all on the players. I'm all in on the players.
Yeah.
Because we know we've seen from Voss.
So I just got off with Terry, and I'm just going to talk about the same shit I said there. Any goodwill Wiedering had of becoming captain, guys, has been completely evaporated over the last 2 years. I don't want to hear it ever again. I don't want to see it. I don't want to smell it. I'm just done with that. The one positive out of today, and it's probably going to sound crazy, I think Walsh is undoubtedly the next captain of this club. Because I'm all about looking to the future now.
I'm gonna rebuttal you on that because I don't think he's right.
Okay.
Because he was absolutely putrid today again. He was woeful.
They all were.
Where was he? I know, but when he's your vice captain, where was he in the clinches when he needed to be counted in the game? And I said, when the game asks of you, the big players step up, and he didn't step up again. And I'm going to go back to the wishing well because it's a wishing well that always has gold, water, whatever the hell you want in your wishing well. Marcus Bontempelli, in that quarter, he would have taken the game by the scruff of the neck, inserted himself in that game and said, not today, brother. You guys are not winning it. We're winning it today. Where was Patrick Cripps? Again, missing. Again. But anyway.
We'll get to Cripps.
Yeah.
Just on Walsh's point. You're good. I'm not judging him on this performance. What I'm looking at with him is the way he fronts up when he speaks. Unlike Wiedering, it seems to really hurt him. Compared to Wiedering, never too high, never too low, it's just another game. He looks pissed off. If you watch that post-game interview, they shoved the mic in his face and he looked like he was about to cry. So the thing with him is I know it fucking gets him. I know it gets him. Is he at his best now? No. Is he fully ready right now? No. But it has to happen because this man, Cripps, I really thought he was going to become selfless. I really thought he was going to actively look for someone to give the captaincy to. I thought he would stop wanting to be on the end of chains, attacking side of 50. I thought he would sacrifice his role for the good of the team. It's so fucking clear the game's gone past him, guys. Like it is unbelievable. I've held back for a few weeks on that, but it's not the game that he excelled in anymore.
Good point.
He's not it. And it's past his performance. It's his. I don't think he's got the aggression or the intent needed to be the captain anymore. And yeah, I'm severely disappointed in all of our senior players, especially Cripps and Wiedering. I'm close to done.
Regarding Wiedering, I agree with you because usually he's the first player you think of where it's like pressure doesn't really get to you. It gets to everyone, but it shouldn't really be getting to your fullback leader. And bro, every time he had the ball, he rush kicked it. He was, he wasn't sure-footed. And this is before he got injured, obviously. Like, I'd be inclined to agree with you. Like, he didn't show anything of a leader in the way he played today. He was frantic, just like everyone else, and that shouldn't be happening.
He hasn't, but he hasn't for 2 years. Like, when Wiedering has a great game, it's an individually, brilliant game. Not downing his talent, but he's not a leader. He's not. He seems more concerned about getting his job done, first and foremost. I need to beat my man before the team. Someone said that a week or so ago, but I tend to agree with it.
I'm going to go and I'm going to shift this over to Rocco because he's just waiting there and I want his opinion. Before I get to you, sorry to cut you off. Frankie 72, 799. The Vossageddon is here, people. Start praying. Bottom 3 for us. Oops, he did it again. 50 Shades of Misery Games is coming. Happy Easter to all. Thank you very much. Go, Cook.
First of all, I'm not going to be like some guys laughing, almost celebrating the loss. This isn't something to celebrate, and this is why we're in this situation now, because we are celebrating these losses now. And I know we want Voss gone, and he should have been gone, and this all now comes down to Graham Wright should have been gone last year. We all knew it except for him. Jad, your thing about Walsh, you're absolutely way off the mark about him being upset. During the week, I saw an interview where he said he laughed and said that we should be running through the banner twice, and laughed in an interview. That just shows me he's not ready to go. He's not ready for a leader. And you want to prove it to me as a leader? Yeah, he had an all right third quarter. Again, didn't stand up. TJP, man, he was in the spotlight and he didn't show up again. He's not ready. The problem is we've only got 2 people there that can possibly be leaders, and that's Wiedering and Walsh. There's no other person. 0. This falls on the fucking match committee. This falls on the fucking coach, right? The coach should have fucking got rid of Cribs as a captain last year and made the call. That's what he should have done. Just like Robert Walsh did when in the fucking 86, when they made Kernahan the captain, he picked it. He picked who wanted to be leader. This bloke stuck with him because him and Cribs are best mates. So to me, Walsh has to prove himself as a leader. The only reason you're saying Walsh, and trust me, I've been in that boat too, was because you got no one else. 0. No one else is ready to come in. This is the problem. We're all laughing about this. This is no laughing matter anymore. This club is on its fucking knees, bro. It's on its knees, and we're laughing about it. We are laughing about it. This club is on its knees, right? What are they doing about it? Voss comes out and just the only thing I took out of that was, first of all, he deflected it, and second of all, he said, "Oh, we come off a short break. Last week we come off 17 days."
Yep.
And it's the same result. Now we come off 5 days, and you're using that as a fucking excuse.
But you know what? Like, it doesn't matter how you prepare.
Bro.
It's going to end up the same way.
It's
Lyndon.
time to make the move. Unless you're ready for 5 years, we make the move straight away. This emergency meeting is brought to you by the one and only Top Dog Liquor.
Dog Liquor
and
himself.
He has graced us with his presence. How are you,
Get him
Lyndon?
in the fucking locker room.
No, well, like you guys have been better. Look at appreciate the invitation today too, Rocco. But look, I didn't see, like, unlike you guys, I didn't sit down and watch the whole game from start to finish. I was working all day, but I saw enough. Look, I know it's easy to just blame Voss, and I think he deserves everything that he's getting at the moment. But the one thing I just really see more than anything out there is just the complete lack of leadership. And I know it was said before about Walsh. I agree with you, Rocco. I don't think Walsh is anywhere near ready to be a captain. But he's Wiedering. He's Cripps has been great as that sort of figurehead of Carlton and everything else. But you see, when the going gets tough, I know the stats suggest that he's not even in the mix. He just goes missing. But not just that, he still has this tendency just to want to take on three people with the ball. He gets caught with the ball repeatedly. I don't know. I mean, I know it comes back to tactics and all that sort of stuff, but I really think at this stage of his career, Cripps is only really good at just put him in the middle and just farm it out to the runners. That's really his only use to the team at this time, I reckon. But the big thing is the leadership. The common denominator with all these losses that we've had in the last couple of years, it's all been about when, as I say, the going gets tough, our guys don't get going. They're all looking at each other, looking for someone else to do it. And unfortunately, the Crippses and the Wiederings and the Walshes, we just don't see them. They just go missing. And you look at the players that we've got. Who can you honestly say that when it's in the trenches, there's someone that goes, you know what, I'm going to grip my teeth and really, really barrel in there? We have nobody. And I think you go right back to 2022, mate. The last game of 2022 against Collingwood, Where were the leaders? And nothing has changed since then. I know we had the golden run in 2023, but nothing has changed. Where's that person that steps up, that lays a hard tackle, that lays a hard bump, that really gets into his plays? When's the last time you really saw Cripps raise the fist to his guys and say, "Come with me, guys, let's go"? And I can't remember who said it before, but Bontempelli in that last quarter, did you really think he's going to get one possession or two possessions and just let a North Melbourne just run over you with no resistance whatsoever? So yes, Boss is to blame tactically, team selection, all that sort of stuff. But I just see more than anything, when the going gets tough, our guys are looking around for someone else to get it done. And what happens? No one gets it done. Our players know it, the opposition know it. And when you've got a team like North Melbourne, who are 4 goals down at 3/4 time, are so up and about that we've got this, we're going to win this. That just says so much about where we are as a club. You know, I won't say we're a laughing stock, but we're not respected anymore. And I don't think we even respect ourselves anymore. I mean, look at us as supporters. Look at us as supporters now. I mean, it's just like, yeah, here we go again. Here we go. This is just. And I'd like to ask how many people out there, when it got to, 8 points, 9 points, whatever it was, how many actually thought we were going to stand up and get it done? I didn't.
No way.
I didn't. And I really liked what Paulo said before too. He always hits it on the head. He just says it perfectly. He just says it probably a little bit more eloquently than what we do. But look, again, I know we've got issues with Voss and the tactics and the team we've got and everything else, but the one thing we just refuse to recruit are leaders to the club and hard guys. Where's our Bontempelli? Where's our Maynard? I'd give anything for a Braden Maynard at this stage.
Because I think we felt that we were too good for that.
Sorry,
Can I
mate.
ask you a question?
You're absolutely spot on, because I think we felt that we were too good for that.
Maybe
we already had enough.
Before you all go, give me 1 second. Rocco, hold that question.
Yep.
Sorry. Horatio Fitzbastard, $5. Thank you very much. I like the name. Guys, my heart goes out to you. That Voss presser made me angry, and I'm not even a Carlton supporter. Yeah, it's after a war type shit. Mate, massive one. What a legend. Rocco Moro. My daughter said she wants to follow Tassie when they come in, and I don't blame her. Fuck you, Carlton. This is for the kids. Thank you very much. Dylan, $7.99. I don't feel anything anymore, and that's a 21-year-old doing that. 20-year-old? 21. Mr. Mojo Ryzen, 6.943. I'm upset it wasn't a 6.7. $7.99. Rocco, spot on. Yes, we all want Voss gone, but I'm sick of the so-called supporters and know-alls having a laugh. This is serious shit. I mean, it is. I mean, I'm laughing today. I'm never laughing, and you know I'm angry when it gets it. But today I was laughing because we're a comedy. We should be at the comedy festival coming up. But Rocco, go ask the question.
No, I was going to ask, and Lyndon or anyone can answer this. You said like when it's time, no one stands up. We've got no leaders in that team that walked out today. We've got no leaders that really stand up when we need it. Someone who's going to be at the front, right, and lead us, you know. And even Cripper can say that, but he wasn't there. How can that be? How can a team of 40 people not have one leader? This can't be just the players not being leaders. There's leaders within them. Why haven't we developed this? Why haven't we developed this attitude? Why haven't we developed the leaders who can stand up, right? This can't be just we are so dumb that we cannot recruit one leader. That's impossible. That is an impossible statement.
Exactly. It is impossible.
In the 44 people, there's not one person that we can turn to. Not one. This has to go deeper. Like, this is a club at its knees, mate. We can't even get one person to stand up. One person, and then they deflect it. It's always deflecting. This is society now. It's always deflecting. It's always someone else's fault. It's about the kids. It's about someone else's fault. As I said, like Walsh, when he laughed during the week, that made me upset. Stop laughing that you need to run through the banner twice. This isn't a joke. This isn't a joke, bro. Right? They're laughing the week before, or when Cripper was laughing about kicking it out on the full and Bucky put out those videos, right? Are you laughing now? Are you laughing now, people? This goes very deep, man, and we just don't get it. This isn't just that we've got decent players. They're decent. They're not this bad that they're just falling apart. Like, this has actually got me upset today. I'm absolutely upset.
The coach can't galvanize this group anymore.
He can't. But not only the coach, Mark.
His message, I'm just saying, his message is now falling on deaf ears. They're just going out there and playing as they would. It's a kick to kick. Out there right now is a kick to kick between all mates, right? And when they turn the ball over, they don't really care. Like, they care, but they don't care enough to go the next extra step. They don't really care enough. That's it. It's 5 years is done. Again, I'm not blaming the coach anymore because it's done. I'm going to go through his BAFTA award press conferences and everything, do my thing, but he's done. He knows he's done. The players now, the onus is on them. The leaders need to step up. Sam Walsh, Patrick Cripps. Again, I'm gonna hammer them all week this week. I don't care. I want to see how they react.
We have to at this point, because after we had our run in 23, whatever, I believe as a club we felt we were too good to bring in external, external leaders, whether on the field or off the field. I feel like we bought into a game plan predicated on mediocrity, predicated on being frantic and contest and toughness and fight. You can't sustain that. And we've seen that over 5 years with Voss. You can't sustain that. They've bought into their own shit, really. And this is where it's led us. Where now no one's going to want to come here. We have to build up again.
All right. Sorry.
It's
time to go!
Thank you very much to Selection Blues' very own Zach. And thank you to Nick as well. I appreciate it. But because I want to get this over and done, not quickly, I want people to have their say as well. But, we're going to get through it tonight because I want you people to all go have enjoy your life and not be stuck behind the screen as well. So, yeah, go, Lyndon.
I was just going to say, the thing is, everyone keeps going on about what a great leader that Michael Voss was as a player and how he leads young men and all that sort of stuff. The thing that really strikes me at the moment, watching him on the sidelines, look at him last week and watch him again today. Where's the leader? If he's sitting on the boundary line, where's the leadership there? He just sits there with a blank look on his face. Where's the leader that as the players are coming off, he's getting around him, he's giving a tap on the backside, he's putting the fist up, he's trying to galvanize his players, encourage his players to get them across the line. I've never seen him do anything that's remotely inspirational to his players that are coming off. And the thing is, because we're so lacking of leadership on the field, they're all looking for somebody. At least he could be that type of leader on the sidelines that is encouraging, getting around them, pushing them along. They're just a rudderless ship when it all goes awry for us. And he does nothing. And that's why, we talk about the leadership at the top. It starts from the top, and Michael Voss has no leadership whatsoever. It's filtering down to the players that are already leaderless as it is. And is there any surprise that when things go pear-shaped that we have no ability to have anyone to step up and stop the right? And again, today, like last week, where was someone to stand up and tell everyone just to calm down in the last 5 minutes? It was just every man for himself. It's exactly what happened in round 23 of 2022. Nothing has changed. And when the shit goes down, we're a rudderless ship, and it's not going to change while we have the leadership both on the field and off the field.
No, it's a fair point you make as well. There's 305 watching, only 93 likes. Come on, TJ Peeps, do better than Carlton. Give it a like, 100%. All proceeds as well, if you make a donation or ad revenue, will be going towards a Good Friday appeal. Icebreaker, 33, Liam, for Arrival's very own, 799. Thank you very much. Rocco is spot on. As normal, your whole club needs to have a serious look at all departments. Anyways, happy Easter, guys. Happy Easter to yourself. Spaduchis, 299. Thank you. Myself and Horatio are cats. We're with you, boys. They go for Geelong. Oh, God. That's even more spit in the face to us. But, yeah, I don't know. Brought in Aiden here to take us for the run home.
There's nothing much to say, really.
Sorry. And I got Big Vincenzo. Sorry. I don't know. What was that?
I think that was Rocco. I think he's talking to someone.
No, it was my computer. It was my computer. Sorry, I just brought up a thing. I'm on an absolute looper here. I brought in Big Vincenzo. I brought in Aiden. We've got Jad, Lyndon, and Rocco's gone missing, just like Patrick Cripps and Sam Walsh. But yeah, run home. I'll let Aiden speak first, and I'll let Big Vincenzo speak last.
I actually have nothing to say.
No C words. No C words, because all proceeds are going towards the kids today. So yeah.
You know, I actually have nothing to say other than the way we are coached is terrible. Who is our midfield coach? Because we got torched in the midfield for about what, 2 quarters, the third and fourth quarter. We couldn't get our hands on the ball in the midfield.
And former North Melbourne midfield coach Lee Adams.
Yeah, well, everyone started complaining about how why we're getting a North Melbourne former assistant coaching. Well, now you know why. Like, how does a former North Melbourne coach not know how to tactically, what's the word? How to tactically, yeah.
We don't have the players. We don't have the players in there. I'm sorry, you can give him anyone, man, but there's no agility in there. There's no low center of gravity. Like, as soon as a tap out happens, North have got probably 1.5 meters on every single one of our mids. It's just a lack of traits. And like, as soon as Chera comes back, Jagger go right in the half forward line. Like, shit, dude. Like, it's got to be relieved.
I had a picture. I've got a picture from level 3 where I've got Jagger Smith and Sam Walsh starting on the half forward line, not in the middle. When you need to start Sam Walsh in there or both of them in there, you look at the midfield and you just go, why aren't they starting in the middle?
And here's the thing as well. I don't know if I said it last week, but I don't think we can persist with Cripps and Who in the same midfield anymore because it's just too slow. Like, that's why I said you need to play a couple fast players next to Cripps because the game has clearly gone past him to an extent. You saw today, like, he was completely out of it. He was just completely out of it. So if you're going to
Aiden, next week, your selector. Who are we going to put there? Who?
In the midfield?
Yeah. So we take out Hewitt. Who are we going to put in?
Elijah Hollands.
I put Jagger and Walsh next to Cripps.
They're already there half the time. Who else are we going to put? That's not enough. 3 midfielders isn't enough.
Elijah Holland didn't have another centre bounce attendance today.
Yeah, Elijah Holland's good. He runs through the centre, and he actually was pretty good. He was not bad today. You know.
What about Ollie Holland?
Outside of that, who else? Who's this?
What about Ollie, Rocco?
Hey.
What about Ollie Hollands? Would he a bit of speed in the midfield, or is he a bit soft?
I think Ollie can run through the midfield sometimes, but has he got the tank? Can he do it? Is he a midfield player? I don't know. Can we get him up to that? Maybe. But I'm saying for next week and that, like, we've got nobody. I actually, the dumbass me, watched the reserves today.
I was there.
So did I.
I was there.
I know
so
you
what
were
did
there.
that make me?
And I'm thinking to myself, we have got nobody. We have got nobody. You know, we've got nobody.
You know what, Rocco? You won't know unless you try. Okay. And this was always the fear with keeping Voss, is that self-preservation mode. He's going to go with what he knows. And just before we move on, I just want to touch on the Walsh thing, about the captaincy. That's how I'm looking at it. You won't know until you try. Okay. We're all in a perfect, hang on. In a perfect world, we're all hoping someone rips it off Cripps, gives him no choice. But our reality is we don't have that. So sometimes, I reckon there's sometimes in life you've got to thrust the responsibility onto someone to see how they thrive. If we put it on Walsh, I'm not saying it's going to work perfectly, but sink or swim. Show me what you're made of. Pressure creates diamonds, because it's very hard for him. But it's very hard. Look, it's very hard for him right now to captain when you've already got a captain. If you give him the responsibility, you give him the role, he will start doing it how he wants to do it. It'll be different to how Cripps does it. Everyone's got their own method. I want to see. That's what I'm saying. I want to see what he's got, because it's very hard. Like at work, you can't go above your boss and start giving out orders and tell people what to do when you've got someone above you. And just unfortunately now, the club is in a spot where we don't have anyone knocking the door down. All I know is it can't be Wiedering. It can't be. And Walsh is the option. And I can definitely see a world where he excels when he is allowed to, when he's given the freedom and the responsibility. You'll see him do it his way. About like the comment before that he laughed. Okay, but did you see after the game?
Yeah.
He was furious. He honestly looks on the verge of tears. I know it gets to him. I get it. You don't want him to make a joke during the week, but that's not all he said.
It's not that. Why is he furious after the game when he could have made an imprint on the game, in the game?
But that's one player, Mars. What's he going to do?
How many times do you see one player for an opposition and go, far it, man? He was unbelievable in that last quarter and won his team the game. I've seen it done by Zach Butters. I've seen it done by Dangerfield. I've seen it done by Max Holmes. I've seen it done by Bontempelli, Nick Dacos. Well, I can reel off the names all day. Sam Walsh.
What's the difference between those players and the team that they play in and the system they play in and the coach they play under versus what Walsh does?
I understand the system. Let's just take the system out of that, because Sam Walsh isn't a system-based player. He doesn't need a system to be good as a footballer. I don't think he needs a system to be good as a footballer. I think a system has to complement Sam Walsh.
But no, I don't think he's at that level. Those names you reeled off, he's not anywhere near them.
But he wasn't he? 23, was he not?
But over the term of over the time, he hasn't proven he is. It was 1 year. It wasn't even a whole year. It was probably 8 weeks.
22 he was good. I thought 22 he was good as well. 23 really hit his ceiling, hit his straps. Probably the best we're ever going to see Sam Walsh. I agree with strap the rocker to him and let him see how he goes by himself. I agree. But you know that's not going to happen, because as long as Michael Voss is there, the right-hand man is Patrick Cripps. And I'm sorry, but they're the two cancers in the club.
And the issue is, I agree with you there, because the issue is, I reckon probably 70% of our issue is that Cripps does not want to play second fiddle. He does not want to give the captaincy up. He does not want to sacrifice his role. So, unfortunately, again, instead of waiting for him to do it, you rip it off him. Graham Wright, step up, mate. You're about to be tested like you never have before. You've sacked your whole reputation, and it's a big fucking fail up until this point. Show me what you've got. Don't fucking tell us to sit here for 16 weeks and wait.
It's a fair point. Before we get to Vincenz, because then I'll let you rip. Petra Khan, thank you for the 1979. Has that got to do with something? Is that when we win a grand final in 79?
Premiership,
no.
Yeah,
it would be. That's probably his favourite win. Nathan Nader, 799. Mentally weak 2 weeks in a row. What did the two duds we got from Sydney do today? We gave up two Coleman medalists, a two-time Coleman medalist for him. I'll join the meeting next week. Yeah, we're going to keep it not nice and short, but unless Rocco wants to host it, but I'm going to go and see my nonna tonight. Chetch cooked, $50 donation. Thank you very much. Carl will never win with these slow spuds in the team. Thank you again. And all donations, super chats, and all ad revenue. I don't know if we'll get any ad revenue tonight, but we'll go to the Good Friday appeal. Thank you to everybody that's in here right now. Make sure you're liking up, hitting the hype after it. And yeah, Vince.
I got to go. Sorry, I got to go. Thanks, boys. Enjoy.
We'll see you. We'll be doing a level up.
It's time to go!
Level up will be sometime this week. We didn't do one this week because all times didn't work out. So Jad and I will be down to break. Maybe we'll break down all the final quarter. So yeah, let's go through it. Vince, Blue Sunday's very own. What Vince are we going to get tonight?
My internet's a bit dodgy tonight again.
All right.
But hopefully you can hear me.
You're good. Go.
Look, I think Jad had some reasonable points. Circumstances are a little bit different, but the last time I saw the sort of thing he's talking about in terms of trusting the captaincy onto someone and seeing how they go was when Robert Walls decided to take it off Mark McClure after only 1 year as captain, basically retired McClure and then thrust it upon Stephen Kernahan as a 23-year-old. and then he was our longest serving captain thereafter for another 12 seasons, I think it was, or maybe another 11 seasons. So, until you actually give someone that responsibility, you're never really going to know. So maybe it is time to have that discussion. I wouldn't even be surprised if they go as far as to say to Patrick Cripps at the end of this year, look, mate, you want to go back to WA, we'll do some sort of trade. And I don't know what you'll get for him anymore, but
what are you going to get?
I don't know. It depends on what a West Coast or a Fremantle might want.
You're going to get nothing for him.
Well, West Coast might appreciate having someone with that experience in their midfield.
They'll appreciate it, but they're going to give you bananas. That's what they're going to give you. What are they going to give you for a 32-year-old who can't keep up anymore? Like, seriously.
Rocco, it is what it is. All I'm saying is, if he's...
And not only that, wait a second, not only are you going to get nothing for him, you'll be lucky to get a 4th rounder now for him. You're going to have to pay some of his contract. He's not a fucking $1 million, bro. Like, it's that is gone. That guy will give him up now we'll give up. No one wants Patrick Cripps. You know what I mean? And as far as Walsh, I'm done with Walsh. Everyone keeps saying to me, give him the leadership. What has he done to prove that he's a leader? Like, he's vice captain. How much more leadership do you need? If you can't have your right man stand up with you, why are we going to make him the leader? Like, we're just handing it over.
So do you think it should be left with Cripps next year?
No, we shouldn't be left with Cripps. But what I'm saying, we've got nobody, but everyone's saying Walsh because we've got nobody else. Maybe Wiedering. That's it. That's all we've got. That's all we got. We haven't got not one more leader in that club. Zero. Nothing. Mackay. All the old people, none of them are any good.
Give it to Harry Dean.
Listen,
give it to Harry Dean.
Kill himself for the cause,
mate. He's probably shown more guts than any of our players already in the first 3 games.
Mick Markucci, 7-9. Tier 9. Yeah, I agree with Jad. No more waiting. It's fucking now. We have 0 left to lose, even if our pride is dead. Nothing left. We've also got another one. Grimsby, Jesse, thank you for the $5. Jesse Motlop, captain coach. I think somebody's on one of those pages. I don't know. I got sent it to me in the week. They said we should put Cripps as captain and coach. All right, Alex Jezelenko. No worries, bro. No worries.
I think April Fool's Day was 2 days ago.
It must have been, yeah.
I want to give the great Lyndon Hosking a go in a second, but just a quick question. Halfway through that last quarter, how many of us were thinking, you know what, I think we've got this?
Nah.
Not me.
No. when who was the guy that kicked our last goal? Was it Elijah Hollins or?
I think it was Kemp.
I thought it was Kemp.
So when Kemp kicked his third, and we got to 21 points in front, did anyone think, I reckon we got this?
No.
You didn't?
No. Not with the way our midfield was performing.
The North Melbourne players didn't think we had it yet because they kept coming and they kicked the last 5 goals of the game. I'm just totally baffled how that happens. The last 5 goals, they went from I think it was 9 goals at the time to 14 goals in I think it was less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's just.
Like, do you ever see that with any top team?
No.
Can see
5
goals in 15 minutes.
So we're not a top team.
2 weeks in a row.
It's just to me, it's just bewildering, baffling, and I don't know what the answers are there. I mean, the coaching staff clearly don't have a plan. They obviously don't do enough. What do they call that? When they practice doing these.
Simulation?
Last 2 minutes of the game type. Match simulation. That's the one I was thinking of. I mean, surely they've got to be prepared for this sort of thing, but it doesn't look like it to me. I don't think they do any simulation in that respect.
Probably shouldn't have even been there. I mean, we're what are we practicing the last 2 minutes when we're 5 points in front?
Well, did you feel like the tempo? Do you feel like the tempo had been reduced or the game slowed down in any way in that last 15 minutes? It didn't look like we were trying anything to just take the tempo out of the game.
it just looks like, and I watched it from TV, and this is the first time in 3 years I've missed the game, right? I watched it from TV, so I kind of got a different view of what I was seeing and listening to the commentators and that. So it was a bit different for me today. But what I saw was it didn't change, but mentally you could see them just drop their heads. Soon as that, I think it was that Sheasel goal. I can't even remember anymore because it was just a blur. The last,
Yeah, Sheasel.
Yeah, right. So he kicks that goal. You could just see the drop. So the intensity's there from Carlton. They keep trying. They're running, right? But then the disposal goes off. You could see them just trying to rush it a little bit more. They're defending a lot more. So they just got they've got no patience. Well, not patience. They've got no, control in the game. They have no idea how to control the game. Soon as that happened, you could see their heads just drop. And they, just like what we knew, they knew too that they're coming. And then they started to panic. All those kicks, even like someone like Haywood, he's on the back. He's got time to find someone, his ball gets smothered. Just those little things, you know what I mean? They're missing targets. There was a couple of handballs they were tight. They're giving it to, they're handballing it to players that are just flat-footed. They're not moving. They're not going forward, it's just a panic for them. And they just haven't got, I don't think they've got the skills, first of all, because their skills are atrocious. Their skills are atrocious. And they just haven't got the brain or maybe the sense of how, how the game should go, what they should do, when they should slow it down, when they should go fast, They haven't got that. They understand. This is what I was saying last week, Mars, about like McGovern and all that. Yeah, all right, they do good. What can you do? But when the time comes, they're not there. They fail. Even Frankie Evans at that end, man, he should have kicked that goal. What are we doing? And then
I reckon if he kicked that goal, we might have just held on,
He was rubbish
today. If we held on, there would have been a Band-Aid over the wound. That's all that would have been.
I understand that, but if you kicked that goal, I reckon that would have taken the wind out of North sails a bit.
Maybe.
I thought, some of their young players, not ours, some of their young players are that Dersma. Geez, he's a smart footballer. Some of the things he did today, I think there was one for the Jack Darling mark in the first quarter where he just, he brought his opponent, so he brought his man to the contest, but kind of he stopped seeing that Darling was going to come across and go, oh, well, fuck, the big man's here. Let me kind of pull out and not bring my man fully into the contest. Jack Darling marks and kicks a goal. And then there was this one where they were hemmed in on the center wing. I think it was AFL side, or it could have been member side. I think it was AFL. It was on the interchange side. Anyway, player comes, and it's just knowing that the player's going to run past you and kind of feign and then give the handball and just sold everyone on the wing, and then they opened it up and they kicked the goal. Just footy IQ. It wasn't the greatest game to watch today from both teams. I thought it was quite a try. For an elite level sports, it was horrendous to watch, to be honest. Moondog. Moondog 978, 299. I said 5 days ago, program to lose 100%. Good old Desi. Good to see him alive. $2. Watch the game in Mick-and-Tane. That's just great, mate. Oh my God. I got to read them out, man. It's a super chat. It's for the kids, so I got to read them out.
So after we've had second half fade out, so immediately in that third quarter, they were a lot better. And when I say a lot better, I mean for their standard, they were a lot better. They come out, they got 16 tackles, they only had 11 in the first half. They kicked some goals. I think Harry stood up and kicks a goal after siren, whatever. They all did that, and it was great. But then it's that's enough. That's enough for them. They've done their quarter. That's enough. That's the problem. It's not about keeping it there for 120 minutes. It's just enough. They were probably concentrating so much on having a better second half that when they had that third quarter, they were satisfied. It felt like, because when they come in that fourth quarter, man, that was again the same rubbish in the first half was in the last quarter again. And they got to that 21 and that was it, you know, and we all knew it. We all knew it. I felt it. I felt that it was only a goal or two away from us losing this game. And they kicked like 7 goals to 2 in that last quarter, 8 goals to 2 or something.
Yep, the last 5 as
7.
well.
The last 5. How can you not stop that?
Seven goals to 2,
Seven,
including
three.
the last 5.
7 goals,
How can you
3
not
to
stop
2
that?
goals, 1. Embarrassing.
Yeah, it's definitely a.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Go, Lyndon.
I was just going to quickly say it's definitely a mindset thing, and unfortunately, you can't break the mindset thing until you break the mindset thing. And the Frankie Evans goal is a classic example. Now, if he had to kick that, all of a sudden everyone's like, okay, we can win this game, let's go on. And everyone sort of gets momentum. When he loses it, you can just feel the whole life of the whole team, along with supporters, just get sucked out of it. So for me, that was the moment I thought, this is going to happen again. This is going to happen again. It's just, here it comes. If you had to kick that, I think the mindset of supporters and players and coaches, everyone changes. So
Yeah, I agree with you.
it's not going to be, or it's not going to change until they get over the hump. The hump's there. And until they get over that and get through a situation like this, it's just simply not going to change, because when it gets to this situation again, and it will, not so much, I don't think it's going to happen next week. I think that result's going to be way out of reach before we get to that. But until they get to that point and they dig deep and they get over the line, this is still going to change. The doubt's going to creep in. And I think it's almost the support, as the players can almost feel it from the supporters. I got no doubt. And that's why Frankie Evans had to kick that goal today. The crowd would have went nuts. I got no doubt the players would have went along with it. But what happens when he misses it, the whole crowd groans. The players can feel it. They can hear it. And as I said, until they actually get over the hump, nothing will change. And we've got to be put in that position again, get over the line, and then hopefully we can go on with it from there. But
they've ingrained it in themselves.
Yeah.
That is the DNA of this football team, of this.
It can work
group.
the other way too, though, Mars. I mean, remember
can.
Collingwood back in 2022, 23. I mean, 3/4 time, if they were 3 or 4 goals down, right, let's go. We're the opposite. And until
we just capitulate. Josh, how are you, brother?
Oh, mate, fucking hell.
Bad one.
We're in for a long season. We're in for a very long season, boys.
Oh, yeah, I know.
What, the season's not already over? It's not 20 weeks already? You're joking.
Yeah. The whole thing's fucked. I elected not to go to the game today. I just didn't want to be there, to be honest with you. I love this football club so much. I love the team. I don't love the team. I love the club. That's what I love. I don't love the people running it, and I don't love the players. What I find so frustrating is our senior players. Mackay, what does he do? Like, what has he been doing aside from he takes a good mark up on the side of the ground? Bro, his best footy was 5 years ago. It was a Coleman medal. Everyone talks like it was like 2 years ago. It was 5 years ago. He hasn't done anything since.
Yeah.
And
that's why you
the
have
forward
people
line's just
saying,
fucked.
and that's why you had people saying, "Oh,
Yeah,
it's
sorry,
Harry's
go on.
forward line." That's why you had people saying, "Oh, it's Harry's forward line. We perform better without Charlie compared to when
Yeah.
Harry's playing." Where are the people?
And that's just
those
cope.
people now? Where are they?
Yeah, that's just cope. People were coping that Charlie was leaving, and like I've never seen Harry own that forward line. The only year he did was a COVID year, and
2021.
fuck, we didn't even
5
make
years
finals
ago.
that year. 2021. Yeah, exactly. And look, Harry's a part of the problem. There's a lot more problems than just Harry. Obviously, the coaching. I mean, I reckon everyone said it. I reckon we should have got rid of Voss last year after round 1 against Richmond. But what
should have got rid of him in 2024.
Yeah, 2024. But you can change the assistants all you want and all that. At the end of the day, he is the general. He's the head coach, and our game plan from year 1 to year 5 of him being the head coach, it hasn't changed at all. So, like, we've sort of this is what you get.
I just can't believe how you make this many changes in an off season. You say that, oh, we're going to do this for Voss. We're going to put these certain people around him. And it's still the same thing. Like the game plan and everything that we do, it stems from him. We got in Travis BOAK. What's he done? Isn't he here for leadership? our leadership has gone worse since he's come.
Well, what club has ever had to hire someone for the role of Travis BOAK except us?
That's bad. Bad.
That's how you know it's shit. Like
It's
if
weak.
you're getting someone
That
in
means
for
the leaders
leadership-
aren't good enough.
Exactly right.
They're not
And
leaders.
also-
They're not.
Exactly right.
And also, we just we just brush over the Simpson appointment. I mean, seriously, that's alarm bells right there. If we're hiring a senior coach there after our coach is made the preliminary and then finals, and then we need to get a coach to assist him, I mean, that's alarm bells. That's after they had a I still can't get over they had a 5-hour meeting, right? And they went and approached one or two other coaches. I can't get, that's incompetent. Like, what is that? What is that? How do you do that? How do you go approach other coaches and then stick with the man you got because you got no one else? They should have just got rid of him. If we're approaching other coaches, we don't believe he's the person. Now, again, it's not all, and people might say, but it's always the coach. Yes, of course it is. What are we going to do? Like, he's the one building the team, isn't he? He's the one building the team. You know what I mean? It has to be. It has to start with him. It actually has to start even higher. I don't think the board, everyone that was involved in hiring Voss, I think they've all got to go. All of them have got to go. They all have to take responsibility. None of them do. None of them will take any responsibility. I guarantee there'll be another feel-good story this week. What is it? This week was the Children's Hospital. The week before was Jagger Smith signing on. The week before was Walsh signing on.
Lifetime members.
The week before it was
members.
Harry and Thing 150th game. What's the feel-good story this week? To just like, hey, the illusion. Let's forget about it, guys. Forget about it. Gather rounds coming.
Rocco, what about the over-the-top celebrations when someone gets announced to play their first game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so embarrassing.
It's
I
embarrassing.
didn't even watch that video.
Some of it's just cringe.
It's embarrassing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We're all happy for someone who gets their first game, but some of it's just so way over the top.
No, it was good he got it. Hey, listen, can I say, I said this in the chat, right? If they put that much fucking effort, right, into their game, as much as they do that production, right, so they can put it out, we would win games. You know the amount of effort you got to do that? You got to keep it from everyone. You've got to get his brother to come.
Yep.
You've got to give him the jumper. You've got to then do that. You know what they've got to do to get that going? Put that fucking effort into the game, you bloody wanks. I don't care about Gherkin getting his first game.
Gherkin.
Give him a clap and fucking go and play a game, mate. Like, seriously, this is what we're doing. But they know that they will get enough fans excited when they do that. They know that. They know.
Yeah, they get 4,000 likes on Instagram and they think it's all good.
That's right. It's all good.
As long as they nearly hit 10,000 likes or 5,000 on their 5,000 likes on a post on Instagram, it's all good. It doesn't matter. Don't worry, those likes will start turning into comments, and then they won't like it when they're bad comments, and they'll start banning people in the comments.
You know, they deleted my comment after the Sydney game. They deleted my comment.
What they do? They want they can't take any adversity. They want it all positive. Rocco Moro. This is the last 5 minutes, and then I'm going to wrap it up too. Unless Rocco wants to take over, but Rocco Moro. When BOAK was appointed, everyone blew their loads.
Can I just say one thing? Our next, I think, 6 to 8 games. We've got Adelaide, Collingwood, Fremantle, Brisbane, Bulldogs, and St Kilda. How many wins do you honestly think we can get from that? I can't see us even getting none.
Be lucky if you beat St Kilda.
And another
lucky if you beat St Kilda.
And another question: Do you think he will get sacked after today, or do you think they'll wait?
Collingwood.
Oh, why does it have to be against them, bro? If it is,
Nikolaki will send him to the grave. Nikolaki, Dacos will send him to the grave.
It's just
he probably won't even play. It will be Ed Allen that will do it.
Just embarrassing.
Look,
I would
love if anyone's listening, because I know they kind of keep an eye on this. If anyone's listening,
Sorry, this isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. You're putting this chat to wind me up.
No, it was on Mars. I was watching it.
Oh,
so at halftime and three-quarter time, they were doing
this
the whole
guy's got facial cream. He's got cream for his mouth. He's got fucking cream for his water. Ah, come on, man.
Yeah, they were doing
No
the Colgate,
way.
how when he grew up, his mum used to make him use Colgate, and now he wants to do the same with his
Right up,
family.
I got Colgate. I got fucking
It's real, all right.
Colgate
If
FC
they-
this thing.
If anyone's watching from the club, right, and I know they keep an eye on these sort of shows because the media people want to see what's going on, right? I just want to ask them one question. If they've got the balls to fucking answer me, mate, I'm just a dumb wog from Reservoir. Just answer this question, right? This is the simplest fucking question. Is Michael Voss the future of the club? Right? There's only two answers. There can only be possible two answers in this. There's a yes and there's a no. Right? There's only two answers. There's no other answer, yes or no. If it's yes, you re-sign him straight away. Right? You re-sign the bloke for another 3 years. If it's no, you sack him tonight. That's it. That's the only two.
Yeah, but if they thought that he was the guy, then they would have re-signed him last year.
But this
Which Colgate do you want me to have? Which one?
Oh, the Harry
Well,
Potter
you're
one
a
looks
sucker.
nice.
You buy. I threw out all my Colgate. I will not use anything.
No, my mother-in-law got me this. This one's a good one. It's a bubbling cauldron. It's a bubbling cauldron. This is for the stain fighter, and this one is purple. Purple removes surface stains, neutralizes yellow tones. Well, that's fucking Carlton in a nutshell. But I'm gonna clean my teeth.
Whatever one Crips recommends.
Oh, and I got my Bulbasaur. I got my Bulbasaur toothbrush as well. Look at him.
This is what we're resorted to do now skits on the show. That's what we've resorted to.
Okay, wait up. I'm gonna mix them all. This is purple. Fuck, this is like fucking paint.
Colgate FC.
What is the club selling point to for people who still haven't signed on for membership this year? What the fuck do you even sell?
Hey Josh, I've said this before, right? This club or most club, but especially this club is like a religion, bro, right? Just remember that. They don't have to show you heaven. They only have to tell it to you, right? They have to promise you. They don't have to give us a cup. They just have to promise you.
Yeah, true.
Look at Mars.
They just have to sell you the dream, man. And every year they sell you the dream. You know what next year's dream is? Next year's dream is going to be, first of all, a new coach.
Cody Walker.
Cody Walker.
Exactly. Next year is Cody Walker. They're already selling it to you from now. Let alone next year. So it's always the dream. And unfortunately, we all fall for it.
I'll make a prediction for next week's game against Adelaide. After seeing a bit of the VFL report, the Camporeale brothers will both be brought in for that game. You watch.
Oh, that's a feel-good story.
Because it's Adelaide, and Ben will get his debut, and Lucas will probably come in with him. They were two of the better players in the VFL today. A VFL team that lost again to North Melbourne, by the way.
I don't think that was a better play. I think
Rocco, I think you and I have spoken about this. The board, I personally believe the main reason why they also left Voss in there rather than sack him and see who else wanted the job was because they didn't want to be seen. They're in the forefront of their mind is how they are perceived, and they didn't want to be yet another board that sacks yet another coach with a year to run on his contract.
Well, they're going to sack him with half a year to be on his contract.
What they've done is that they've changed everything else around him so that when they do eventually say, okay, you've run your contract out, we're just not going to re-sign you for another one, they'll say, well, we gave him all the support that we could possibly give. We changed this, we changed that. We gave him every opportunity to succeed, and he didn't. And that's what they're going to say.
Excuse, Vince. That's
I
no
know it's
reason.
not. I'm not saying
You
it
gotta-
is an excuse, but I'm saying that that's how they protect their own reputation
How can
as
that
not
be
being a
protecting
board
your-
that sacks a coach with a year to go on his contract.
But how can that be protecting your reputation? How can that be protecting
Because
your
all the other
reputation when you get
boards,
to the end of it and
well,
you move on?
David Teague was sacked with another year to go on his contract. Brendan Bolton was sacked with another year to go.
So what?
Mick Malthouse, Brett Ratton, the whole lot of them, every one of them.
But
Dennis Pagan.
you're not keeping Voss till the end of the year.
No, but what I'm saying is that they decided last year, once they put the job out there and couldn't get the people that they wanted to respond favourably, they said, rather than sack him and see who else wants the job, because you'll never know until you actually make the position vacant, okay?
Exactly.
So they thought, no, we won't make the position vacant. We'll let him coach on for the final year of his contract, and then we'll put all of this other support around him. We'll make all these other changes, and then that way no one can point the finger at us and say you didn't support him. That's all that they were worried about. And it's going to cost us another year, which will probably set the club back another 5 years.
We've got a good one. Oi, Rocco, this is what a good one's meant to look like.
Clip that.
See? And that's how the shit ones look like this. Good ones look like that. Look at that. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Look at that.
You got to clip that.
Mega Charizard. Look at that. Look at that. It's got to be worth at least $100.
Nice.
Come on.
Wow. We've resorted to opening Pokemon cards on stream to fucking get away from Carlton.
I'm interested to know from Lyndon, who's a champion boxer and Commonwealth Games gold medalist, weren't you?
Nah, mate, bronze medalist. Don't get too excited.
Bronze. Oh well.
Oi, bronze is better than nothing.
Lyndon, from a I guess from a strength point of view and a mental strength as well as physical strength, what do you see you would do if you were in charge of, in some capacity coaching these guys? What would you be saying they need to work on the most?
I don't think it's really physical. I think in this day and age, I mean, all the clubs have very, very similar strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists, and all that sort of stuff. They almost follow like a template. So I really don't think it's conditioning. I just think it purely just comes down to mindset, maybe obviously the coaching and everything else. As I said before, it's just going to come down to them getting through the barrier, breaking through the brick wall to get over this. It's just that's what it comes down to. I don't think they can be any fitter. I don't think what happened today. Well, actually, I was going to say I don't think what happened today and last week had that much to do with fitness and everything. But I think we all agree that it's the game style they play. Every play is just maximum intensity, and they have to work so hard.
It's very laborious, isn't it? Isn't it very laborious?
I think it takes its toll as the game goes on. Because I mean, you look at Cripps by the end, he's got nothing left to give, and maybe it's the same as Walsh and all those type of guys. I mean, there's so many variables in there, and I've said leadership and all that stuff as well. But I really don't think it's physical. I just think it comes down to the game style and a couple other things. I don't think it's not being fit enough. I mean, I worked at Carlton in 2008 when they used to be able to box back then. I was the boxing coach down there, and I remember these guys from early in the morning to late in the afternoon, literally all they do is train and prepare. It's just an 8-hour job of just making the body right. I mean, that's what 18 years ago. So I think these days it would be even obviously more off the charts than that. So I really don't think it's physical. I think it's the game style.
What about pace? What about pace? A lot of people think that we lack in that area there. That other teams have got players that just run us off our feet. Is that because we don't have any real pacey players, or is it because they're that exhausted from such a laborious style of game plan that they just haven't got anything left in the tank?
Yeah, it's that. I think it's just so many different things, Vince. I just think, I don't think it's one particular thing. I think all of them sort of make the perfect storm into what's going on. But I think it's that crescendo of emotions and whatever it might be when the going gets tough, they just can't deliver. And I just think, as I've said, the leadership, I've said the game style, just their overall outlook. I think a lot of them don't. They have it's hard to explain, but all the best athletes, individual athletes, and then also the best teams, they have a certain mindset, and we just don't have that. There's a reason why the most successful players and individual athletes and teams and everything are successful, because yes, they're super talented, but they have something a little bit different inside, and we just don't have those type of players. You know, you can say, I won't say the word, Mars, I want to be demonetized more, but the see you next Tuesday, we just don't have that. And that's something you really can't teach or coach or whatever. You've just got to have it. I just don't think our players, any player in that team has that. And I think that's what happens when this snowball starts. We just have no one that says, no, not on my watch. I'm going to put the hand up and I'm going to be the one to dig in. And not just one, I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 players. I mean, you look at Brisbane the last couple of years, in the premiership years, I mean, they're just made of different stuff than our players, and all those great teams. There's a reason why Hawthorn and Collingwood and Geelong and Sydney, those teams are consistently up every year, because it's culture, but they recruit the right type of players that have a certain mettle about them. We're all after the pretty players and all the rest. We don't recruit the right players. And look, I'll say it again. There's so many different variables in there, but I mean, you could pick one of about 6 if you ask me. But take a guess.
On Blue Sunday, David Rees-Jones often echoes exactly what you've just said there about there's no players with any real shit in them. You know, like there's no one out there that'll really take it up to the opposition physically or in any really aggressive way. And I just wonder whether the fact that, and I say the fact because in my opinion it's a fact, that the club has gone woke with all of its bullshit social justice programs and all that business, that they have actually softened the players up as well with all of that culture basically permeating all the way through the club. And I think our players have become really soft in that space.
I think it stems through their development ever since they walked into the club. I think like Cripps, Wiedering, Walsh and all that, I think they got brought up into such a really terrible culture that you see the effects of it now. Like, we don't have any CU next Tuesdays at all in this team. They're all soft. They're all too nice.
Yeah.
So, again, I think when it comes to the mental toughness side of things, I think that will end once, you know, the captain retires, Wiedering retires and all that, because it all stems from them at the top, because they are the so-called leaders that Jagger, Cooper, Lord, Matt Carroll are looking up to. And we're going to repeat that cycle again. They're going to be mentally...
But the problem is, Aidan, that the ones coming up underneath them, whoever they are, and no one's really been able to identify anyone at the moment, they're all learning off the Crippses and the Walshes, etc. So, you know, Cripps only started when Chris Judd basically retired, and then you had Mark Murphy for a number of years. So, you know, who are they learning off from a leadership point of view? That's why I think it's going to take one heck of a change of not only coach, but just the total environment needs to change. And I mean, you can change your CEO and all that, but I mean, they're not out there in the football department every day cultivating the culture that we want to see.
Yeah, but
just before you go, give me one sec. Just before I cut off another person and make Ron Nilsson a bit salty. Sorry, mate. Sorry. Because, you know, sorry, because I packed the Zard, bro. Anyway, I don't care. Just to love you and leave you, Rocco's going to take over this show. I'm going to go make another Colgate ad with Paddy Cripps and what's his name, Mahaney and Harry Mackay. Ron Nilsson, hats off to you. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully I didn't sour your mood because I cut off Vince. Sorry, Vincent, I cut you off. I'm disrespectful.
That's all right. That's
sorry. But anyway, love you and leave you. Make sure if you are going to donate again, this all goes to the Good Friday appeal for the kids. I'm guessing it's all for the kids, as Michael Voss said it. He fronted up with that crap again. Well done to him. But again, everyone that's in the chat, 295 of you right now, make sure you hit the like button. Rocco's going to take over the emergency stream. And hey, love you and leave you. And you know what it is?
It's time to go!
He did the time to go on himself. There you go.
I thought you might have done it, Rocco.
He's done it, but I've got control of it now, so don't get started. It's time to go for everyone. So
Didn't their culture like apparently improve over the off season when they went to Lorne and all that? Because they built it up so big and they made it as if everything's fine. Like
Aiden, as you get older, mate, you'll start realising what I've known for a fair while now, and that is it's all smoke and mirrors at Carlton. That PR department and media department is all there. They're very, very good at it. It's just to create perceptions. All they ever do is put out stories, put out news, put out whatever, just to create this illusion. It's nothing to do with reality. Okay?
Money.
And unfortunately, as I said in my Vin Cano segment last week, it's all smoke and mirrors. And
it's all words, Vince. It's all words. I mean, they put them out there in the league. I mean,
and the club is, in my opinion, deceptive. It's actually deceitful. It does not tell us the truth as members and supporters. And unfortunately, they're just not prepared to come clean with us about the way things really are down there.
Can I ask you a question?
Even Walsh, Walsh come out and said, "Oh, it's on us. We're going to have to take over. We're going to have to make sure." And it's just words. They were just words because when it come down to the crunch, you weren't there. You know what I mean? You weren't there. So that's what pissed me off. And Cripper, he come out after the game last week. Didn't he say something? I don't even listen to him anymore. He said something. It's, we're behind the coach. And then the coach will come out and say something. And it's all words. Well, we want to see action. We want to see action. We have got someone from all the way from Bangkok.
Hey, my partner in crime on Blue Sunday, Joe, Bangkok Joe. How are you, Joey?
Wait a sec.
Sorry.
Wait a sec, Joe.
I'm going to head off for a bit. I'll be back.
All right. Wait a sec before you go.
See you, Aiden.
It's time to go!
Sorry, Joe. How are you, mate? How was that? How'd you enjoy that game?
I was at the dentist beforehand, so my mouth's still a little bit numb. Oh, that was a great win by us, Roos. I really don't know why you guys are getting upset because they've shown you all year that they're not up to it. You can. I'll guarantee you, Michael Voss will still be the coach in round 23.
Nah, you're off your face.
I'll guarantee you.
You're off your face. You're just saying that because you want clickbait. Listen to me, bro.
No,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Nah, they need a circuit breaker eventually.
How do you stop emotion? Like, how do you stop emotion? Like, what do you mean? Like, now you're making me upset.
No.
What do you mean? Why are you upset? Because I see the club I follow for 50 years and they don't care. What do you mean, why am I upset?
I never said why. Oh, yeah, because
you did. You go, why are you guys upset?
Because the players don't put in. The players don't. Have a look at them in the last quarter. The hard balls, they stand back.
That's why we're
upset. But Rocco, I don't think he's saying what. I don't know why you're so. What he's saying is, I don't know why you're so surprised. You should.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not surprised, but I
well, that's what I'm getting at.
Saying the same thing.
That's what I'm getting at. These players, they're just playing for the money. Look, they're just hopeless. They have a look at the skills. They're supposed to be professionals, right? Let's get rid of Michael Voss now, right? Who are you going to bring in, right? Because you won't get a coach now.
No, but
they're just going to give it to Ashley Hansen or one of those Josh
You're
Fraser.
always going to bring in an interim coach. You're always going to bring an interim coach because you can't get a coach from outside, right? So forget about who you're going to bring in, right? You're going to bring an interim coach. It's about what we're going to do next. Right?
And I reckon they'll save the money. That's just a personal thought. I'm not saying that's what they'll do.
Saving the money because you're just bringing in an interim coach. You're not saving money.
You're going to pay Voss out.
Yeah. Right, so if you keep him or you sack him today, you still pay him out. So you're not spending extra money on an interim coach.
Okay, so you bring in an interim coach. What's he going to do for next year? Tell me.
But then you can get in the process. It's already starting to move forward to the next year.
What
You can
the
start
new
looking at
coach may
another-
have different processes, Rocco.
No,
The
because
new
then it
coach
doesn't
may
go-
have a different game plan.
I don't know what are you talking about, bro? Listen, if you get rid of him now, we're moving forward. You start already looking at a new coach, right? You could start the process.
But you can start looking for a new coach
No,
while
you
Voss is
can't,
there.
because if you
Why not?
start doing it while he's there, they're not going to do it, right? I want them to be in the forefront, looking at coaches now. Oh, that's what I want them to do.
Yeah.
Right?
How do you know they're not already doing that in the background without Voss knowing? How do you
Joe,
know?
what Rocco is saying is you vacate the position and then it becomes open so that no one says, oh, I don't feel comfortable talking to you guys while Vossi's still in the chair. So once it's vacated, then anyone can talk to the club.
Yep. We need to start that process now. We've got to get ahead.
Got to start it now. And you got to, and
you
you
can
also, by sacking him, what you're doing is you're starting it. You're going right. We're starting the process. It's like an alcoholic, right? An alcoholic that goes to A&A. The first thing he says is, I'm an alcoholic, right? You've got to turn around and say, because what's happening now is we're pulling in all different directions, right? You got the coach pulling in one direction. You got someone else. You got supporters out there going, oh, no, give us time. Then you got other supporters saying we're going to make the top 10. Then you got other supporters saying the thing. Then you've got the bloody CEO saying, oh, no, he's our man. Then you got someone else saying, oh, I don't know.
But that's the
Then you got
problem.
things going on there. Like, just pull the Band-Aid off and let's start the process now.
But they're not going to do it. They won't do it because they've been lying to us for years, Rocco. But what's our mission statement? What did they want from the end of this year?
I know, but this is what we've got to do. This is what we've got to do. By you saying they're not going to do it, they will do it. Voss will not last. He will not last.
Right.
It's impossible. It's impossible that he lasts.
I believe unless we have very heavy losses against the Adelaides and the Collingwoods and Fremantles, and we even if we lose all of them, so long as they're not very heavy losses, I think he'll keep his job until we play Essendon on the King's Birthday Eve match. And if we lose to Essendon, then he's gone.
Then he'll get sacked.
Because you're telling me that a 44-point lead and then losing isn't a heavy loss. You're telling me being in front by 20 points and then losing is not a heavy loss.
No.
You're telling
He
me
never
that
said that.
12 goals in a fucking quarter is not a heavy loss. That's all rubbish. That is all rubbish. There is no way he can last if we keep losing. There is no way. Zero. I don't care if we lose by a point. There is no way.
But
there is no
look
way.
at the bright side, Rocco.
If that's
You
the
look at the
case,
bright side.
there is no bright side, Joe.
Yeah,
Like,
there is. When we get Cody Walker next year, we'll have draft pick number 1.
I'm not going to joke about this. I'm not going to joke about this. This is the problem now. This is the problem. Everyone's taking it as a joke.
Who's taking it as a joke? I said
because everyone's making jokes. This isn't a joke. This isn't a joke. This isn't a joke. This club is on its knees. And
No, it's not. It's worse than that. It's not on its knees.
We are not only accepting it, right? They are conditioning us to accept it, and we're okay with it.
It's worse than on its knees, Rocco. It's on its last breath.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep, as a younger generation supporter, like, and I've been so passionate and I love the club so much. Like, the last year and a half is like, I still love the club, but man, like, I'm not excited about game day. I'm not excited about, like, I'm excited about Jagger and some of the youth we've got, but like, that's it. Like, it's just shit. Like, I don't know where we're even at anymore. And for me to not go to a game like this year, you know, like 3 years ago, mate, it was given my weekend. I'm going to the footy. I didn't want to go because it's just shit. It's just shit. It's on its last breath, the club. And they are risking, mark my words, they are risking losing a generation of supporters because who wants to be a loser?
Exactly. I don't know who you go, Josh, but you're right. But Rocco says they're on their knees. They're not on their knees. They're terminal, mate. The
You know what
line's
I mean.
nearly
They're
flat.
on their knees. You know what I mean. They're on their knees and they're about to get their head chopped off, right? It doesn't matter that they're terminal, whatever, right? They're on their knees. But all right, outside of all the jokes here, right? Outside of all the jokes, what do they need to do? Like, this is serious stuff. Like, this is now getting to the point where it's, I don't know, man. What are we going to do?
I think you get me wrong, Rocco. I'm not saying Voss should be coach. I don't think he's the right person, right? And I agreed with Vince on last week's show. He should have been sacked after, probably even last year.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, he should have.
Well, I said it was after the elimination loss to Brisbane in 2024 when we were 60-0 down. That's when we should have. That's when we should have.
Yeah, but he got him in an elimination final. That's probably a tick. But I read. Sorry, Vince. I read a stat today that Carlton has the most number of recycled players on its list. Right. So what's that tell you? They don't know how to develop talent. What they do is they pick up offcuts from other clubs and hope they're going to come good because the other team have identified them. And they don't work.
Yeah, but they don't.
You think they would have learnt with Zach
and in fact,
Williams,
those players
even earlier.
And the 3 players we've brought in this year
are no good. They're no good.
Florent, Hayward, and Ainsworth, they've become worse players at Carlton than what they were at their previous clubs.
But we should be developing young players.
Yes, they have. They exactly.
But our
the problem with our young players is, I think, number one, I think it comes back. It's recruiting.
Exactly.
Sorry, okay.
No, keep going. You're right. It's recruiting.
Well, I think as well, like
list management. Yeah.
Yeah, but where does that start?
Aside from like players like.
No, sorry. Keep going.
Look at our first round picks from 2018. Yeah, Sam Walsh. That was a given, right? You weren't going to stuff that up. And then it was Jagger Smith and Harry Dean. They were all touted to be top picks. Outside of top 10 picks, we have been woeful at picking players. Horrible recruiting. Sam Walsh, Jagger Smith, and Harry Dean were all given. They are highly rated in their draft. But we can't seem to pick and develop players like Geelong do or Brisbane do, like Logan Morris or Ollie Dempsey, those sort of players. That's where we can't develop talent, in the youngsters. We picked the wrong kids.
You watch, next week they'll bring in Blake Acres or some other friggin' hack that's been there, done that. That's the problem. You're right, Rocco. It starts at the top, right? It's not just the coach. I agree. He's no good. He's shit. Maybe you got to live with it until Graham Wright. I mean, who knows? He's not a board. He hasn't got the full support of the board yet, Vince. So he's not dead, Voss. I think he's once the board come out and say he's got the full support, he's going to get sacked in a week or two, right?
Yeah.
But Graham Wright was going to do all this work. What work?
Can I just cast your minds back to when Brendan Bolton was sacked halfway through 2019 and we were playing a dreadful brand of football. We'd won, I think, 2 games in the entire previous year, 2018, and we finished last. We only won 2 games for the season. And then halfway through 2019, we'd only won 1 game and they finally said enough's enough. David Teague took over and just freed up the players. Now, I just wonder whether the so-called game style or system or whatever words you want to use that Voss uses, if that's taken away from them and a totally new coach takes over and frees them up, I just wonder how much difference that might make to A, how we play, and B, how many wins we get. Because it happened last time there was a change made halfway through. So I just can't see him surviving at the
That's a
very
sugar hit, Vince. That's a sugar hit. That's going to be a sugar hit.
I understand it's a sugar hit with an interim coach, but at least it breaks that monotony of going through the same pattern week after week under Voss's coaching. It was happening with Brendan Bolton, if you remember. It was the same thing week after week. We were hardly scoring. We were only scoring 7-8 goals a game.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Vince.
Enough.
Brendan Bolton had a young team, young, inexperienced
but
team.
Nevertheless, right? He was trying to minimise the losses And what happened is that game against Essendon, which was the last game he ever coached, I think we scored something like 4 goals, 9 for the whole day.
Yeah, I
Now,
remember that.
That's not going to get people to the football. That's not going to get you memberships. That's not going to get you anywhere. And it's certainly not going to get you up the ladder. So
before we go
at some
on,
point, they're going to need a circuit breaker. And I think what you'll find is that the board will be discussing, okay, what are we going to do here? What are we going to do if all of a sudden we have really heavy losses? What are we going to do if they're not so heavy losses and he gets all the way through to, I don't know, that Essendon game before we have a bye? I mean, they might just be planning right now as to when is the best time to take the head off the chook.
But again, this is all wrong. So they're just thinking about themselves. When is the best time?
Exactly, Rocco.
Yes, of course. That's all they ever do. That's all they ever do. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what do we need to do right? Like, what's the best thing to do right now? All right, we're going to sack Voss.
Make the players accountable, because once the coach is gone and you put an interim coach in, all of a sudden the spotlight is on the players, no longer on the coach. And it's amazing how that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
True.
Because there's nowhere to hide after that.
I got to go too, Rocco.
Nowhere to hide.
Yeah, boys,
All right,
I've got to go.
Thank you very much.
Me too, Rob.
very much for having me on, guys.
My battery's about to go, mate. So I've got to say goodbye as well.
See you Monday, Vince.
It's time to go! It's time to go!
We got 2 time to go. All right, beautiful. We got
Hey,
Robert
mate.
in here.
I gotta go,
Robert,
boys.
mate.
I gotta
your
go.
take on it? Can you hear us, Robert?
Ooh. Can you hear me? Can't hear it.
I
can hear you.
We've lost nearly everyone. All right. I think it might
Sorry,
be nearly...
guys. I just can't hear you for a second.
All right, go out and come back in again.
I don't think he can hear you, Rock.
Go out.
Sorry, guys. I'm not sure why it's not working. Just 1 second here.
All right. So
I think you got me wrong, Rocco. It's not that I don't think that they'll have the balls to sack Voss, right? Because it's all about themselves. They're in self-preservation mode.
I understand what you're saying, right? I understand what you're saying, but let's get him back in. Can you hear us now?
Oh man, what is going on? Not sure where I got muted though.
Are you right? Can you hear us? No.
No.
No, you can't hear us. All right, try to fix it. Just go out and come back in.
Sorry, mate, I can't hear. That's all.
All right, go out and come back in.
You there? Sorry, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Just go out and come back in. Okay.
I think he's got. Have you got it on in the background?
That's all. All right, go out.
All right, now he's frozen. All right.
Now he's frozen.
I'm gonna get him out. I think we're almost at that time anyway. But
yeah,
I know what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I agree, but I just think, some of these players, they really need to take a hard look at themselves, because when the game was there to be won today, they did not put their bodies on the line.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. They don't stand up, and none of the players stand up when we need them. Like they can play well at the start, right? When we need them, like the McGovern.
When there's no pressure. There's no pressure at the start.
Exactly. But when it comes down to it and we need these players, and if those leaders don't stand up, how can we expect the rest? Like I heard a few people like bagging Jagger Smith, and his disposals were a bit poor. Mate, like imagine that kid there, right? Imagine that kid there now watching the leaders and going, man, man,
they're not putting their body in. Why should I?
Now can you hear us?
Yeah, mate. Sorry, mate. I don't know what.
Nah, it's all good. What's your take on all this,
mate? So my mate got me tickets, and I was sitting 2 rows behind our interchange bench, right behind Voss.
Yeah,
mate. This guy does not get passionate. Does not seem to be going off at anyone. I don't know what is going on. I remember David Park, and he used to lose it. So did Robbie Walls. Now, I'm not saying that's the way to coach, but I look at Sam Mitchell, I look at these guys. When they don't like something or one of their gun players or anyone, they lose it. This bloke, the game turned, and he just, how he does his folded arm thing?
Yeah.
He just sits and
Sits there like that.
he's like, he was lost. He was lost as the game turned. And, I've never sat in those seats before, so it was actually good to see what was going on.
It was good to see that.
Yeah, and even everyone else on the bench, because I think you've got some other coaching staff down there and that. There was no urgency. And I'm not saying that you should panic, but it just looked like, yep, okay, well, what's going to unfold is unfolding, and it's just going to happen. And, at the end of the game, we're all going to be upset about what happened. Mate, it was amazing.
Well,
I'm losing it. I'm losing it. And, like, nobody else is, like, these guys are just sitting around like it was okay. Like, I don't know.
First of all, I don't reckon Voss knows what to do. This is one of the big issues. He doesn't know what to do. But did you watch the Collingwood-Brisbane game by any chance, right?
Yes.
So,
I missed it, unfortunately.
Now, Fagan, right? I think Brisbane was 7 goals in front, right? And Fagan was freaking out over an incident on the boundary. He was pointing. He was looking at the people. He's pointing at them, at the coaches, and they were like up 7 goals. You know what I mean? There's the difference, and they respect him. Like, they love him. You know what I mean? They respect him so much, the players. Well, you're right. And again, I didn't go to the game today, so I watched it on TV. First time in like 3 years I've actually watched it live on TV. And they kept going back to Voss, and you're right. Half the time, he's standing there with this look on his face like, I don't know what to do next. So if he does that, what do you think the players running off are going to think? Like, think about if I'm running off and the leader looks lost, what am I going to do? Like, I don't know what to do, I'm waiting for leadership. I'm waiting for something, what I mean? Even if it's not right, say something. Even if it's not right, just even pretend to look like you're getting animated,
No one got reprimanded for doing something wrong. No one got reprimanded because they didn't go to the right. It was amazing. It was just like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. It was like, this guy's coaching for his future. I mean, he's gone. I personally think he's gone. I don't know what they're waiting for. Because
do you think he knows he's gone and just doesn't give a shit?
Yeah, well, maybe he does, because we need a circuit breaker. Like, I'm with you, Rocco. He needed to go. If any time was to go, was when you're up 43 points against Melbourne, who apparently was supposed to be worse than us this year. Right? They made a move on their coach. I've had all this. I was wrapped when Graham Wright came, but he has made a big mistake going into this year with this bloke.
I agree.
That's his number one mistake at Carlton so far.
Do you think he got bullied by the board to keeping Voss?
I don't think he's that type of person.
I don't either, but there can be no other reason why he's still there.
I've said this because he was there when they appointed the Collingwood coach, right? And he disregarded Voss, like he wasn't one of his choices, right? So he already doesn't think much of him, right? So at the end of the day, like, I still believe he might be the right man, but this is my belief, and what do I know? Like, I'm just a dumb wog from Reservoir, right? If he got bullied by the board and that, well, then it's on him. He's the wrong man.
Yeah, so what's he coming for? That's right. What's he doing here?
Right.
If
that was his decision, well, again, you've made a bad mistake. Now, you know what he should do? You know what respect I would have for him if he turned around, right? They sacked Voss and he'd go, you know what? We made an error in keeping him, right? But now what we're going to do is we're going to now do we're going to make sure we put everything in place to get it right. I would respect that, because you know what? We make mistakes. But they won't do that. They won't do that. I would want him to say we made a mistake, because if they sack him during the year, or if they sack him at the end, even if they keep him to the end of the year, Joe, like you said, right? Even if that's a mistake.
Can't
That's
keep
a
him to the
mistake.
end of the year. Cannot keep him to the end of the year. He needs to go now. We need look. Not sure. I've been in big management roles and stuff like that before. That if the message is not getting through by somebody that is looking after a crew of people, you can't just get rid of all the crew of people.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying that it's 100% his fault, or it's his fault that they can't kick 10 meters, 15 meters to hit a pass. But they are now frozen in fear every week, knowing that when is Voss going to get sacked? This loss means, is he gone? Is he staying? So we need a circuit breaker, as I think it was Vince that said before. They need a circuit breaker. Now, I personally think the person that they want is either not available right now or doesn't want to come to the club or something like that. But just go to an interim. It doesn't matter, because then we can decide we've got, I don't know, you've got to try and salvage something and decide, okay, this is the game plan. This guy can play this part. This guy can't, because we're going to lose another year. We've changed a whole bunch of players. We've changed assistants. The only one we haven't changed is the coach.
Now, this
maybe the
year's
coach
lost
should have
already.
gone-
So
Well,
you got no.
Okay,
you
but
know.
what I'm saying is maybe the coach should have gone first before Silvani went. I'm not saying Silvani should have stayed or shouldn't have stayed, but before we started knocking off these expensive top players that we had, why didn't we get rid of the coach? I mean, what? The forward line looks great now without Curnow. The forward line looks like a disaster. They've got Kemp. I know he kicked 3-3 today, but it's shambolic.
He's not out. I know. And his goals weren't goals that.
No, they were shambolic.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. So now we got rid of, arguably, I know he's not performing, but up until 2 years ago, he was double in a row Coleman medalist. And who knows? Maybe had a better team, he might have been better. Maybe now we've cooked him. But if you look at the Swans, Amadi and that, they're having a field day now because the heat's taken the heat off them. Well, that's what's happened to Mr. Mackay over here. The heat's come on him because Charlie used to cop 2 or 3 blokes banging into him.
Yeah.
Right? And Mackay should have been kicking maybe 150 goals a year.
Yeah, he's a spud.
Come on, man. Amadi's kicking 5-6 goals a game. Seriously.
I know. Amadi's a spud, man.
Amadi's now.
I know, he's hopeless.
Goal a game kicker. So that should mean Mackay should have been kicking 7 or 8 every week.
100%.
So we got rid of him. We got rid of Doherty had to retire, but we got rid of Silvani. TDK, we weren't going to pay for that. But we kept the coach. And now the same problem has reared its head up straight away. We have been in front of every team this year by over 4 goals. And we have lost the match. Name me another team that is doing that. At least Essendon, they're crap from the start. We know they're crap.
100%. Oh, we've got Bocek, the star of game day. I actually watched it today because I had the TV going. I had you in the background. Great job, great. You're doing a great job there. You haven't been on at all on EM today, and I saw you have a bit of a breakdown right at the end. I think you were trying to hold it together, and then all of a sudden you just let loose for about 10 minutes. It was great viewing. We might have to clip that bit up, but yeah, give us your take, man. Are we still going to keep Voss till 2028, or are you going to go buy that?
Extend his contract.
I tried to end the show about 15 minutes prior to that crash out. I just couldn't. I'm thanking sponsors. I'm doing this, and I'm like, fuck these dogs. You know what I mean? So, anyway, I've already bought my red jumper for next week. I'm going to go for Adelaide. So, anyway, honestly, it's rinse and repeat. I put it on my story before we started the stream. I said, are we going to get a bounce back or are we going to get rinse and repeat? And I've spoken to Atush tonight. I've spoken to all of our group. Many people out of the TJP community messaged and Literally, it's the same thing. We're repeating the exact same shit every week. We're going to get to
It's actually amazing how similar every week is. Like, it's not like we're losing in all different ways. We're just not like, it's exactly the same thing. Like, this was almost identical to last week, except we're a little bit further ahead. But halfway through the last quarter, we get to the 21-point mark where we get to that 4-goal mark. 10 minutes to go, mate. This is just change jumpers. That's all. And I heard you say, Bo, and I don't blame you. You go, we can't lose it from here. No, because I can see the way they're playing. It's different. But it wasn't at the end, was it?
No. So, just to clarify that, everyone's like, oh, Bo went early and he got it wrong and blah, blah, blah. If people use these things that are attached to their fucking head, right, and they listen to what I said previously to that, I prefaced it with, if the game stays the same way it does and we keep them at arm's length, even if it is that 10 points to 15 points, whatever, we'll get over the line because they weren't making the most of their entries into inside 50. Now, I'm pretty sure in the end, I just did the stats before. I don't know exactly what they weren't too dissimilar, right? If someone's got them, great, right? But I think it ended up being 48 to 44 or some shit like that, right? Now, they had the same issue for the entire game. They were going into 50 and they weren't punishing us. And every single time they did the old Carlton, just bomb it into 50 and it wasn't working.
Yeah.
Larky couldn't get on the end of it. Curtis, Trembath, Darling. Okay, you got one, right? So they were relying on Larky or Darling to knock it down to ground. And we actually dealt with it quite well for 3/4 of the game. Then when Wiedering come off, they still persisted with that. And look, I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to assume the mentality was they've got Carlton have Gherkin down there. He's a first gamer. And we have Lewis Young down there now. Put the pressure on them. Keep bombing it in there. We are going to get the better of them because those two won't be able to handle these entries now. And look what happened. Literally, that's what happened. Trembath started marking everything. Curtis kicked a couple in that time after Wiedering got injured as well. It started to work. Then the whole team just lifted. All their X-Factor players, for lack of better terms, because I don't know if they're actually X-Factor, but their leaders, the players that could deliver something for North Melbourne, delivered. And that's off the back of the coach, because no doubt when he sprayed McKercher at 3/4 time, the rest of the players would have saw that, heard that.
And heard it.
Yep, they would have heard that and saw it and gone, fuck, we all need to lift. This isn't just on McKercher. We all need to go out there. And that's exactly what they went and did. What did our leaders do? What did our players that can make a difference do? Once again, nothing. And we sat there and tried to defend a lead that is less than the last lead we tried to defend. Do they not learn their lesson that we can't hold a fucking lead? We certainly can't chase one, I'll tell you that, right? So, again, rinse and repeat. We say the same shit every week. And that's just where we're at as a club. I'm telling you right now, I said it on game day, you would have heard it as well. This was the last chance we had to say something about a win for a while, for me anyway. Because coming up, I mean, in the next 2 months, we've got Adelaide away, Freo away. All right, we've got St Kilda. We've got Brisbane away. We've got Geelong.
Collingwood.
We've got Collingwood. All right, that's at the G1. The games that we have coming up, like I said, for those that watch wrestling, this is exactly what it's going to be like. If anyone remembers Heath Slater on Raw and SmackDown back in the day, right? He had to face a new legend every week. And
yes, that's right.
LOD came out, Doink the Clown came out, and he'd get squashed in every single one of those matches. That's Carlton for the next 2 months. We are playing teams, and you guys know, I said it a while back, I said it pre-season. We went through the ladder, and we said, based on what you can see with Carlton, can we beat this team? No. Can we beat this team? No. The no's outdid the yeses by an absolute country mile, right? And now even more so. We are so far off the pace, it's a joke. And again, we're either going to be a bottom 4 team or a bottom 6 team. And I don't see, there's people that are saying, 2023 repeat incoming. We're going to turn it around and blah, blah. I don't know what those people see. I don't know what blinkers they've got on. I mean, I don't know what I call them Fantasyland supporters, which that's exactly what they are. That's how I see it. And
the other thing, you know who's the baddest coach's boss? The idiot that runs Fremantle. That's another 30, 40-point lead they've just given up to Adelaide now in the last quarter.
Did they give it up?
Same problem. They decided to keep a guy that they knew was no good. And they keep giving up 30 and 40-point leads because they go into their shells.
If they have to.
Yeah. They were
There you
down.
go.
They were down 35 points just now.
Whoa. Yeah, I saw that earlier.
And that's the third time. That's the third time this year they've given up leads.
So tell me something, guys, all of you. So it's definitely the system. It's broken. Like the system of Carlton is broken.
But what is our system, Rocco?
No. When I say system of, I don't mean the game plan. Fuck the game plan. The game plan, seriously, play footy. You've been playing footy since you were 5 years old. Just play footy, right? This system, I don't buy into it so much. You know what I mean? Everyone kind of plays the same sort of game. What I'm talking about is the Carlton is just broken. Mentally, they're broken. You know what I mean? And we have to change that. And I'm serious about this. What are we going to do to change this? Like, this is a mental thing. Like, 30 years, people, 30 years of failure, right? And we're accepting it. And I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. I'm putting it on the fans too.
I agree.
Now,
Well,
the fans...
what did the Richmond fans do? They went 37 years. They were a big club. I see us in a very similar way to them before they won their 3 flags. Who did they get? Who was their guy that came out? I mean, they stuck with their coach, but they had some players that, I don't know, stepped up?
They did. They had good players like what we had at a time, and their captain did step up. I did remember their captain. You remember their captain. He was an average captain. And then in those premiership years, he turned his game around and he became unselfish the way he played, you know. But the coach was a good coach. He was a good coach.
They got rid of that player that went to GWS.
Yes.
I can't remember one of their main guns. They couldn't believe it. Remember, he was crying when Richmond won.
The Lidio.
Yeah,
Lidio.
Right? Maybe we need to make a big move like that.
We do.
I don't know.
We do. And the other thing is we never make these big moves.
Well, Cripps needs to lose the captaincy. I'm not saying we should get rid of him, but he needs a new role. I mean, he's a good
in the middle of the year.
I don't know. They should have got rid of him last year. They should have just said, listen, mate, you need to step aside.
So it's done. It's done. So that part of it's done for this year. This year's already wasted, you know. I've talked about this before, the captain. Who's going to be captain? Like, we've got no leaders. The only leaders we ever think about is, you know, like fucking Wiedering or Walsh. That's all we can talk about.
It can't be Wiedering. He's lost it.
Well, it can't be Walsh either.
Maybe it's you, Rocco.
If I could kick a ball, I'd go for it. But I am. Their skills are about as good as my skills at the moment, right? Maybe when I was at 16, when I was playing footy. But all right, so then, you know, like when, again, it was different times. Again, but you know, people go, why do you look back? You know why? Because sometimes a winning formula or a winning attitude, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. We can go back and get aspects of that, right? Always go back to the Robert Walls. I know we got some great players in and we had some great players, but remember, we won 81, 82, and then we fell away. We fell away completely, right? And then we got back in 86. All right, ideally, you know, we did pick up Sticks Kernahan and Bradley and that. We picked up some players. But the big move was in 87, man, was making Sticks Kernahan the captain. You know, that, to me, I know you're going to go, oh, but that was the obvious choice. He was already, was it? We had Wayne Johnston. We had McClure. We had Kenny Hunter in there, right? We could have made any one of them captain, right? But so we need to make these sort of decisions now. Like, do we
Coach
make...
makes that decision.
Well, the coach should be the one, but
Yeah.
he's not good enough. He's not good
That's
enough.
what we're saying. The change needs to come now with the coach. The change
Yes.
has to come now. This guy's
But
had
it
his
comes
time.
next year now, doesn't it? You can sack him now. You can sack him now, and that's fair enough. And then we put an interim coach.
You
But
sack
the-
him
the-
now. You sack him now, and you'll get something. I'm telling you, it will change. You know, I
agree.
I'm not saying we've played some champion teams, but we seem to effortlessly, within a quarter or two, get 5 goals in front every week. So are we playing real bad football or good football, or what football are we playing to get? How many teams do you see get
No.
5 goals in front in a quarter or two? Only the top end teams. Doesn't matter who they're playing. Only the real top end teams. Now, I'm not saying we're a top end team, but every week, and even at the start of last year, and went on, we'd get easily, very quickly, 3-4 goals up on the opposition within a quarter and a half. Right? So we're doing something right. The players must be able to play to some style. I don't know. Now, when we come out after halftime or when the game goes against us, we play. It's not about getting tired. We just play a totally different game. Why?
They go in their shells. They don't look
Yeah, okay,
confident.
so why can't the coach get it out of that? That's the coach's issue. Maybe a new coach will come in and we will just continue to flow with that style that we play. They're freezing up because of the coach. I'm convinced of that now. It's I don't know. That's what I see, because good teams don't get out to. I don't see Essendon getting out to 4 or 5 game leads. I don't see Melbourne getting out to 4 or 5 goal leads within a quarter and a half. I don't see North getting out to 4 and 5 goal leads in a quarter and a half. I don't see St Kilda getting out to 4 and 5 goal leads in a quarter and a half. We have firepower. We must have firepower to hurry up and get teams to get that quick out in front. It's what is happening after half time. This time it happened
Do you know
after
something?
3/4 time.
Maybe the club,
For 4 goals.
maybe the club have no idea what to do. Maybe they're just as
Well,
puzzled.
the coach has to have some sort of idea. If
Well,
the
you
coach
think
doesn't
so?
have an idea what to do, well, he needs to go now.
If he had any type of idea, he would have about A through F worth of ideas on how to in-game manage, whether we're in front, whether we're chasing, whether it's close like it was today, like you just said then. The capitulation happened after 3/4 time rather than half time, right? But the game was very close the entire time until then. What to do when the pressure's on, what to do when they flick the switch, what to do when they change their game, how do we respond? How do we respond to different setups? Because you can look at Brisbane play, for example, they'll set up one way and play about 3 different styles of football throughout the game.
But I'm not just talking about. I'm not talking just the coach.
Hang on. I'm saying that if you don't have a coach or a coaching panel that can identify all of this shit happening and how to go with it and how to fix things along the way to make sure that you're staying competitive in the game, then they're not it.
Yeah, but
They are not
surely
it. I'm telling you now, the list itself is not it either. We don't have the cattle, or we don't have the tools, we don't have the firepower to be able to do it to that extent. We don't. Yes, I understand. You make a good point in terms of we do go out to leads and we know that we have this ability to go and stack it on for a quarter or maybe 2 quarters if we're lucky, but that's not how footy works. If we were playing for leads, we'd kill it.
I know
right?
that, but we are playing a different. Our first halves and our second halves are totally opposite
this year.
Hey Rocco, I gotta get going. But to all the viewers, don't forget to watch Blue Sunday which is on Monday night.
Done.
So-
Monday night, make sure you catch you, Vince, Seba, and
David Reese Jones. I'm sure he might have something interesting to say.
He will have something to say. All right, thanks,
Yeah.
mate.
It's time to go!
All right, perfect. And while we get him out, we might as well get this bloke in. Hey, listen, use one C word and you're out of here.
Can I?
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
All right.
Why
good.
is this guy here?
All right.
For what?
He's the only
Yo.
Carlton coming to the house. How are you, mate? Oh, you've had some time to. You came on before. You've had some time to think about it. You've heard our questioning and what we're talking about. Well, what do you reckon?
Go on, repeat the whole conversation we had before.
You have to sack him. Yeah, no, I spoke to both 40 minutes on the phone on the way home.
Go on.
Sack him. He has to go. He can't stay. Voss is not a coach. Is that me echoing?
Yeah, that could be you, man.
I don't think that's me because I can hear it.
Your mic's pretty loud, so just turn it down a bit. It's probably feedbacking.
All right, give me a second.
Fuck, professionally reckons, huh?
I went on fan cams just before. It didn't happen.
No, that's all right now. Go.
There we go. All right. Like he can't stay. I don't understand the mindset of some fans thinking like, oh, you guys have never coached AFL before. Why are you guys talking about coaching? Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know what cooks me, Rocco, is that when you look at a great team, right, like Brisbane, and you attribute their success to like the system, right? It's not just the players. You can't just be like, oh, they have 23 great players. They're greatly coached. So why is it when a team is shit like us, then it's like, no, it's all on the players? What do you mean? It has to, it's system. You can't, bro, 23 great players can't win you 23 games in a row, right? Just in the same way that 23 shit players can't lose you 23 games in a row in the exact same way. It falls back to system, right? Michael Voss is one of the worst coaches I've ever seen in my life. Clarko is not that good of a coach. He's not like some tactician, like he's an old horse, right? Like he's not that good anymore. I sat level 1 wing right next to the bench, right? Fourth quarter, the game is on the line. I'm looking at Clarko. He's giving directions. He's ripping into LDU. He's ripping into McKercher, you know? I'm sure you guys saw that clip of McKercher. He went up to McKercher and punched him in the chest, right? He's there. He's making shit happen. Michael Voss is sitting on the bench like this.
Yeah, standard.
Aura farming. Like, my name's Michael Voss. You know, I won 3 premierships 20 years ago. Like, he's supposed to be a motivator of men, right? That's what the clubs build him as. He's not motivating anything. So I don't understand what he's doing.
Well, that just shows, because when he's doing that, I don't think he doesn't know. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do, right? His support around him doesn't know what to do. They're looking at him to even act like you know what you're doing, right? He just doesn't know what he's doing. We've all said it. I don't think he's a good coach. And a leader of men, man, this leader of men bullshit, really, everyone's a leader of men, you know, there's a few of them. But just remember, when he was a leader of men, I'll always go back to this. When he won his premiership, who was his coach?
Lee Matthews, no?
Mate, listen, that was the leader of men. He led on the ground as he knew how to. Tough, at the ball, good disposal. That was his leader of men, you know. That's what he did. But remember who was at the top of that, and that was Lee Matthews, right? I'll give you, who's on the board now of one of the great sides now? Who's on the board? I'll tell you, Lee Matthews. He's on the board of Brisbane. Leader of men. We haven't got that, bro.
Lee Matthews.
Lee Matthews. We haven't got that. You look at our leaders, and I keep saying Graham Wright, and you're yet to prove it, because the moves he done, right? The moves that he done during the year, right, or last year, and he's been in there a year. You can say that he just took over, but he was in the box, sitting alongside fucking Cook for the whole year, right? The moves that he made, everyone would have made. Assistant coaches, the bloody director of football, all of those people that he did, they were going to get done anyway. That's no great. You didn't do anything that was fun. You didn't cure cancer. You didn't do anything. All you did was you just did your basic stuff. The big move he had to do, right, was get rid of Voss. And he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Now, if Voss gets sacked tomorrow, Voss gets sacked in 2 months, or Voss gets to the end of the year and gets sacked, it's a failure by him, because he said that he backed him. So if he makes it and they get rid of him and they get another coach, he failed in that part of the fucking game. That's it. He failed. I'd rather him come out and say, we got it wrong and now we're going to move ahead. At the end of the day, Atush, yes, you got Voss, but who's appointed Voss?
Yeah, but is that appointment real? Is that real? Do you think they really back him, or do you think there's no one else? Because who else? Rocco, you sack him now, who do you get? Because Skipworth said no.
I'm talking about 4 years
okay.
ago. But you're
Okay,
right.
okay.
When they redid it in at the end of last year, and we were here on emergency meeting. Remember while that was going, right?
Yeah.
And how all disappointed were we? Like that wasn't a real appointment. You're right. You're
But
right.
they didn't sign it. They
They
didn't
sign him. They just said, you know what, just stay.
finish it off. Yeah.
Just finish it off. But at the end of the day, you think about it, right? At the end of the day, they approached other coaches and then they had a 5-hour meeting. If you're so sure that he's the right man, you don't have five. You know what 5-hour meeting means? Think about it. You've got a board and they're having you know what that means? They're not agreeing on something.
Yeah, because if they were truly sure, they wouldn't have even needed the meeting.
Mate, 2 minutes, it would have been, he's the man. That's it, we're done. How do you discuss something like
100%.
This is like our meeting. We've just had a 5-hour, we're having now a fucking 3-hour meeting here because we can't work out what's going on. If we knew what was going on after an hour, we go, we're great, we're doing the right job, he's the right man, we move on. But we're not. We're sitting here and we're arguing because we don't know. They didn't know. They still don't know. They've got the wrong people in there. It's time to go, mate.
Yeah. I'd much rather right now have some untried coach.
Just
Like, you know how we said,
coaching doesn't matter.
yeah,
Just put
interim coach, but then at least, you know what, we can go out and get pumped by 60, bro. But if we're playing or trying to play a new game style, I can live with that. I can't live with Michael Voss in his 5th year, right, playing the exact same way. And the biggest Carlton hoax, bro, oh, we have a new game style. We have a new game. Bro, we're handball receiving and we're running faster. We're not doing anything with it. It leads to nothing.
Hang on. If it's an interim coach and they have no intention of keeping the interim coach either, then it doesn't matter whether we sack him now. It doesn't matter if we sack him at the end of 2026 because the feeling is going to be the same. You may as well just adopt that same mentality now. Just say, fuck it.
It's too much damage.
Go out there and
the way we're losing is
happens. Who gives a fuck? Whether we get pumped under Boss or we get pumped under, for example, what Mick said, Josh Fraser, the feeling's mutual.
Yeah, but you know what? Vince said something before that made me think, and you're right. You get rid of him, you put an interim coach in there now, it starts to put the onus on the players, right? Because now
I get that.
Now the players have to stand up because now the players don't really know, even though they don't know now if they're going to stay or are they going to be there in 2020. This is the issue. This is the other issue with keeping Voss, right? If he doesn't know if he's going to be there, the players don't know if they're going to be there. Like, how can you play? Like most of those players are probably playing for themselves because all they're thinking about is their next contract.
You can't
they're not
plan
playing as a United team.
yeah.
I would get rid of him today and just restart again, mate. At least then we're going to go right, and then we know we're at the start. Like, stop lying to me. Stop lying.
I want to say this, and I don't really want to say it, but I think it's very necessary, and I would do it if I was in charge. I think Hayward's got to get dropped next week.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And I don't want to say that because everyone knows I'm a Will Hayward guy, you know what I mean? But he's really shown nothing, and whether he's been Carltonized or not, what he did tonight, he undisciplined tonight.
Very undisciplined.
He gave us nothing, didn't kick any goals. He botched a few freaking moves going forward. I think next week they've got
Warren
to give him.
can go with him as well.
You know they won't because that's one of the players that came over with the trade of Kerno. So they probably won't. But I think for next week they should give him a rest, and he might learn a lesson honestly because he's done some stupid shit tonight that shouldn't be forgiven. I reckon that needs to be punished.
I agree. That was very undisciplined. Those 250s.
Sorry, guys. I've got to get off. My battery's about to go flat. Hopefully next week's not as bad.
Nah, we'll be right, man. We'll be exactly the same. Thanks, mate.
It's time to go!
Hey, hang on.
Don't we have Adelaide? Don't we have Adelaide?
We're going to get fucked in the butt next week, bro.
Next week, I've been watching these scores, right? Next week, what's Adelaide doing? Are they? Oh, fuck! Freo's hit the front again with 5 minutes to go. But Adelaide, they're going to hurt us so bad next week, right? They're going to hurt us so bad because really, if you think about it, North Melbourne, they weren't great at all mate, they were pretty terrible, you know, like for us to be like a couple of goals in front was a disgrace in itself, you know. So imagine Adelaide, and Adelaide have got some fucking skills, man. They're going to finish us off next week, man.
It's laughable. Dude, Mars spoke about teams on paper, right, against Melbourne and said that on paper our midfield is better, right? And if you look at the names, okay, it's more impressive in terms of names, but we don't judge players on names, right? Go and put the list of Adelaide up against us. We are fucked.
Bad.
We are going to cop it left, right, and center. Next week, my game day.
I don't know, man. Like it's.
Do I do the game day from Carlton Cemetery next week or something? Like, what am I meant to do?
Next week we'll be next week we're going to be at the Sporting Globe. Far out. There's going to be riots there.
Direct to the stream. Hey, you're going to be in the place of riots as well, Northland. So it's all good.
Northlands, it might be it's going to be tough next week, man. That's going to be tough, man. But listen.
Hey, okay, hang on. Because we got three of us here. It's not going to take too long to do, right? We got to do an exercise. Chat can join in on this as well because honestly,
all right, let's get the chat to join in on. I know what you're going to do. You're going to go through the team, aren't you?
No. Close, but no. All right, Adelaide. We can all pretty much say we're going to lose, right?
Yep.
Do you see us? And you have to be realistic with this. Get 1995 Carlton out of your head, everybody. As you see it right now, do we beat Collingwood?
No.
No.
Fuck.
No. Do we beat Freo away?
No.
Do we beat St Kilda?
No.
So I don't think we will, but like the Collingwood and St Kilda game, not that it's a 50-50, but I'll give us like a 30% chance.
Yeah, but do we beat them?
No.
Do we beat Brisbane away?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. We should have believed. If all the supporters stick fat and believe, then we can, bro.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, as long as we hang on, Rocco has
What,
a
if you believe, we can do it. All right, go.
Yeah.
Hey, this one we might have a chance. Do we beat the doggies? It's getting better by the week, isn't it, boys? Then do we beat Port away?
Well, they're shit, but they'll still beat us, yeah.
Okay.
No.
And then to end the month of May, do we beat Geelong?
Where?
You know what? Maybe.
Where?
You know what?
Where?
Bro.
What are you doing?
When do we play Essendon?
Round
13.
On a certain date, we might have a chance, right?
Yeah, that's the day. That's the
We're
Carlton Cup.
fucking 1-10, boys. We are
The
1-10.
Carlton Cup. The Carlton Cup. I can't wait for it.
The Carlton Cup. I'll tell you when it is. How good was that, Rocco? June 7th.
That's the game. That's the game.
The loser has to keep their coach, I reckon. The loser keeps their coach.
Ironically, we play Essendon. Hang on. No, wait. May 16th, we play the Dogs, right? Ironically, that is National Anal Day. So we are about to get flat. So, anyway.
That's not true, is it?
It's definitely true. No, it's not true. It's just, it may as well be.
You know, Mark from Forever Rivals came up with something, and you know what? Like, I said you're a dickhead, right? But now I'm thinking about it. Like, why not? Let's swap coaches. Like, why not? Like, for the rest, just for this year. Like, why not? Just go.
Just see what happens.
And see what happens.
Honestly, we are a laugh. I'm telling you, I still think the club is so deluded that they're going to keep him.
Nah, look,
Rocco, if there's no one else that they want to appoint, they're gonna re-sign him because they have too much pride.
Okay,
Wait,
do you think our list, as it is now, say for example, Carlton puts the word out, people know that the job is on offer at Carlton, right? Do you see any coach realistically looking at the club, how it's run, the list that they'd be walking into, wanting to come and be there?
100%, Bo. Like, let's be realistic about this, man, right?
I know you said, yeah.
The job is available. There are 20 people applying for it. I guarantee it, mate. It's still a senior coach job. It's a well-paid job. And just think about it, man. Anyone thinks they've got the ability to turn it around. They've all, like, if you're going into coaching, you think you can turn it around, right? So there'll be plenty of takers, right? The people that they wanted were already in the jobs, you know, like a McRae or, you know,
I get
like,
you. Yeah. Well,
nuts,
that's a
you
fair
know?
point. That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? But there's plenty. And even someone like, you know, like a Simpson or a Longmire, which I don't want, mind you. I'm just saying, even they would consider it because they're winners. You know what I mean? These blokes want to win. And they would sell it in a way that, of course, there'll be plenty of takers. It's just about getting the right person. Listen, when we got Voss, I always remember we fucked up the process. We fucked it up. We fucked it up.
From the start. It was botched from the
He
start.
fell over the line, you know. And I remember saying it, and people were going like, I remember some prominent people on social media going, oh, you know, like, what process? What do you know? They did the process. I'm going, all right, man. Like, what I know, man, it's all fell apart. It all fell apart, right? What I know, it was all wrong, right? And it just proved it. It just proved it, man. They got the wrong president. They got the wrong coach. You know what I mean? When they got that president, he was doing everything for himself. He was appointing people just to make himself look good, right?
Well, I mean, they self-admittedly said that they got Voss because of his leadership qualities.
Yeah.
They self-admitted that. They didn't say that he's an accomplished tactician.
Who does that? Get the right coach and then put some leaders around him, like your fucking leaders on the ground. You know, like,
I mean, I just, at the end of the day, well, like I say, we say, and I think we're gonna. The problem is that we just went through the next 2 months. We are gonna be repeating a lot of things, right? And that's just where we're at as a club. And I said tonight, you know, a lot of people are asking for predictions, and we go through predictions on the show and all the rest of it. It's so hard to sit here and say, okay, we go to Adelaide next week. How do we beat Adelaide, right? And we sit here as fans and say, what is the formula for us to beat Adelaide next week? It's too hard to do that when we have no idea what our own fucking formula is, right? We don't know what game we're playing. We have no idea. When you look at Brisbane, say they're coming up against the Hawks, or Brisbane are playing Fremantle or the Gold Coast, you know how those two teams play, and you go, well, we know how Gold Coast plays. We know how Brisbane plays. This is what they need to do to counter that, and so on and so forth, right? We can't even look at Carlton and go, this is what we need to do to beat North Melbourne. This is what we need to do to have a chance against Adelaide, because we're just in this limbo of we don't know how the fuck we even play.
Well, we don't even know how we play, let alone another team plays, because he doesn't look like he knows how another team plays. Like, you know, after the Brisbane Collingwood game, they interviewed one of the young kids after the game, right? And they said, like, they asked him, and he goes, well, we know that Collingwood want to go through the middle. So what you know, like, we planned to cover that. And then, you know, but this is one of the young kids. Like, he had more intel on a team than our coach. Like, he knew exactly how the other team was playing, and they were already getting ready for it. They got ready for it.
Yeah.
We have a coach who doesn't even know the intel on the fucking opposition side.
He's so in over his
That's
head.
what I mean.
He's so
We can't
he's so
identify anything.
he's actually in over his head. I actually think he thinks he's a good coach. I think because of 23, he's like, bro, I've got to sort it. You know, we win contested ball. You know, we move the ball in quick and we'll win games. Bro, we won contested ball this game. I'm pretty sure it was tied. We won clearances. We smashed North Melbourne in clearances. That is our DNA, right? That's our MO. If we're still doing that and losing in a bad way, like, how do we win? Like, but Bo's exactly right. How do you go? Like, I went into this game being like, how do we win? I was like, okay, we win the midfield. But then what? What do we do with the ball afterwards? Because our forward line is terrible. Our forward line, we have Taylor Swift-Mackay in the forward line. Pretty boy Brody Kemp fixing his hair more times than he's touching the ball. Like, even if we win the contest, where does the ball go? Nowhere.
That's what Cherry wasn't Cherry being out was it was great. Okay, obviously that's a big out for them, but it was about Pito went and Pito was good today, right? Pito was good today, but I have to assume that he was frustrated with how big time he dominated. Who was the other dude? Who was that?
CCJ, Coleman Jones, some bum.
Okay, right.
And then they had Trent Buff in the middle as well.
How much he dominated him, right? But he's got to be thinking, what more do I need to do to help out our fucking midfield? Why are we not making the most of these chances? Who am I tapping it down to? What are they doing with the ball? Do you know what I mean? So it really didn't matter that Cherry was out, because what the fuck did we do with the dominance from Pito? Nothing.
No,
We were still at an arm's length the whole time with them.
It's a waste.
It's frustrating, man, because you dominate one part of the game and it's not a collective. We are definitely, and Rocco, you said it before, they're out there playing for themselves. Man, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them are. And the worst thing is that our youngsters that are showing a bit of talent are getting freaking infected with this shit. You know,
I agree.
Elijah's got to be thinking, what the fuck have I signed up for again?
Well, Elijah, he had no choice. He wasn't going to go anywhere, so it's a second
I know,
chance.
but you get my point, though. You know.
No, I agree.
Weeks, like.
No, but you know another thing about our list, like even at the start of the year, when you look at it, it's no good.
No, it's
like it's no good.
It's not a top 10 list at all. No,
it's not a top fucking 14 list, man.
Oh, so do you think that we're not underperforming right now because of us? Do you think we can play a little better?
No.
I
think we're.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
I don't think we're underperforming. I just think, all right. So we might be slightly underperforming.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
But I still don't think our list is a top 12 or 14 top 14 list. Like you think about it, let's go through it.
Okay.
Let's go through it. Your ruckman
compared to Melbourne, yeah.
Average. Your ruckman's a good ruckman. Let's be serious, right? Yeah. Then we go into the midfield, right? You got Cripper who's going slightly downhill, yeah.
Yep.
Walsh is not a match winner. Walsh is a B grade at the best at the moment. He can be an A grade, and he's shown
on his day. But
you got Hewitt,
not consistent.
You got Hewitt. Hewitt's and then who you got? You brought in Chera again, and what's he? He's like
he did nothing all game.
Right? Who else have you got? Who else you got in the middle? All right, so then you got your wingers. You got Cooper Lord wasn't in today, but you got Cooper Lord who's also he's okay. I like Cooper Lord.
I think he's been solid. Yep.
He's solid. How many? All right, on the top 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 teams, would he get a game? Probably not.
No, we have the best of the shit that we have to choose from.
The wingers, like we got Ollie Hollands. At the end of the day, I like Ollie Hollands, but seriously, I'm starting and he actually played a not bad game today, right? I was happy with his endeavour. Is that a good word? Endeavour, right? But his skills are bad, mate. His skills are bad.
Do you know what we are? Do you know like what selection day looks like for Carlton? They've got Turkish Delight in one hand,
which is like the S tier,
and they've got Morrow in the other hand. It's which is the least shit.
Nah. You gotta
you can't diss Turkish Delight. You can't diss Turkish Delight.
Yes, I can. It's the worst fucking chocolate on this planet.
What would you know? Turkish Delight is the S tier, but
no,
listen, I know what you're saying because it's who's the best of the worst. That's what it is for us, right? And then you look at the reserves, right? Who's really staking a claim?
Flynn Young and no one else. I watched the VFL.
Young, I admit today looked good, and if he doesn't get a game, I'll be shocked because he's kicked 7 goals in 2 weeks, right? And then you got they keep saying that Ison isn't ready. I don't know why, but he looked okay. And then there was a couple of others, but apart from that, even like Saad, and they just looked. If we bring in Saad, who do we take out? Like Cowan? Is he going to make much of a difference? Even bringing in Boyd today, he didn't really Yeah, he was okay. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. He was okay, right? And I'd probably keep him in there, but he wasn't like we're not bringing in anyone that's going to fucking light up the ground, right?
No.
Our forwards, we've got the biggest fucking banana. Seriously, when he missed that first goal, he should have been dragged and put the fucking coat on. You're not playing anymore. Who the fuck goes around the corner at 20 meters out? Right? Kick the fucking goal, mate. Right? And then we got Kemp. He did all right, so he kicked his 3 goals. But can you rely on Kemp every week in, week out?
No, absolutely not.
So who are these players who we think we've got a top 8 or top 10 list? Who? Jagger Smith, the poor kids played 3 games, mate.
Yeah.
We don't have, and I'm not saying that we need a list like Gold Coast or a list like Brizzy or anything like that. I'm not saying that, right? I know where our wheelhouse is at right now. But I completely agree with you that we do not have go-to players. We don't.
No.
We used to, but they were also in a system that was breaking them, right?
100%.
So and they were in a system that was very reliant on their own individual performances to carry us across the line. A la freaking Kerno winning a Coleman, Brownlow's coming around, you know, stuff like that.
We had a list, but we had
everything around them while they were kicking all these goals and shit wasn't working. What the Brownlows are being won? What are we winning as a team? Nothing.
We did have a list when we had everyone there, like the Kernos and all that. We did have the list. That was the list, and all we needed to do was to finish it off, right?
Correct.
And then you put in Voss in at the start of that fucking list, and look at where we are now. And people try to tell me that he should stay or he's a good coach. We've gone 5,000 miles backwards, right? Not only that, players have been leaving. Like, mate, at one stage, they were brothers. They were going, oh, we love each other. We're going to stay each other forever. I've got his name tattooed on me. I fucking love this bloke. I go down to Kerno Island and we fucking all have a fucking beer and we love each other. And then the year after, they're all leaving. One's going to Sydney. One's going to St Kilda. No one likes each other anymore, right? What happened there? What happened there? Before you go on, you got someone in the chat who you've upset.
Me?
But, and he's not fucking happy, right? Rocco Moro, nothing wrong with the Moro bar, right? So this is no good, man. You can't.
Hey, hang on. I got something for him.
Rocco Moro, thank you very much.
Hey, Rocco Moro. This is what you need because you like Turkish Delight. You need holistic healing is what you need.
Holistic.
So, you know, like we've got to really be realistic about where we're at and what we need to do. And this is why I keep saying, like, just say where we're at. We're a bottom 4 list, right? We haven't got a good coach. All right. I can live with that. Because that's where, like, we have to live with that. Like, that's where we're at. There's no use trying to fool yourself. That's where we're at. But what are we going to do now to fix this? But if we keep fooling ourselves, right, saying, oh, no, you know, like, oh, no, you know, like it's the best list, it's the best coach, we're not going nowhere because we don't think we need to improve. But we do.
Our coach will never admit it, though. He'll never, you know why, Rocco, we won't ever accept it? And why before I was saying I would have preferred like an interim coach now? Because the coach we have is coaching for his career. He's not going to try new things other than, actually, sorry, Michael Voss did try a new thing, and I think he's a genius for it. Brody Kemp in the ruck. How good is that? How great was Brody Kemp in the ruck, bro?
That was a new one. I mean, fucking our captain went in there for like, he was in there for like
for a bit.
That long.
I played fullback. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, Mackay playing fullback. Yeah, Ainsworth playing defensive wing is great. Can you put up Nick's comment in the chat? The one saying Cripps, Hewitt, Chera, and Pinnet was our midfield in the 4th.
Also, Grimsby, listen, don't take the piss out of my Funkos. They're fucking mad.
How far up was it?
Just above the Tom Sparrow comment. It's not that far.
Yeah, Cripps there. This one, yeah.
Our last 5 centre bounces, like after goals were scored, was those 4 consistently over and over again. We complain about being a slow midfield, right? And that midfield got slaughtered. Jagger Smith had 7 centre bounce attendances. Elijah didn't run through once. Ainsworth didn't run through once. Michael Voss loves making changes, right? Like Kemp in the ruck, Mackay in the back line, Ainsworth as a defensive wing. Why are we not putting? And I know Jagger's like his third game or whatever, but he's still a midfielder. Yeah. Why is he not running through the middle? Why is Elijah not running through the middle? Why are we not switching it up? Why are we going through the most flat-footed midfield in the comp? Cripps and Hewitt do the exact same job. Hewitt should be dropped next week. Hewitt should be dropped next week because what does he add to the midfield that Cripps doesn't? And you can't drop Cripps because he's the captain. You can't have a slow midfield anymore, bro. You can't. What does Hewitt add that Cripps doesn't? Think about that.
I agree. Don't get me wrong. And Hewitt's been like terrible, but all right. So who comes in? Like, it's okay saying we're going to drop him. So what do we do? So I don't know if Cooper Lord's going to be ready yet because he might be another week or so. So Cooper Lord would be.
If it's not him, fucking play Ben Camperelli. Play Jagger through the midfield more and have Ben Camperelli on the outside, on the bench, on limited minutes. It's not like Jagger's resting on the bench anyways. Jagger's still playing game time, just not in the middle. Play Ben Camperelli. Play someone else. Have Elijah rotate through there.
They will not do that because I said it on Tuesday on the show. I said that these players play for a club that will choose them, see them fuck up or go on a run of bad games, and they must feel so comfortable as players knowing they're playing for a team that their performances are protected based on their name or their past performances, right?
Yeah.
Harry Mackay won't get dropped because he's Harry Mackay. Curnow wouldn't have got dropped back in the day for laziness and all the rest of it because he's Charlie Curnow and he won at Coleman. Cripps, okay, you get my point. I don't want to keep going down the line, right? But we have big name players that will not be dropped because of their names.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that falls on the coach.
Played for so fucking long, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem. We sit there and we can ask the question like Rocco asked there, who comes in if you get rid of these players? Certain players are not going to get dropped.
Yeah.
And for me, that's a worry. A sports club in general, it doesn't have to be AFL. If you are lacking performance and you are not playing well, you get dropped. In the Premier League, I've seen captains of clubs that have been there for years sat out because they just weren't up to it. They either had shit training during the week or they had a poor performance the week before. They get put in their place and they have to earn it back. Doesn't matter if you are a buddy first team starter for 5 years straight, you have to earn your position. That's how it should be in these teams as well. And some AFL clubs do operate that way. Okay? They will drop a player to make a statement. We will never do that because you know why? Look at Curnow. They didn't do it with Curnow because he's got his kids club. All the kids look up to him. We can't have the kids coming to the footy and going, Mum, why is Charlie not playing? Why is Cripps not playing? Why is Walsh not playing? They're bums on seats. Their merch sold. Their memberships bought. Some people I've heard that will cancel their memberships if Curnow left. Now, I don't know if they followed through with it. Okay. But fact of the matter is that these players are draw cards for people actually attending games or giving a shit about Carlton. Whereas what do we give a fuck about? We care about this that's on the front. And if people are not up to the fucking, if players are not up to speed and up to the standard of that monogram, then they need to be dropped. I don't give a shit what your surname is. So when we talk about players like Hewitt coming out and so, I don't think that's going to happen.
So I'll keep saying this forever and ever. We'll never do that because our top end, and I'm talking about the president and all that, are junk, right? And ever since we lost Big Jack Elliott, right, it's never been the same. It's never been the same, right? You can say whatever you want about Jack, but he demanded the best. He demanded number one. Second wasn't an option. It was always that, right? We haven't got that. We haven't got that. We haven't got someone who's going to come out and say, you know, like coming second isn't good enough. Losing today wasn't good enough. Losing by a point is not good enough. You know what I mean? We haven't got that. So how can it drift down if it doesn't start from up there? How can it drift down? Well, can you really see Priestley? Maybe Graham Wright because he's kind of showed that he has done it, but Can you see like Priestley doing that? Does he come across as the person who says,
absolutely not?
No.
So, you know, like it just doesn't come down, you know, when other teams have got it, you know, when we haven't got it. All right, so you go Priestley, then we go down a step. You know, now we've got Chris Davies. I don't know. Everyone keeps saying about Chris Davies, you know what I mean? And it's still early days. They all might do a great job in getting us up there. But at the end of the day, as I said, man, the big mistake was not getting rid of Voss when we had a chance. Correct. And start the rebuild from round whatever it was, round fucking 16, 17 last year. We would have had a new coach. And even if we were failing the way we were failing now, which I don't think we would have kind of accepted it, because then we know we're at the start. I reckon we would have been a lot better, to tell you the truth, no matter who would. While you're there, we've got someone who's going to join us. Tony, are you all the way from England? Oh, wait, we can't hear you. Can't hear you. No. Why is this always a problem? All right, fix it up.
You didn't bring him back in. It might reset it.
Go out and come back in. Go out and come back in.
Has it?
Go out and come back in. That's how Boss does his fucking moves. You go out and you.
Hey, it's like this. Try this, but do the same shit again.
Yeah, you go out and you do exactly what he did.
And then this for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
no, he sounds like this. Yeah.
My cook.
He cooks me, bro. And any supporter that defends him, man, I can't believe it. Like, I can't believe you can sit here as a supporter. How can you sit here as a supporter and be like, nah, he's good. Keep him, he's good. How can you say that?
Hello, boys. Hello, boys.
Look at you, mate. Are you back in England?
Well, I was for about a week, and I've had to come back to Australia, unfortunately. So I got to see the game. I got to see the game live.
Oh, fantastic. How was that, Tony?
Well, as Bocek knows, what else we can do? What else we can do? We did everything the wrong way to be done, and this is what is expected.
I'm doing it. Wait.
What else we can do? But no, what do you even say to that? We've been ad nauseum. There he is, Macedonia.
What else we can do? You know what I mean? I'm gonna get the right jacket on for it. What else we can do?
There it is.
You know?
We did everything the proper way to be done. Well, we wished we'd done everything the proper way to be done.
You know?
Well, we need the police because the fans are getting rabid. And but what we saw today, we saw some highlights, and Elijah really gave it his all, and Taylor Byrne was physical, and Carroll and a few other bits. But this really is. Well, we already had a few downfalls of the Carlton Football Club, but we're at a pretty low point at this point, and we just know because another season has been lost. It is early in the season. We're 1-3. The first month's gone. We can't really sack Voss now because they won't do it early on in the season. I watched a bit of the VFL today, and I know some of you boys were there. Like, it wasn't great. We can't really pull anything from there. Like, and if you throw in an Ison, or what are you throwing them into? And we're going to poison these kids. There's no leadership. There's no winners. There's no Hodges or anything that we can pull right now to be able to navigate these times. Because how do you navigate these times? You've got a coach that the players don't believe in. Really, let's be honest. And I said it last week. Like, how can you believe in a coach that has been on the hot seat for about 18 months? And it's going to be dangerous, because are we just going to get individual accolades and not a team effort, like we had the Simos or the Murphs or this or that, and not have a team, not have a system? And it's great, okay, Coleman's and whatnot, but Coleman's usually don't win flames. It's teams.
We're not even going to get them anymore.
Yeah, no, they're done. Our only key forward on the list is Harry Mackay, and he's 29 years old. So I think we'll be Graham Wright and Davies have got a big job ahead of them, and I believe them in that. I think the problem is going to be where you start with the coach, obviously, but this next 20 weeks, we're going to Adelaide and gather around next week, and they've just had a tough loss at home. We've got nothing to pull. It's going to be 100+ points. And then we've got Collingwood the week after, home game of the G. Where are you going with that? So the beltings are going to come. The only positive might be is that Cody Walker might actually just be our pick, and we might get to use our second
Oh, we
pick from
won't, yeah.
Sydney.
So everyone worried about like, oh, how are we going to get him? Because they're going to change the fellas. Don't worry, mate. We're going to have pick 1 or 2. He's coming straight in. Before you go on, Seba's in the house. The boys are still going strong. TJB goated. All I need is to be sitting at the Emirates Stadium watching Arsenal win the league. All righty. At least you get to get some sort of. Thanks for the 14. Remember, all monies go to the Children's Hospital, right? So thank you very much. Yeah, you're right. What the next 20 weeks, and this is what I mean. Like, we're all laughing, and I suppose, what are we going to do? Or else we're going to go mad, right?
What else we can do?
What else we can do?
What else we can do, right? So that's very true. But
we can be on the show.
But we have to do something, man. Like, we can't be wasting the next 20 weeks. We can't just be waiting for the end of the year again. You know what I mean? Things have to be done. And if that means sacking boss, that's the first step. And then start putting things in place and getting ready. If that means that we need to get ready from now for next year and beyond, we have to start now. Stop wasting minutes, people.
True, but then this is where the business side comes into it, because they already lost money and they lost commercial money last year. If you look at the books, because we had a bad year, they'll lose even more again. That's where the numbers start stacking up, and then like they're never going to listen to the fans, which is unfortunate because we're the ones that support and have been there since the start and will be here for the highs and lows. But you watch the platitudes come out, you watch the PR spin, you watch this, like his press conference was useless, and lucky Easter Monday's a holiday, so Tuesday will come out. But like there's nothing to bring in. Like Wiedering will miss next week. We got Thilthorpe, Fogarty, Walker, Finn Parmelli, and the 2 ruckmen against, sorry to say, love Dirksen. He's a nice kid. Struggled a bit today. And Lewis Young as our top 2 defenders. They'll make 4 to 6 changes. Yeah, they'll make 4 to 6 changes. And I reckon they'll bring in some senior talent with a week turnaround in Adelaide, gather round against a good opposition. And Voss is still trying to save his job. But every week that goes on, the heart chips away, the mental fortitude chips away, you're there until you're not there. And it just, every week, every stupid press conference, every platitude, every stick fat, it's just like when he, after the Richmond game, he was like, I'm pretty sure our fans will be happy with that. They're proud to wear the jumper after. You're a fucking idiot. You have no sense of, you got no finger on the pulse. So what they can do, what else they can do is I don't think they'll sack him until mid-year, but we'll start to see the narrative, I reckon, from Wright and Davies. The writing's already on the wall. We'll start to see there'll start to be some ballooning. There'll start to be some words. There'll start to be some reset, this, that. Like, we'll see a bit of that. You'll start to see some decisions where maybe, does Ollie go back to his natural wing where, as in 2023, he did pretty well. And look, he had a great third quarter, and him and his brother actually showed up today and did themselves proud. But will we start to see some tweaks? Will we start to see some changes for that inevitable axing, which I think will come by the by? Because, look, yeah, it's his last year. It's not like you have to pay him millions for 27, 28, 29. And how much damage are you continually doing by basically getting him to front up in that auditorium at Princes Park every week and have these players nod their head going, yeah, sure, cool, great. All right, I know I need a contract at the end of this year. I'm Lockie Fogarty, I'm an Akers, I'm Williams, I'm this, I'm that. I don't give a shit about what you're saying. I need to perform well, and am I going to give those hands, or am I going to try and hit that kick to make myself look better? What am I going to do? And they go into their shell. They get more reserved, which is what happened in the 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They all sagged off, went in their shell, invited the pressure, bang, see you later. So I think.
But so then we're stuffed. If you're saying the business sense and the way it's run, we're stuffed. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to waste this year. And by the time we get to the end of the year, this isn't just 1 year. It now becomes multiple years because we have to restart again, right?
Yeah.
Don't you, in a business sense, won't it be worse? Like you say, we're going to lose a lot of money. but it'll be worse. Like the more losses, it's just going to get worse and worse. I'd rather start again now.
I would, and you were right. They should have done it last year. But like even running a business, if you've got toxic people in there, you need to get them out. And everyone blame Kernow and everyone blame this, and that might be true. But Voss is the common denominator, and we've had the same thing for 5 years now. So now it's time where it's just like, look, you've sacrificed Kernow, and Silvani went, and TDK took the money. Cool. You picked Voss, the players left. All right. Now, time to make the change.
You mentioned something about Ollie to go back on the wing. I want to point out what I noticed about that tonight. He found himself out on the wing a few times, right?
Yes.
With a lot of space. And I don't know if anybody noticed, he never really went on one of those runs. He'd take a few steps, he'd maybe cover a little bit of ground, and then straight away he's looking to go long. And at least two of those times he turned it over. He kicked it straight back to North Melbourne. And I said it on the game day stream. I said, why is he not going for an explosive run down that wing? Any other winger in the competition that has pace behind them would go for that. You've got an absolute paddock in front of you. Not to mention both of those times that he went long. If he had just drawn his defender in on the wing, that's a handball over the top and we keep it moving. Instead, he goes long to on 50 or just about 45 meters and we lose the ball. So I don't know what the mentality is. The decision-making in Carlton has been a big problem for a long time, and it hasn't got any better. And that is all footy IQ as well, because we don't have the players that have the smarts like other teams. We don't have those sorts of players. That's why. Huh?
Is that instructed?
Yeah,
I believe
or is that panicking from him?
Atush. Well, I don't. Well, instruction's probably part of it. I don't know, and who knows? But Atush and I spoke about this pre-season, right? And we spoke about are you able to instill those sort of smarts into somebody as a coach, right? Or is somebody able to get in their heads to be able to improve decision making? And I think it's one of two things. If you naturally have good vision and you naturally have good instincts and naturally be able to figure out your surroundings that fast at an AFL level, because it happens very quick, right? Sometimes you have to forgive some players to not understand that they've got 20 years on the ball. They didn't see the player coming. It is what it is, right? But when you're in a position like that and there are better options on, right, and we still choose to go long, other teams don't do that. They have players who have the brain to understand that I might need to just wait a second here and slow it down. Or in a situation like we had with Ollie plenty of times tonight, go and draw the defender, handball it over the top, or at least kick it to the next one in the chain, or come inboard, or do something. These decisions, this vision, it's just so tunnel vision. Everything seems so tunnel vision, and like you said, instruction just seems to be to do one thing only. So I believe you can instill it into a player and you can teach them how to have better decisions, right? But at the same time, they've still got to be able to see it with their own eyes.
Yeah,
I don't think we have those players. I think we have potentially two. At this point, two very, very clear, evident ones, and that's Elijah Hollands and Jagger.
Yeah. I think it's pretty evident. I think Ollie Hollands is the product of our system. I think Ollie Hollands is the perfect product of our system because Ollie Hollands isn't the most talented player ever, right? We can all agree Ollie Hollands is probably the hardest worker on this list, right? He works hard, he learns the game. Who do you expect him to learn those footy IQ smarts off?
Correct.
When not like our leaders aren't leaders. But what's he going to look at Cripps, taking on 4 or 5 players at once and getting pinged for holding the ball? Who's a winger on our list that he can look at and be like, man, I should do that? No one. And I can guarantee you Voss isn't giving him any tips. Right, so it's a mix. I agree. I think he's panicky. I think he is scared. And there was plenty of times I was sitting level 1 on the wing. He's yelling. He's dying. He's calling players to come up, to move, make space. Him and Elijah, they were doing the exact same thing all night. No one's moving ahead of the ball. So I don't blame him for being burnt because so many times he gets burnt for running with the ball and then getting pinged with the ball or making a bad decision. But no one's ahead of him. I think we've Carltonized the kid.
We don't root for each other, mate.
But I think we've Carltonized the kid, or we're going to. Like, again, product of the system. Look at the list. Bro, you put him in, like, Brisbane's list. I think, bro, honestly, I think Ollie Hollands is a great player. Right? I think he's a great player. I think in our list he doesn't thrive at all because we don't allow him to thrive. You want players that work hard like that, but what if he's working hard and he's not the smartest already? Who do you expect him to learn off? No one. He's in the worst. He's in the worst coach side in the squad in the league.
We don't have we don't have good foot. I'm just gonna I'm probably gonna jump off in a second, right? But we just don't have a complete team. We don't have a complete team. We don't have a complete coaching panel. It's all, there's holes everywhere. In every good, what we outline Elijah and we say he's done very well. We outline Jagger and say he's done very well. And then in the back of our mind, we're like, yeah, but we have fucking an entire squad full of people that can't pull their own weight. And then for every line coach that we may have that's like, oh, okay, he's teaching them some good things, we have another freaking bunch of them that are bloody spuds, mate. Like, at the end of the day, I've said what I wanted to say. Well, I'm starting to try and find things to say now. You know what I mean? Like,
that's the problem now.
Rinse and repeat. So
I think that's the problem now. We're all just trying to find now stuff. You know what I mean?
Maybe we shouldn't. You know.
I mean, what do we really know? I mean, we're just trying to work out what we see, what we see on the ground, what we see. I mean, who knows, man? Just like the leaders on the ground and the coaches and that. I mean, we're looking for someone to lead us. Like, where are we going? Like, I don't know what to say anymore. Like, the players aren't any good. The coaches aren't any good. The board's not any good. Like I said this the other day, I don't love this club anymore. Like, I'll always support them, but I don't love this team. I've fallen out of love with them. Like, how can you love this team? Like, I haven't got it.
Rocco, when you explain how we're all going in different directions, you know, when you say that, that is a very, very big part of it. There is no cohesion. There is no club cohesion. There is no team cohesion. Our fans are not on the same wavelength, right? Which is, I guess, in general, you're never going to be on the same wavelength. There's going to be these ones, haters, and then there's going to be Fantasyland supporters over there as well that think we're still going to bloody make the finals and all that shit. So you're never going to be on the same wavelength as a fans. But as a club, if they can't be a cohesive unit from the top to the bottom, you're going nowhere. And we haven't had that in years.
And it all stems from culture.
Correct.
Culture. And there's been no one really to lead it. We haven't really had it. It's all been individual accolades. Like watching Brisbane last night, we are a decade away from anywhere close to a Brisbane. Like, look, we're going to get punished because, you know, because the Ashcrofts are great and all of that, and we're going to get punished with Walk and all that. But we are so far away from anything like that. But because we are in the middle of the road now, Aiden, we're in the middle of the road now, and Voss is trying to save his job. Just call it. At least we can look forward to something. But again, Carlton once again have screwed themselves with timing, just like 13, 14, 15, where they overrated the list. They were arrogant. They didn't top up when they should have. 2015 hits, Malthouse goes, rebuild. So, similar with maybe a couple of better kids. But coach is going to go. You've got some kids there. You've got no leaders to lead them. They're going to get poisoned. The culture's no good. Who's standing up? Who's standing up for anything? Cripps, love him, but it's the same platitudes over and over again. It's like, bro, come on, mate. Like, I know, like, it's all sanitized in the AFL and AFL media, but call it like it is sometimes, man. You're a human. Like, us as fans have seen enough shit to see right through your PR type crap. Just go, bro, like Mitchell would after a loss and not Voss after that win against Richmond. That is a disgrace. We want to hear it as fans. Like, we're not happy until we see great results. That Richmond win, if you can call it that, and Voss smiling like a moron, saying our fans should be proud, you are an idiot. You're an idiot. End of story, bro. Mitchell and Clarkson and Pagan in his North days and Parkin and all of them would be like, that is a disgrace. We're lucky to win. We will look to rectify this, and probably make a few drops. But Voss is there smiling like an idiot. So, unfortunately, it's a long road for this year.
At a different level. Like, all of us, like, we want success. We want the ultimate success. That's all we care about now. We've been through those individual accolades and all that. We've done all that. Now we just want the success. But it seems to me like people like Voss or a Cripper or even, our president and that, their standards are very low. Like, as long as we get that, as long as we reach this level, it's enough. I think that's what's happening. The standards aren't high enough for everyone, and they prove it every week by the people that they don't drop. You know what I mean? Like every week. It doesn't matter. This is like the Australian cricket team. Once you get into the Australian cricket team, it's very hard to get out. No matter how bad you play, like, it's very hard to get out. We're the same. They're never going to drop people like a Mackay and that. And that's what, like, we would applaud that. We would applaud. I don't know. Maybe they won't drop Harry Mackay this week, but I don't know. To me, he was shit house. But to drop like a Hewitt, someone, like the Harry Mackay or someone, we would applaud that. We would applaud that. We would go, yes. We
can see there's accountability, and that's what we lack. And we saw it in 24. We saw it in 25. It's just the same old heads going. And like I said, because Voss is trying to save his job, he'll keep playing some of these names. And Lockie Fogarty was no good, but he'll cop the blame, right? Because he gets dropped. See you later. But also, we've got nothing to pull in the VFL. The VFL today was terrible, like average, against the North team with 6 or 7 less AFL players. Moya doesn't realise that footy is fleeting and time is of the essence, and he needs to pull his finger out of his ass. I think Flynn Young gets a go next week. Wouldn't surprise me if they have a crack at Ison. He actually seems like he cares and he's got some decent football IQ. But there's not much else. They'll pull in Haynes because Wiedering got knocked out. Yeah, so I think and do they go 2 rucks with they have O'Brien and McAndrew? They might bring in a Reedy or a Hudson O'Keefe again. It's going to be 100-point belting, but that's all they can do. So unfortunately, we're in this position where it's similar to 2015. They're going to start blooding the kids. The narratives will start to change. They'll start ballooning. Voss will probably go mid-year. But there's just no accountability. The culture's poor. There's no leaders. There's no flag winners. There's no standard setters. And the thing I worry about is it's going to poison the future kids like Jagger and Dean and all that, because they don't know. There's no example for them to lead by. We're doing the same thing as we did in 05, 06, 07. We'll get the top picks. They'll lead us to the promised land. And there's no actual system, leadership, structure, culture, standard setting, accountability. When people screw things up, they cop a fucking poker in the ass. Like, we don't have any of that. So that's my sort of worry for the rest of the year is how does this affect the psyche and the players for the rest of the year, but then also going to the next year with Tassie coming in and we'll lose some picks and whatever will be a struggle to rebuild, and Brisbane will continue to dominate. Like, the only thing good that we have as Carlton fans is that Essendon are worse. That's it.
That's sad.
That's arguable as well. That's debatable, bro. That's
true.
It's not even true.
I'd love Nate Caddy. Like, that'd be great. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that game on Sunday with Essendon hopefully getting belted. But that's a sad. It's like that's all we've got now is just taking pleasure in Essendon losing because we're that bad, which is sad as a fan and a sporting person.
It's time to go!
If this club was serious, they should do what they didn't do 10 years ago and get in players that are 3 years away from retiring that have won flags from Brisbane, Geelong, anywhere. I don't really care. Because if we don't want to repeat the same cycle that we did with Cripps, Wiedering and Walsh by not getting in some premiership experience in there, like we should have done, we had the opportunity to get Lewis, Mitchell and Hodge, and we didn't do that. Well, now we can. If we don't want to repeat the same mistake, then do that. Whether they will or not, I'm not hold you up.
We did get like Hayward this year, who's a grand final player, right? We did get Haynes the other year, who's made the grand final. I think we're beyond players coming into. No, I know, I understand, but I think we're beyond players coming in and saving us. I think it starts from the coach. I think no matter who you bring in, look at Hayward, right? He was a great player at Sydney, right? And he was like a hard worker. Bro, he looks shell-shocked, bro. He looks like Jesse Mollop last year. Like, that's Will Hayward, bro. I expect... Florence has been a little better, but I think Florence can hide in the half back line because we're a bit stronger there than in the forward line. There's nowhere to hide for Will Hayward.
He's fucking turnover king, that bloke, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Didn't he kick like 50 goals in like
yes
years? How is he?
41 goals in 1 year, yeah, and then 29 the next year. Like, this is a good player from a great culture, and we've gotten him in, and we've turned him, we've Carltonized him. It's a real thing. Like, it's an actual real, it's not even a meme anymore. And I'm not even worried about the senior players, because Hayward won't be there for the next flag. You know, and to touch on Tony's point, like, it is the young kids that I'm worried about. It's the Jaggers, it's the Deans, it's like Matty Carroll. Like, these players are still trying, still playing with desire. It was pretty average at Sydney. Okay, fair enough, bro, but, like, I'm sure he's better than what he's playing now.
We are now like, you know, the Hayward, yeah, he was okay, you know, he comes in, and Ainsworth maybe probably the best out of the lot, you know, but Florence, I mean, he couldn't get a game for Sydney. They used to call him the turnover king, and we take him with open arms, you know, and give him how long did we give him? Like 3 or 4 years, and now he's a turnover king for us. He turns the ball over a lot, man. Like, why do we get players that their skills are so bad? Like, our skills are not that we don't address this, but our skills are below par, way below par, and they've been way below par for years, and we still haven't addressed it. Our skills are terrible. We can't hit a 15 minute. We can't hit a 15-meter kick. We can't do it. Like, it's just that should be the. You know what? I've been thinking about what's the first thing we do. Let's get our skills up. Let's get skills. Let's learn to fucking hit a target. You know, we got a couple in there. Carroll, I think's good at good with foot and that.
He's the best kid besides Newman.
And Newman's like 400 years old, so he's coming in now. So, but mate, we can't even hit a target, and we keep recruiting these people that are like teams just disregard. They don't want them anymore. Like, seriously, we got absolutely jabbed with that. I mean, there was no other choice. Maybe we should have done what Essendon done and said, you know what? Nah, fuck yous. We're not going to give you nothing. We're going to keep him. Maybe we should have. Maybe Essendon done the right thing.
I was going to say we should have just kept him. We shouldn't have done that deal. Just keep him. Who cares?
Maybe, but would it make a difference? Would have made it a difference? It didn't make a difference last year.
No, not really. But again, the club decided to get rid of players, 3 important players in our team, then a coach. So effectively, this coach got rid of 3 players, like he did at Brisbane. I think 16-something years ago.
100%. He got rid of a whole bunch. He did exactly the same at Brisbane. 1 year they made the finals, and then they just fell away. He lost players, and they sacked him. And what did we do? We went and got him. You know, we went and got a loser, bro. I don't care. Like, he was a great captain of Brisbane, but we ended up getting a loser.
Yep. And apparently, I think people were saying, like Voss has learned and all that, like we're going to get the player, not the Mickey Mouse from that he was coaching in Brisbane. We're going to get the player. We got the player for 10 weeks. That's it. And like, you know what I don't get? Like, his Richmond press conference, how he was smiling and laughing, saying the fans will love him. In 2024, when we lost to Geelong, he's like, oh, no, that performance was unacceptable. Well, I'm pretty sure majority of people said, you know what, we lost, but at least we put in, 110% effort in. He said that game, the Geelong game in that press conference, that, no, it wasn't good enough. Why has his language changed? I don't get it.
Because he's not fighting for his career. Yeah.
Is a dead man walking?
We know he's gone. He's gone. It's a matter of when, not if. Like, he's gone. He's going.
It'll be
Whether
the
it's
buy,
now,
I reckon.
Yeah. I was saying this before. I think the club's too proud to sack him mid-year. I don't think we're going to do it until the end of the year.
It just gets worse because look at the run. That was 4 winnable games, and we only won one of them barely. We've got Adelaide, Collingwood,
St Kilda.
Whoever else after St Kilda.
St Kilda, Bulldogs.
Over there, we got bloody
top 8, top 10 teams.
Terry goes to me before. He's like, because he referenced that Geelong win that we got last year was a sugar hit, and he said that Pommy reckons that not next week, but the week after, that's where we'll get our sugar hit against Collingwood. We'll beat Collingwood, and then everyone will be up and about, and then that's when we'll go downhill again. So
We're not beating Collingwood.
we're definitely not beating Collingwood, but we have to find a win in these next 8 weeks. Like, we just can't go 1-9. But we'll be last.
The only win I can see maybe would be St Kilda, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you got Nazaya, Wangani, Malira fucking running around like how we normally would, then forget about
I don't
it.
think we will.
TDA jumping on Pito. Max Hall running ramp from the half forward line. Max King might be
We're a broken team, you know, like we're just broken. We're broken mentally. You could see it the way they just fall apart in every second half. This week it was in the last quarter. They're just broken. They're broken mentally. They're very mentally fragile. And as soon as you just nudge them a little bit, they just fall over. So
and there's no one to pick them back up. There's no one there to pick him back up. There's no one there to take the load on the. Cripps has done it for years, and he's tired. He tried. He willed the team today, but he's tired, mate.
I think he will in that third quarter. You're right. Like I thought that third quarter was a big improvement.
Yeah, I think it was
considering the last 3 or 4 weeks. I thought, they've got, they were tackling, they kicked their goals. I thought, you know what, they showed something this quarter. I'm fucking half proud of them, but we've got to finish off this game, and they just fell back into the same fucking hole.
Isn't Voss like this great motivator? Like, if they're obviously
he's not.
But Aiden, I was sitting on the bench. I was sitting right next to the bench, right next to him the whole game. Level 1, row A seats. Bro, fourth quarter, Clarko was there, yelling, instructing their players, moving traffic. Bro, he's ripping into LDUs, ripping into McKercher, asking them to be better, because they were pretty poor in contest. I'm looking at Voss. You know what he's doing, Aiden? Like this, bro. On the bench.
I know.
Like that. He doesn't do anything. Motivator man my ass, bro. What does he do?
No. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to motivate. I'm telling you, he doesn't know how to do it.
And I saw a video of Clarkson. He literally punched McKercher in the fucking stomach.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, bro.
Grabbed someone and uppercut them and said, "No, you need to do better. You need to do this. You need to do that."
He does, but he did it to Jackson Binns because he's like none of the leaders though. He'll do it to Jackson Binns though.
McKercher, he's young, but he's considered a leader there at least because they're a young team.
Seriously, in today's press conference, I would have loved to hear, our leaders didn't stand up when we needed them to. That's all you have to say. They did not stand up when we needed them to again for another week. I'm going to have to really look at now what we're going to be doing next. You know what I mean? Maybe I was wrong with the leaders that I put in. What? But he didn't. He doesn't ever point the finger at anyone.
So is he trying to be too much of a pleaser to the players, and it's backfiring on him? So be everybody's friend, and the ruthless Michael Voss isn't actually that ruthless as a coach. Plus, the woke brigade and all of that at Carlton and the sensitivity and all of that bullshit. Are we just drafting and recruiting nice boys rather than people that have a bit of see you next Tuesday about them and a bit of mental fortitude, which would resonate with that? But I know it's not like the old days where you can yell and scream and shout, but this is professional elite sports where you need to be at your best to win, and whatever it might be, anger, motivation, yelling, screaming, that helps a bit more than the touchy-feely stuff when the whips get cracking. And Carlton have never been, for a long time, haven't been that way. And look what it is. We've got a mentally soft team. We've got a coach that was one of the hardest midfielders of his generation that either did and was ignored, and they had to change his ways, which I think was alluded to maybe I'd say maybe 24 maybe. Don't be too harsh on them and don't yell and scream and all that. So you've got to be a bit more touchy-feely, which look where we are now. We capitulate and just fold. So the problem is
why can't we be that yelling? What is going on in society? Why can't we do that?
Because you got
Our
Carlton.
players-
Because you got Carlton respects as a fucking issue.
It's not even that. It's not even that. Our players can't handle it because, but these are the same players that kicked out David Teague after he started getting angry. Bro, Voss is scared, and I genuinely think he's scared that if he raises his voice against his players, they'll all hold their hands together and be like, "Nah, we don't like Voss. We want him out."
You know,
that's what will happen. I know.
You know what I remember? Do you remember when we played Essendon in 2022 when we won? And then I think in 3/4 time we were leading by a fair margin. He ripped into them. He went off at them, and apparently some of the players didn't appreciate the way that he spoke to them. And there you go. I think some of these players are still here, and that's the mentality at this club. So let's face it, he probably did have it, but because these players are petulant little fucks and they can't handle shit like that, he had to change.
So he's not the right person.
Yeah.
No, but again, like if you bring in Ross Lyon or Clarkson in there, like if we got Clarkson, the way that he spoke to McKercher and as Atush said, like how he was screaming, yelling at LDU and all that, he wouldn't fucking do it here. No way.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
I don't
But
get
that's
how
being
a player would get upset about that. But why would a player?
Different generations.
egos, Rocco.
Yeah,
Ego. I'm Patrick Cripps. I'm on 1.5 million a year. I'm Harry Mackay. I won a Coleman 6 years ago. I'm on 1.2 million a year. You can't yell at me. That's the mindset.
Could you imagine yelling at Harry Mackay? What would Harry Mackay do?
It's like crying.
And fucking start singing
Yeah.
to it.
We'll start singing Kumbaya. So it's you look at the ruthlessness of Clarkson, Hawthorn.
Sam Mitchell.
You look at Brisbane, Mitchell. Like you look at that Richmond in the flag days, Geelong currently. Like you look at Scott, you look at these players. They are to be respected. You look at them and go, wow, they're a serious outfit. All of it. Culture, mentality, strength, the physicality in the right way. And you look at us, mate, they're pretty boys. They look good, but, mate, they're mentally fragile. They can be pushed around. Once you beat us outside of contest, that's it. They spread. They know we can't run with them. We're not as athletic. We don't have the pace. Our tickets are spent because the system's no good. So I think we're just in this hole, and we're not going to get out of this hole for a long time. And this is when you start asking the question of, if you're going to look at Voss, which they will, and he'll sack him, you then have to look at Austin. And Austin's been there 5 years, and most of the list has been turned over to be him basically now. So you start questioning that. And with Wright and Davies now having full control, I think we're going to see even more change, even more decisions. Like, would it surprise me, out of left field here, would it surprise me if a Chera gets traded?
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
I don't know what he's going to get, right? But his hamstrings are made of paper. I know players can play older this year, but he's a nice boy, but he's not tough and physical. Yeah, okay, he's done well in the BNF. I don't know how he did that well last year, but his hamstrings are made of paper. He was a classy user, hasn't really shown it, hasn't been able to get on the park consistently. We've now got Jagger and then ideally Lord in there as well. We gave him a 5-year deal last year. That's cap space that could go towards somebody else. I know we're not going to get much for him, but like Chera, why that decision of a 5-year deal for somebody like that? Like this, then you start to analyze all of those things and you go, shit, all right, this is where Davies can help clean it up, but you can't do it in one off season. This is where you start looking at Austin, you start looking at that going, what pieces do we have right now that will see our next flag, who knows when, which I think under 22 you've maybe got a couple. Like Camporelli's aren't really a struggle in a bit. Flynn Young's not exactly 19, he's 25. Dirksen is 24, 25. Like we don't have a key forward under 29, and that's Harry Mackay. So I think you start to look at Austin, you start to look at some of these things, which I think they will do. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see we'll see 10, I reckon we'll see 10 to 15 people get kicked out, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see some left fielders as well. And Chera just one and came to mind after watching him.
But
you need to take into account that Chera, I think I don't know why he played today. He should play in the VFL. Like he hasn't played any sort of anything. He hasn't played VFL, AFL, nothing. So I don't know why he played today. I mean, it's not his fault. He doesn't pick himself. But again, he was poor. But again, like he was underdone to an extent.
Yeah. But I just look at players like that and go, all right, do they look at Wright as a ruthless operator? You know, can you get some assets and go from there? Now you can't cut 20 or 30, but Jesus, they're going to be cutting 12. They're going to be cutting at least 12. They have to.
So I'll ask you questions. Should we have given Walsh now 8 years?
I personally wouldn't have. I would have done, what is he? He's 26 this year. I personally would have done 5 years. But you'd have Geelong pissing in his ear or pissing in the media. You'd have the media pissing, oh, just going to go Geelong. I wouldn't have given him 8. I personally would have done 5 because we'd have the cap space to cover 5 anyway with Curnow, TDK, and all of them going.
If
it goes at 31, well, he goes at 31.
If he wasn't happy with the 5, you're happy to let him go?
If you're not happy with 5, like, wow, like at 5 at let's say 1.2, 1.3, coming off no preseason for the last 3 years. Granted, yes, name brand Sam Walsh and all of that, but we haven't seen the best of him because of the back and no preseasons since 2022. I would have done personally a 5-year with a trigger for a 6th, and that would have taken him to age 32 season, and then you're done.
If he wasn't happy, you're happy to let him go.
Then you'd negotiate, but then you'd probably, but yeah, it'd be sad to see him go, but is that a ruthless decision to make? You'd say.
I think we need to make those ruthless decisions.
Yeah,
I think
and that's what Wright can do.
Yeah,
but I personally would have gone 5+1.
Would you have given Jagger Smith 3 years after 2 games?
No,
not that early. You didn't need to.
I said this to Atush, I think Monday. I said, I don't know why we gave him that deal now. We should have waited probably until the end of the year, let him see how he goes for the amount of games that he plays, and then give him either a 2 or 3 year deal. You don't give it to him in 3 games. Like, yeah, I know it's his second year, but this is his full proper year. You need to remember. So, again, I don't really agree with giving Walsh that massive contract. I don't know why we gave that to him. Like, don't get me wrong, like, he's a gun when he's on, but he hasn't been on for how long? 3 years?
I don't think he's a match winner anymore. I've not that I've turned on him. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a match winner anymore. I don't think he's that player. He's not that player. He's not that player. And you know what? Maybe we have to do those ruthless decisions where we go, Walsh, you want 5? No. All right, then off you go.
Yeah,
and start building a culture where we're not that team. We're not that team where you come for your superannuation.
Yeah. And if Wright was really that ruthless, wouldn't he have said, I've been here for a year, you've hardly played, I even watched you before I came here, I'm going to give you 5 years for, I don't know, 8 mil. Here, if you don't like it, leave. I don't like it. Okay, well then fuck off. Simple. But clearly we bowed down to him, gave him 10 mil over 8 years, and he's always injured. He hasn't played a good game in a while. When was the last good game he's played in? I can't even remember.
He plays good games, but they're not like, like you get those Butters or you get a Bontempelli or something. He hasn't got that killer instinct in him, you know what I mean? And he's a hard worker and he always gets himself up. And I mean, he's had some good periods, he won the Gary Ayres medal, all of that. I'm happy with that.
He has flashy moments, but like when you give a player that massive deal, like today, he had flashy moments in and around the midfield, but you can't pay a player that much money and just expect flashy moments. Like you need it consistently, because now the narrative will be okay. Like I've even said in the last 2 weeks, we've given this guy 10 mil. Where is he? I'm expecting, he has 30 touches, but they're not impactful. Like you see,
Butters the game by the scruff of the neck today in that last quarter.
He wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like if he was a $10 million player, he would have said, "Oh, you know what? Fuck you, Cripps. I'm going to do it myself. I don't care what you say. Give me the fucking ball and let me just do my thing. Didn't do that.
That's why I don't think he's a captain.
No, and I've always said, you know what, give him the captaincy. But then again, like,
Who else
if he's
have you
done
got?
like that, then who else do you have there? No one.
So someone else said it. I don't know. I don't know who said it. Maybe on this show or something, and said like, at the end of the year, get rid of Wiedering. It might have been Andy from Ankle Sore. He might have said, consider giving away Wiedering. Get some good picks for him. Is he going to be in your premiership? Is Wiedering going to be one of your premiership players? Probably not. Not the way we're going.
I can't lie. I'd get rid of Cripps before Wiedering. I wouldn't get rid of Wiedering.
He's not worth anything, bro. What are you going to
Bro,
get for it?
you just get rid of these players and you blow up the list. That's the only solution because that's
Yeah,
where we're at
I
right
know.
now.
But like,
That's where yeah. I know you're not gonna get anything for Cripps, but you just get rid of him and you free up salary cap. That's what you're doing, Rocco. It's not really what you get back. You just free up money, right? And you hope you attract someone else. You get rid of Cheros. You get rid of maybe not Wiedering because he's a little younger than Cripps. Same with Walsh. Walsh will probably be the next captain of the club, right? Walsh will probably be the next captain of the club, whether we
Most
like it or not.
likely. Most
Yeah,
likely, yeah.
right. He'll be there. These players like we did the same thing with like Charlie. Like we were saying before, you know, why didn't we keep Charlie? We should have kept him. We got rid of him to free up the salary cap. That's a lot of money gone. Now we can spend it, right? I see what they're trying to do, but at the same time, everything they're trying to do gets contradicted by Voss staying.
Exactly. Because
Like,
look at the amount of moves that we made. We brought in 8 players. We got rid of 8 players. We got rid of like 6 assistants. We brought in 6 assistants. How do you make that many wholesale changes? But the number one change that is so obvious to make is you keep the coach, the head of the problem. Because if we had like, I don't know, like, you know, an assistant coach on the top 4, top 6 club, would we be here still? I don't think so. I don't think we'd be 1-3. I think we'd probably be 3-1. Playing, you know, probably decent footy.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me if Voss, I'll make a prediction, Voss goes mid-year, Lee Adams becomes the caretaker coach. Walsh becomes captain next year. We trade and delist maybe 10 to 12 players, and it wouldn't surprise me if somebody like a Chair on a deal like that gets shafted. Wouldn't shock. Or a Hewitt, something wouldn't shock, left field type shit like that. Because but the problem is we can't cut too deep and we can't go too harsh on everything and blow it all up because we don't have the players there to be able to then lead off, and we don't have the assets like we did even in 2015, 16 to like, all right, Henderson first rounder, blah, blah, blah. Like, and now we've got Cody Walker, who's going to cost us a pick and a half, let's say, because we'll finish bottom 3, 4. Like, that's going to be the challenge, is how do we then navigate getting rid of the plotters, the Fogartys and whatnot, but then filling them up with more kids. But we need to find more assets, but we also need to save some assets to try and find some senior talent to then at least lead them. Because like trying to get a Butters is a waste of time. Trying to get a Zach Bailey for our current list is a waste of time. And that puts us in that's the fucking hamster wheel. That's the problem, because it's like, okay, then you can't go for those A graders. We need to go then settle on C+, hoping there'll be a B, maybe a B getting into a B+, which then perpetuates the cycle. And then we're screwed.
Do we just go to the draft? Do we just go now?
No, we can't. Rocco, we can't. Tasmania coming in, bro. We
I
can't.
know, but we've got a year, haven't we?
But if 2 picks go because of Cody
2027,
Walker, next year. But they're taking up the best 17-year-olds. That compromises next year anyway. So you're looking at this year, we've got, 2 firsts, a second, a third, and whatnot. And we can trade into 2028, which will be worth half because of Tasmania. So, look, would it surprise me if Carlton bring forward that second 2027 pick into this year's draft to try and get more kids? Wouldn't, but who's going to trade into 2027 when Tassie are taking all the kids? So this is where we're stuck in this. It's the same as 2012, 13, 14, where we're stuck in this position where the timing is just so typical Carlton. It is AFL screwing us and Essendon and Port with the father-sons because, you know, the system that the AFL made got taken advantage of by the Northern Academies, which are funded by the AFL. The AFL then got to see their darling kids win 2 flags and Gold Coast probably finishing top 4 this year. And then, oh, we don't like that, so we're going to make other teams pay for it when the Northern Academies are now basically empty. Great. So Carlton, Essendon, and Port will get screwed. We'll then lose a pick or two because of Walker. Great kid, by the way, but again, not the saviour because it takes 23 of them. So we're just stuck in this bad timing. Culture's not there. No leaders are there, and not enough assets. The kids are getting poisoned from last year and this year. We're going to now play the saviour with Dean's going to save us, Jagger's going to save us. Like, we've got no forward. We're relying on Taylor Byrne from the country. Like, great kid, early signs, great so far, but Jesus Christ, like, there's no forward pressure there.
That's all we do. That just bummed me out.
Yeah.
That's just
I know. I'm sorry to do that, but this is the reality of the situation where we've been following this for too long.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah.
But fuck,
This is what people have got to realise. And when we talk, especially here on the Jumper Punch and on the Tuesday, and then we get messages saying, "Oh, you're so negative," and that. Man, we're only telling you, like, I'm looking at you guys saying, give me something. What do you see? Give me something, because maybe I'm missing something, but by the sounds of it, I've missed nothing here. By the sounds of it, exactly what I'm saying is going to happen. We are stuffed for years to come. I can't see anything coming through. I can't see anyone coming to us that's going to change us. You know, it's just like, this is like, it's just an ongoing thing for the last 20, 30 years, man. It's the same shit. And you're right, Rockamore. Like, now it's Cody Walker's going to be the saving grace, you know. We're going to get Cody Walker. We're already talking about him, you know. Like, really, is that going to make a difference? One play going to make a difference?
No.
Nothing's going to make a difference to this side. We are stuffed. It's actually a disgrace. It's an embarrassment, our club. Our club should be embarrassed. You should all hang your head down in shame, all of you. All of you. All of you. Like Mark.
Except Matt Carroll.
Mark said, all of you. All of you should be ashamed of yourself, mate.
And that's where we're at. That's the state of Carlton.
That was the best part of the show. Everyone just nothing. Just looked at each other and said nothing. We got nothing to say.
I can't believe we made a prelim 3 years ago. Fuck. If I told you 3 years ago that in 2026, Charlie would, by 2026, Charlie would leave, DeConing would leave, Silvani would leave. In 2025 we'd finish 12th, and 2026 would be 1 and 3, 17th. You'd laugh in my face. Yeah, you're in La La Land.
I would have said you're nuts. But you know what's funny? We should have seen it. Well, because we made no moves.
Nothing.
We just stayed the same.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny as well? You had, Luke Parker there. You had Luke Parker there. You had all these, experience there.
Jack Darling.
Jack Darling there. We didn't get anything.
We were prideful, bro. We were like, no, we're a good team, bro. We don't need no one. Yeah, we'll sign Elijah Hollins at the end of 23, and we'll bring in Orazio Fantasia, and that's it. We'll win a flag.
Yeah,
we drank our own bathwater. We genuinely drank our own bathwater. Yeah, we thought we were top shit.
Same thing in 2014. Same thing.
100%.
We don't need players. Like we've got just wait till Martin's fit, Marchbank's fit. Like at the start of the year, just wait till those guys are fit and firing. Oh, we're gonna fix Orazio. What happened? Oh yeah, Cunningham. Like I remember the narrative between them three. People were like, okay, like they played 10 weeks. Just imagine them playing a fully fit year. Imagine where we'd be. We went fucking top 4, top 2 without them that year. But again, we should have made moves at the end of 2023. We didn't. We just stood still, and you see the effects of it now.
Are you like? I think about it because I'm just fucked in the head, right? Because for me, Carlton is 80s and 90s. I still got that. That's the Carlton I love, But I love to know what everyone else sees, man. Everyone else outside of Carlton, man. We are seriously just a joke, aren't we?
it's a fallen giant that's still relying on history, and the AFL fans hate us and they love to see us down. That's
And they
like,
carry- and you know what they do? They still talk about the 1995 flag. They carry it everywhere, still to this day, which is embarrassing.
I mean, I'm one of those. I don't do that, but you know, like that's.
No, I'm saying like past players that have been there and won that, like they actually get, like, you know, Kernahan, Diesel, Kudafidis to like events and all that to talk about something that happened nearly 3 decades ago. Like, who gives a fuck?
They still get them, and they still. And you know what? Those players actually, they're sick of it too. They're sick of it too. They don't. They want success too. You know, they're over it too. You know, so. But yeah, they keep bringing out. They keep wheeling them out in that wheelchair. Bring them out. Let's talk about 1995. You know, let's talk about the 99 prelim beating Essendon by a point. You know, let's talk about that one there. You know, and let's talk about 2013. And you know, so that's what they talk about. But that's all we've got. Well, that's all we've got. It's funny. It's amazing. The fall of it's just amazing how we have fallen. It's just when I look at it, I've lived it. I've lived the great and to now, and it's just mind blowing where we are at.
If I said to you, let's say if I time traveled back to 1995, and if I said to you day after the grand final, okay, this is great, Rocco, but in 20 years you would see a salary cap breach that would fuck this club for what, 9 to 10 years. You would only see 4 finals win, and you would not win a flag. What would you say?
Now you say it's crazy because forget about like the players, and the thing was the mentality of Carlton those days was second isn't good enough. It's always about like even when we would miss a final or miss a grand final, you know, it was always okay next year. Next year we're going to make it. You know what I mean? We had that mentality. That's why I feel about Carlton. Not anymore, but it was always second best was never good enough. It was always about grand finals. That's the mentality. So if you would have said that to me 30 years ago, I couldn't have believed you because we had a different mentality there.
No.
Right? It's not about, we just won a few and we were lucky. No. We were always there. And when we weren't, I mean, I keep saying this, like this ruthlessness. And now they go, you can't be like that anymore because now society, they're all lovey-dovey and they're all rainbow and unicorns and we've got to be nice to everybody. But in those days there, man, as I said, man, they sacked David Parkins after he won like 3 premierships, right? He had a few bad years. They bring in Robert Walsh, right? He wins it. He makes the grand final. Wins the grand final in 88, has a bad half a year, or was it, I think 89. So in 88, and then 89 has half a bad year, and they sack him. It was ruthless. It was ruthless. We are keeping a coach who just keeps losing week after week, and then you guys are telling me we can't sack him because business and what is this? Like, so to answer your question, Aiden, no, because we had a different mentality. We have lost that mentality now.
Yeah, it's gone.
We don't care about coming. We don't care about, like, I said this in my rant, I don't know, maybe months ago. I can't remember, as all my rants are now blended into one, right? But I did say this, and I said that Carlton do not care about winning premierships.
Nah,
they don't,
because they're that successful off the field. They don't care. Why should they?
They don't need to. They don't need to win a premiership. They only have to sell you the dream because it's all about business.
When it comes to making,
it's about business, isn't it? It's all about business, man. That's all it's about. So they don't have to give you the premiership. They just have to make you believe that it's there.
When it comes to making money in the business side of things, the club is top. First.
We are the best. We are like the fucking Michael Jordan.
97 million. I think 2024 they made 97 million. Like commercial, pokies, memberships, all of that. So yeah, it's the Carlton in business. But
So do we
if
need
we
to
win a
win-
flag, yeah, true.
Do we need
True.
to win it? Do we really need to win one? Apart from appeasing us, do we really need one as far as the club goes? No, you don't really need one.
Like
Because
if
it's
I
still
was
successful.
if I was any of those dickheads working there, if they said to me, "Oh yeah, like we're performing bad on the field, like what do we do?" I'd be like, "Oh no, you know what? It's fine. It doesn't matter. Like look how much money we're making every year. Look at what we've done. Imaging center, fucking these facilities each and every single week that we have, that players come into each and every single week. Like who gives a fuck about a flag? Like we've got 16 already. It doesn't matter."
But
Like, that's
all
what
right, so
they
do you
talk
think at
about.
the end when they have their big fucking meeting at the end and all the big knobs get in there and they're ticking off, they're just ticking off boxes, right? As long as they tick off more boxes than crosses, they're done. You know what I mean? Like we've ticked off, yeah, membership's up, yeah, we made money here, yeah, we got good sponsors, yeah, we did all our causes, yeah, oh, no, did we make finals? Cross, yeah, we won this. And then they go, oh, we had like 19 fucking ticks, we had 2 crosses. That's a good fucking effort. Well done, boys. Let's do this. That's fantastic. I reckon that's what they do at the end of the year.
And you know what else is an example? The 5-year plan that we had at the end of 2022, where they said premierships and all these other business-related stuff. In reality, it was, okay, let's put premierships at the top just so these supporters that we don't like and appreciate can just say, oh, look, wow, they're aiming for a flag. But in reality, the last 9, they're the priority. Flag for us is just down the bottom. We don't care about that. And they'll do the exact same thing in the 3-year plan that will be coming out very, very shortly. I can't wait to see what will be on there. I cannot wait.
I'm sick of the 3-year plan. If they're really serious about the 3-year plan, right, they would fucking re-sign Boss for 3 years if they please them.
Oh, fuck.
We're fucked.
Anyway, I hope
Sack the
everyone-
club, bro.
I hope everyone feels better. This has been a marathon. It's been 4.5 hours.
Thanks for having me, boys.
No, it's a pleasure. So you're back. How long are you back for?
Undetermined at the moment, probably a couple of weeks with an unfortunate situation. So, yeah, just waiting it out at the moment.
Where are you at the moment? What?
Heidelberg.
In Melbourne? Where?
Heidelberg.
Oh, 6. Are you going to come to the Sporting Globe next week?
Depending on plans, yeah, to see how things turn out.
Well, if you're here, make sure you come down. We've got the Sporting Globe for the Thursday match against Adelaide. At least we can, I don't know, we can all be
Drown our sorrows, have a Palmer.
Yeah, have a Palmer, have a beer, watch the club. Yeah, so we'll do that. Yeah, all right. Look, I think it's time to go, guys. It's been good. Thanks for the chat. You've
One
been
more
great.
thing. Just one more thing. Atosh, can you fucking, harass Cooper Trembath to come to the club next year, please?
I'm working on it, bro. Don't you worry, bro. Me and him are best mates. He'll be in navy blue next year. Don't you worry.
I don't know who that is, but
it's the guy
he just kicked 3 on our head, bro. He was their best forward of the night. Yeah.
I just saw blue and white, man. I wasn't noticing players or bloody anything. All right, you reckon he'll come to our club? Oh, that should make
Yeah, because of me. Because of me.
Well,
he's 10 times the player Mackay is, so it's all right. He's the future. He's 19.
All right, get him over there. At least do something. Do something, Atush, for the club. Do something, and get him over there.
Yeah, I'm
All
a
right,
toxic
guys. Thank you very
supporter,
much.
you know.
Thank you to the chat. Thank you to the chat. Thank you for all the donations. We're going to add all them up, and we're going to send it off to the Royal Children's Hospital. So thanks for that. Yeah, make sure you catch up on all the shows. Monday night, you got the Blue Sunday. What else have we got? We got us. We got, Forever Rivals is going to be fun, man. I'm sick of that now already, man. They're making me sick already. Yeah, selection. All right, all the shit. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm going. I can't do this anymore. We're media.
Thank you, boys.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Go Mighty Blues.
Go the Blues.
Yeah, just.
Oh, wait a sec. You do this.
For him and himself.